batting for Middlesex.
Hello, very good morning from Headingley. Day 3 of Yorkshire versus Middlesex in this County Championship Division 2 clash between two teams who are now level on points, pending the outcome of this one. Middlesex 141 for 1 overnight, Sam Robson 65, and Max Holden on 39, with just the wicket of Mark Stoneman to have fallen during this innings so far. He was caught. Adam Lyth bowled Dominic Bess for 27. Just 7 wickets have fallen during the first 2 days of play. Theoretically, at least, Yorkshire need 19 if they're going to press for a win here. It's looking less likely that Middlesex are going to have the chance to be able to do that, and it's looking less and less likely that any wickets are going to fall. What remains of this game. We'll keep our fingers crossed, because it might make for cricket that could be a little bit more exciting to broadcast on and watch and listen to. But the Yorkshire fielders making their way out into the middle as well, and a lot of hard work to do for them today. But also got to recognise the fact there's a lot of hard work for the Middlesex batters to do, because if there are any lapses in concentration, then Yorkshire need to be trying to be good enough to capitalise on them. Yesterday, though, they certainly did hold firm, batting for full 50 overs with just that one loss of wicket. Jordan Thompson's going to open from the Kirkstall lane end. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London, and myself, Jonathan Doidge, for this first spell of commentary. And then the old boy will be with us from 11:30 onwards.
Yeah, morning, Toys. It should be a long day, this, shouldn't it, for Middlesex? It should be hard work. But let's hope that it's a good contest. The Kookaburra ball, only 2 wickets falling yesterday. Scoreboard pressure's the fact, though, isn't it? It's just a long time, batting all day. 1 wicket down, though. Robson set. Holden doing well. They'll just hope one of these can kick on.
Yeah, Yorkshire have ringed it in a different sense to that normal field setting term. And it's going to be Holden to face the first Thompson delivery of the day. Fewer spectators in, maybe on account of the weekend, as tendencies do seem to diminish as we get to weekends in these championship games, or maybe on account of the match situation. Thompson in bowling then, and Holden turning that first delivery into the leg side for Luxton to field. I think we might be on repeat a fair bit as the day goes on.
Well, that will be Middlesex's hope, but it's exactly that. Rinse and repeat today. Tim Mercer gave a cryptic answer in the interview last night, where he said, for what we're hoping for from this game, midway through the game as it is, I guess batting points is the main thing that they're hoping for at this juncture.
Thompson is in. That's turned into the leg side, fielded by George Hill, who gave us a good interview last night on BBC Radio Leeds. That is on BBC Sounds. If you want to listen to what George had to say about his own performance and the match situation. Talked about the mental side of the game, and also that he wants to be back up the batting order. Thompson in, round the wicket. Holden, a bit of a touch of inside edge about it as it makes its way to James Wharton. One of 3 fielders in front of the bat on the leg side, all comfortably within 20 yards of the bat. Plus sort of backward square leg in a catching position, leg gully. Orthodox gully, cover and mid-off. Thompson again. Round about leg stump and punched more firmly to James Wharton. There is also, lest we forget, Dom Bess. Could never forget Dom. He's out just in front of square leg on the east side boundary. So a bit of a licorice all sorts, a bit of a Bertie Bassett field, Kev.
Yeah, and that's what we're to expect all day. It's basically the pinch point, isn't there? We expect there to be a pinch point at some stage in the day where are Middlesex able to cope with it. And there was that pinch point midway through the Yorkshire innings, wasn't there? But Bairstow and co struck back.
Thompson in again, pushed to Bairstow. He's got the floppy hat on today, just off the straight to the onside. Star Wars last night, was it?
It was.
Is it any better for watching for the how many nth time?
Oh, always, always.
Well, good triumph over evil in this match.
Yes.
2 days to find out what's good and what's evil. Evil is the Kookaburra ball and the hybrid pitch as Thompson's in, and that's pushed into the offside. And we come to the end of the opening over, which is, surprise, surprise, a maiden. 141 for 1.
Yeah, it's a dig in again, isn't it? For Middlesex, dig in today, and away they go. Like I say, it's just a long day to bat. You'd reckon by stumps they'd have avoided the follow-on. Now, unless somebody really gets in and opens up, maybe they'll get there ahead, but that's an awful long way to go. What's the forecast like for tomorrow? You can throw your voice, Doiji.
Say again, DT. Cloudy Met Office, thunderstorms BBC, apparently.
Where did the BBC get their weather reports from?
Probably the Met Office. DT,
Don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. We know.
Don't tell us you're out pedanticking the pedant.
I know. Come on, Johnny. Johnny? Dommy? Dommy Bess? Who was that shout for? Who was that? What do you reckon that shout was?
Could have been for Johnny, but it could have been for Dommy.
Dommy has got a leg slip and a short leg, and he's right arm round the wicket. He bowls to Robson, who drives up to mid-off. There's no run. What was the Yorkshire take overnight?
Hard work, but you have to believe.
Yeah. I mean, well, the live line was borne out yesterday, wasn't it? As Robson turns this one away through square leg. There's 2 backs at just a single. Glorious sunshine. 142 for one, first run of the day.
Well, I sort of put words in George's mouth by saying something to the effect of, we're all sitting around this table thinking 7 wickets have fallen in 2 days, you need 19 in 2 more. We kind of shrugging our shoulders and saying it's not going to happen, but you've got to believe it can. And he just said, well, yeah, what's the point in turning up tomorrow? And he's right, isn't he?
Yeah. Exactly that. Here's Bess again around the wicket. He bowls to Holden, who cuts hard through the covers. Long chase here on the boundary for the sweeper. And it's going to be collected as they take 2. Holden's on to 41, 144 for 1.
If, for example, Derbyshire, as they did, can lose a load of wickets against a Kookaburra ball when the opposition had put up a crushing first innings total, then anything's possible. And having been here in 1981 for the Ashes Test match, DT.
This one's full, pushed to silly mid-off by Holden. And, well, that could have been close. Yeah, sorry, go on, Doige. Well, after this one.
It wasn't with a Kookaburra ball or on a hybrid pitch.
True. Lots of flight. Forward goes Holden, defending that one into the offside. No run again. Got a sweater on this morning, Holden. Yes, yeah. And there's no Botham or Willis.
But apart from that, the conditions are the same.
Yes. Lots of flight on this for Holden. Drives up to mid-off. And there's no run. You're listening to the BBC Sport website and app. BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Radio London. Vast swathe of Yorkshire stations that come together for this one. David Townsend, myself, Kevin Handon, Jonathan Doige. On your smart speakers as well nowadays.
JT going to continue. George Hill didn't bowl, of course, yesterday. Probably needed a fair old time to recuperate from being out there in the middle for so long. I think he's ready to go when requested, but he was saying last night, can't see myself bowling more than about 5 overs, given the conditions out there for seam. But clearly they've thought about this, and maybe Jordan Thompson can do what he so often does and find a wicket-taking delivery. And it would be against the odds here. He's having a chat with the seamer brain that is Ben Code. And that ring of fielders has now switched the other way around for the right-hander, but predominantly to the leg side of straight, and therefore he bowls a ball about fourth stump and he's punched to cover. No run.
That's extraordinary looking field, isn't it? You'd have thought it was a left-hander on strike. Gully, backward point, short extra cover, short cover, but an onside field it is. And into the ribs they'll go. They tried this Middlesex, didn't they, yesterday against Hill? It worked to great effect. Noah Cornwall took a bit of tap.
Thompson is in. Better delivery. Still pushed out offside-ish. Maybe he's working on something for later in the over where he straightens things up and gets a little aerial flick. Still 144 for 1. Just the 3 runs added so far in this morning's session. Five men in that leg side ring, plus the sweeper Moriarty out square. He's gone straighter this time, and that's a good Yorker attempt as well, and well dug out by Sam Robson. Not the sort of delivery you want fairly early on the morning when you're trying to ease yourself in, but he was ready, jabbed the bat down. First passing air traffic of the morning.
It's busy outside today. Traffic has been out and about in Leeds this morning.
Thompson in again over the wicket. Leg stump, nicely fielded by James Wharton, diving to his left in one of those short mid-wicket positions. As Robson turned it that way.
Felt busier than
in the town centre.
Yeah, but even around, well, north of the city mainly, but even around the roads here, it felt pretty busy, didn't it? Just before the start of play.
Well, I was in so long before the start of play. There was nobody around really. There was even a few parking spaces on the street out the back. Unusually. Here's Thompson again, straight, and Robson watchful defence. Problem they've got here is that there's just not a thread on the pitch in line with the stumps for the seam bowlers to work with, and it's very slow, so if he does do anything at all off the straight, batters of this ability have often got time to make the adjustment necessary. Thompson leaving us behind once again. A slower ball this time. Good thinking, good attempt. Didn't bring a wicket, but I think we might see a little bit more of that from the man that makes things happen in trying to do so. 53 overs now complete, 144 for 1.
Yeah, did my morning piece to camera this morning. I felt a little bit guilty because all the covers were still on out there, so it looked a little bit misleading. I was keen to stress, don't worry, covers will be coming off. There's no threat of rain today. Yeah. Ground staff were then in with the tractor, pull the cover off, pull all the ones off the side as well. Get it all set up for practice. 2 slips, silly point, silly mid-off in place as his. A forward defence from Holden, starting over from Bess.
Only rained south of Watford Gap.
2 slips crouching down. Bess moves in, bowls, and that's turned. Hops out of the glove of Tattersall. A little bit of turn and bounce. That was the drift he got yesterday, though, that I thought was the most interesting. We didn't really see much of that from the Middlesex spinners. Steps in once more. Holden's forward, pushes up to mid-on. Quick single taken, 145 for 1.
Yeah, they've got to keep accumulating, haven't they, this pair? Just apart from the fact they've got to go deep and pick up batting points. There's a time frame on that. Still plenty of time. And just for their own sanity as well, just to keep it ticking.
Bess in bowls, and this is pushed back by Robson, no run.
Jim Green, morning to you. Says challenging game to commentate on for all. Think you're all doing a fine job with discussions, views, gripes, etc. By the way, is DT going down the same road as Brucey? All the best, George.
Good game, good game. Yeah, forward goes Robson turning just fine of mid-wicket for a single. 146 for one. Thank you for the kind comments, sir. We try our best, don't we?
You were talking about
keep the needle wagging.
George Best, weren't you, yesterday? Brucey was, of course, a reference to Adrian Harms, who last week at Scarborough, for some reason, decided that Ollie Robinson was called Bruce Springsteen, isn't he?
It's a lot of flight on this. It's driven by Holden wide of mid-off for a single, and 147 for one. It is. He runs over the top of it mid-off. Who's that up there? He's just turned away from
Jordan
us.
Thompson.
Thompson, thank you. Make you forgive a bowler, can't you? Come back for a couple. You're going to have to qualify that one then. 148 for one. It is the end of the over.
It was a lapse. Harmsley, you know, bless him.
Oh, it was just a
He
lapse.
just had one of those moments where, for some reason, he called Ollie Robinson Bruce Springsteen bowling from the P-Zone Park end.
A Harmsyism, was it? Oh, what's the natter down there? It's Dickie. Better be careful, actually. That's definitely Dickie Bird, and it's got to be Dickie Bird, that. When you get
Sounds
to my
like
age, when you get to my age, he said. At that point, I thought we better stop listening.
So, Jordan Thompson continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end. No breakthrough in these first 4 overs, nor even a semblance of an opportunity. In he comes. Goes short first up. Oh, that's potential opportunity, which is dying on its way to Adam Lyth, and I think bounces short of him. He made the sort of save, if you like, at leg gully. Sam Robson, having just said no semblance of an opportunity, nearly gives one. Not sure what it was off DT. Who thinks it was his pad or thigh pad? Might have been a bit of bat involved as well.
Can we get a two-man commentary box? Rotating door, who's in and out?
Thompson in, that's pushed down the ground by Robson. Ben Coates had to make a fairly lengthy chase across from mid-off to field it. The deepish mid-on, and they pick up 2.
You're always waiting for the comment from the back of the box, aren't we? Can we speak? Are we loud? Gentle crowd in again today. Not as noisy. Saturday morning, late night on a Friday maybe.
What's that about commentators liking the sounds of their own voices?
Even when they're not on air.
Yeah. Thompson in again at 150 for 1, and Robson has a delivery wide of off stump that he can leave. So maybe, just maybe, Jordan's, as we saw in his last over at this end, pushing a few up roundabout off stump just outside, maybe trying to get Sam Robson to come across that way, and then hoping that when he bowls him a straight one, he goes through the same move and it might just get underneath one to that cordon of leg side fielders. He's got him outside off stump again here with a push back to the bowler. Virtual silence around the ground this morning. Not even the usual cricket home. I think people are probably dropping off again. Maybe not going to sleep last night. A bit like DT, clubbing DT last night. Kev was at Star Wars. You and I were just had a little bit of something to eat, and I think you were off. What was it? Batley Frontier, something like that. Thompson in, that's driven down the ground and will be 4. Full toss. And Sam Robson making the most of his opportunity. He's on to 73 now, 154 for 1. For once his response was inaudible. This morning's question, by the way, because we're going to need something to keep us going here. Which fictional...
Oh, ye little faith.
Fictional comedy character from a very well-known television series was real name, as in real character name, one that he never got called by in the series was Colin Ball. And Robson's going to pick up 4 more here. Jordan Thompson, well, he's trying. He's just not quite got those last 2 right, has he? Full toss first up, which I presume was going to be a Yorker attempt. And then second time, he has got Sam Robson to flick the ball into the leg side, but he's just not quite got lines and lengths spot on there. And it's cost him in this form of the game. With this pitch and this series was non-entity of a cricket ball, really. 158 for 1. More here. Yeah, fictional character, very, very well-known and popular comedy television series that ran for a long time. Real name Colin Ball, but never got called by that in the series. English.
I forgot what I was going to say now. What was your last comment?
I can't remember now.
Oh, yeah, you were saying about it could be a long day. Here's Bess. Right arm around the wicket, 2 slips crouched down, silly mid-off in place as well. Deep cover setback. Bess bowls and... oh, now Holden. What's happened there? It's gone through everything. Through to the gloves of the keeper. He's not got forward to it at all. Looked to play it defensively off the back foot. And it slips through to the gloves, beating the inside edge, the pad, and the off stump. We shall see. If it took the pad, they'd be appealing LBW as well. The ball rips, turns. Oh, it beats the outside edge, actually. Wow. He's right back on his stumps there, and it turns past the edge of the bat. Did the bat just clip the pad on the way through? No, it's nowhere near the pad. So here's Holden backing away and stroking into the offside, a single. 159 for 1. Yeah, I just think there's something in this match. If there's a full day tomorrow as well, be it that Middlesex bat out today, and then you just have... is there a third innings wobble? At the moment, the most likely thing is there's a wobble at some point today. The wobble in the Yorkshire innings came midway through at 200, 250, and they recovered. Bess in bowls, and forward goes Robson. Pushing back up the track. Never write off cricket, eh? Never write off cricket. Even with a kookaburra and a hybrid. Bess bowls, and this is short and works away out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 160 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, there's far too much talk around cricket grounds, whether it be from people like ourselves or just out there among the paying spectators, of writing a match off far too soon.
Exactly. This ball's full, turned away into the onside for a single, just wide of mid-on. Holden moves to 46, 161 for 1. And a ripple of applause for 50 partnership, 100 partnership indeed. Between these two, of course, together with the score 61 for 1 when Mark Stone was out. 52 to Robson from 106 in the partnership of his 78 and 161 faced. 46 from 120 for Holden. Robson's forward, pushes back to Bess, and they run. Oh, Dickey, it's certainly, if it's not Dickey, it sounds like him. He's on form today. He's nattering away down below. We got voices coming from all rounders, don't we?
Yeah, maybe we should pop down.
We could just sit quietly, couldn't we?
Ask him to come up and
yeah.
tell us how it was back in the day. We might actually get a visit from Harry Duke this afternoon, hoping that he's going to pop up and have a chat with us. Fresh from his ton in the second team yesterday. Said he's going to be on the ground today.
Nice.
There we go. The camera is honed in on Dickey on his perch.
Yes, him.
Above the Dickey Bird players' balcony.
That's him talking, isn't it? We're right above him, obviously. Ah, there we go. Anybody else in there recognise? Henry Blofeld on the right there, isn't it? The trousers. Hey, there we are. Hello, folks. We're there somewhere.
He'd have been particularly upset, as I think I heard the news that Ken Palmer passed recently. DT might look that up for us. I hope I'm not wrong with that. There were other suggestions actually when we were at Scarborough last week that a former Yorkshire player had passed, but that was
scurrilous rumours
found to be incorrect, pleased to say. Yeah, so last month Ken Palmer passed away, and Dickie, of course, probably played and certainly worked alongside him as an umpire. I know from going down to Taunton a few seasons ago, he'd arranged to meet Ken and had a great time with him, I think. Lots of reminiscing. So we know Dickie is an emotional type, and I think that would have been a bad day when he learned that news recently, as George Hill, for the first time in the match, he's in from the Kirkstall Lane end and bowling to Holden, drops into the offside, no run. This could be interesting because we know about Ben Coad and the metronome and Jordan Thompson and the wicket-taking deliveries. Neither of them managed to find one just yet. George, capable of doing all sorts with the cricket ball. We'll find out if that's the case when he's got a kookaburra that's 56 overs old in his hand here. He's round the wicket, very wide on the crease to Holden. I've given him pretty much the same field as Jordan Thompson had. That was turned into the leg side. But his bowling's been excellent this year. And he's got his batting back on track now as well during this match, so should be feeling top of the world at the moment. Scurrying in then from the Kirkstall Lane end, Holden. Just a fleeting moment where that one was aerial on its way towards Will Luxton, who's under the cap. Noticed in the fixtures in the Addo Wharfdale League today, Rawdon CC, the mighty Rawdon. Second 11 playing against Steeton CC. Will Luxton's one of his former clubs, played a lot of his cricket there. And the Rawdon CC first 11 against Burley and Wharfdale. Harry Brooks, former club Matthew Revis as well, had played up there. James Wharton, meanwhile, has been brought in under the helmet at silly mid-on, which means that Will Luxton, who's lined up almost directly behind him, must be just able to see what's going on over the left shoulder of James. Johnny Bairstow's now been dropped himself out to a more orthodox mid-on, and here is George in and bowling, and Bairstow will come into play, walking across the field this defended delivery.
What do you think on the match going forward? Do you think there's a bite point going to come at some point in this innings? That Yorkshire innings, again, when Bairstow was put down in the 20s, and even Hill was put down, what, 20 shy of his 100? But by that point it was long gone. But it was the Bairstow drop, wasn't it? Oh no, Hill wasn't dropped, he was at the mis-stumping, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hill again. Ooh, see, that's aerial past the right hand of silly mid-on James Wharton. Ooh, they're thinking about a second run here. They wouldn't want to throw away all that hard work with a daft run out, and fortunately, from Middlesex's point of view, they decide to stay put. Yeah, I mean, you do feel like there are some wickets out there because it's a game of cricket and batsmen make mistakes. But it's hard to say, you know, you're not looking at this now expecting a wicket to fall any time. It might be just a case of, as we saw when the only wicket in this innings fell yesterday, Mark Stoneman gets out, caught by Adam Lyth off Don Bess, and then the very next delivery, Max Holden's first delivery, is nearly 2 in 2. So catching somebody when they're fresh is very much the best time. It's always a good time anyway, isn't it? But on a pitch like this in these conditions, as that one is pushed square on the leg side by Sam Robson. There's a dive from Jordan Thompson in there, but the ball goes past him and disappears over the Western Terrace boundary for 4 to complete over number 57 at 166 for 1, so 25 added in 7 overs this morning, which might suggest there's been a bit more purpose from the Middlesex batters than was the case later on yesterday. That was, the longer the day went on, the more it felt like we just got to make sure we're still here at the end of the day, really, and then we can regroup and think about a plan for tomorrow. And if they are, you know, one of the ways that Middlesex might go about this is to kind of disappoint the Yorkshire bowlers, and if they can get that run rate going back up to some extent, just put some pressure back on them.
Best around the wicket, bowls to Holden. Oh, left alone. Quicker ball darted through outside off that one. Taken by Tatzel. Sonny's on for the wicket keeper. Sonny's on for the bowler. No Sonny's at slip for Lyth or Bairstow. A lot of flight from Bess, and Holden drives it to cover. Whether all it is, it's silly bit off, isn't it? To get his way. He's almost come around to a silly. Oh no, he's short leg now for the right-hander. He had to get up and out of the way of that one, didn't he? Slipping a leg slip as well as a short leg for Best, the off break to Robson, the right-hander. He's around the wicket to him. Bowls, and Robson waits on that one.
No shades on for DT either today, so far. Or you?
No. Squinting a bit though, so we can't. Sun does come around in front, doesn't it? Here's a bit of flight and a drive from Robson to mid-off, no run. And 6-1 for 7. 4-3-4 behind. So they added 26 to the overnight score so far. In, just hit 30 minutes. Is Robson forward, pushing into the offside dot ball. 167 for 1 it is. And one to come of the 58th over of the innings, and there's 22 overs to come. But Bairstow's run from leg slip to silly mid-off to stand right in front of Robson. I reckon there's a bit of chatter out there still. There was a bit last night, wasn't there? It's Best bowls, and this is driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. They were trying to get in that final over, weren't they? But it didn't happen. And there was a bit of chatter, wasn't there? And Robson stepped away, and then there was a bit of chatter again, and he stepped away, and then the crowd got involved. Then there was a slow hand clap, and that was Johnny Bairstow. Anyway, speaking of slow hand claps, it's time for me to go, isn't it? A few words from Jonathan Doidge, it'll be David Townsend.
Thanks, Kev. Self-substitution. That's it's not the sort of thing that DT would do. No, it's fine. I'll stick around. Jim Green adds to his earlier message to say, I was called George by DT yesterday, which is indeed correct. Andy Walker says, Colin Ball. I didn't know that, JD. Great stuff. Meanwhile, George Hill from the Kirkstall Lane end bowling here to Holden, who's turned that one into the leg side. Bairstow quickly round from mid-on to field. And there is no run. Keith Bruce says, with just 7 wickets falling, we're now in day 3. Will the likes of Key, Strauss and Vaughan insist this dreadful ball is good for cricket? It's becoming a bore fest, but they insist it's wonderful for Team England.
Yeah, but the county championship shouldn't be anything to do with Team England. Team England can just pick from the county championship. The county championship should be all about winning the county championship and good cricket for spectators.
Hill in. Holden turns it to silly mid-on.
Good morning, Doidge.
Good morning, DT. Mumble, grumble, moan.
Well, not really, but I was really looking forward to this game, going into it. You think second place, third, lots of Middlesex Yorkshire games are always, there's always something about them, isn't there? It's always usually a good game of cricket, and well, it's disappointing.
Yeah. Holden pushes to mid off. Code Fields, no run. Morning to you, Yorkshire lad, who has sent in a shot of the scorecard from the twos yesterday. Yash Vigadia 58. Played a bit of first team cricket recently for the first time. Tom Frayne 7. Noah Kelly also played a bit of first team cricket recently, 74. Harry Duke, I mentioned, may pop up this afternoon. 124 not out. Well played to him. And Will Bennison 106. And they got across the line 408 for 4, knocking off a big score to win that match against Surrey's second 11. And the strange sight, I guess, for Mike Frayne, father of both Tom and Will, is that they were playing against each other for Yorkshire and Surrey twos respectively. Another defensive push there.
So this Colin Ball, did Andy Walker actually get it, or he's looked it up or something? Has he?
Well, I'm guessing he's got it, but he's not wanting to let on,
Okay,
just
no,
so
I
that
just wondered whether it was you not let him
doesn't
know.
throw it out there for other people. As Hill is in, and that's punched back by Holden. No run. Jim Green, he's been bold enough to actually say it on Twitter, so with his response.
Well, I'm not going to look at that to cheat, but a long-running British comedy programme.
Yeah, Cottingham Andy has got it right. He sent me a
Well, you're a big fan, I know.
private Twitter message.
You're a big fan of It Ain't Half Hot, Mum, aren't you? Is it that? Is it from there?
Could be.
Yeah.
Hill in and solidly blocked again by Holden. Yorkshire lad follows up by saying, sorry didn't see you at HQ over the past few days, sadly not able to make it for what will probably be a draw. In the meantime, remember me saying that one of our former players, Will Bennison, could go all the way. Well, he smashed it at just 17 versus Surrey for the twos at York, and hence that scorecard coming in. He's in the Yorkshire under-18s national final against Middlesex today as well. Might even have a tenner on him playing for England if he gets in the England under-19s, which is a chance, says Yorkshire lad. So thanks for that. And one more stat. He goes on, how many Yorkshire players have brought up both their 50 and 100 with sixes? There's a quiz question. Dear me, that would take a lot of research, Yorkshire lad. So just give us the answer if you've got it.
So the Colin
Mind
Ball,
you, we might have a lot of time to do the research in this match.
so the Colin Ball one, was it the is it the little lad with the glasses in It Ain't Half Hot, Mum?
You mean
Stumpy or whatever he was called. I can't remember, I didn't watch it that often.
Gunnar Graham,
Donna-
Mr. Lardy-Dar Gunnar Graham, as he was called by Winter Davis.
Don Estelle, wasn't it? Was the actor?
Yeah. No, I think he was just called Gunnar Graham.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't him. Fair enough. Might not even be that show, of course. Best bowls again. That's pushed into the onside, no run. There's been a little bit of help for Best this morning. He was sort of creating chances, creating opportunities yesterday, wasn't he? So he's coming in from the football stand end, and that's driven at by Robson, who's going to get at least a couple of runs here, probably three. It might even go for four. It's going to just beat the desperate chase back there. Pop up over the ropes down to our right for another boundary for Robson. I was having a look this morning on the on one of the betting sites that sort of sets odds for the day, and above or below, the number they set was 480. Would Middlesex get above or below 480? That was their, if you like, their even money thing. It was interesting asking a couple of guys, well, all us three plus two in the press box, best bowls, and that's pushed back. Three of us said under 80. Two of us said over 480. Two of us said over 480. Best bowls to Robson. Pushed into the offside. Robson on 86 now. Best bowls to him, and forward defensively. Pushes that into the onside, no run. Robson's spread, as they call it, bookie terms, was 101. Would he get above or below 101? And I think the answer to that one already is possibly that he will get above 101. But we shall have to see. Quite interesting just to see how those, how the algorithm or whatever it is they use to set that odds, how it would be placed. There was no. Interestingly, also they not offering the chance to bet on a draw. Doidgy, they take the draw out of it and say if they're without the draw, Middlesex or Yorkshire to win, the draw is no bet. And I think that was Middlesex 15 to 1 or something, or 14 to 1, and Yorkshire very short odds on, but that is if it's not a draw. And I think that's fair enough, isn't it?
George Hill bowling here to Max Holden, who's solidly behind that first delivery, and there is no run. I did put a poll up last night, which actually I think because you can
Did
only.
you? Where was that? Was there a flag on the end of it?
You can only set these things for 24 hours. It would have been better set for 12 hours, really, up to the start of today's play. But anyway, I just thought, just for a change, ask the question: does anybody think there's going to be anything else other than a draw? Around about 100 people have voted, 97 to be precise. Yorkshire, 15.5% have voted for a win, or that they will win. One vote for Middlesex, presumably you, or Kev, as we've seen another dot ball there. And the draw, 83.5%.
Well, that's
Still 10 hours left to vote, so you can kind of cheat, really, and watch all today's play and then vote if you like.
Yeah, but there's no prize involved, is there?
No, definitely not.
But no,
not from
it's
me. It's that Yorkshireman. I'm not giving a prize out for that. No.
There would be somebody there who's just voted for Middlesex.
Here's George Hill again. Ooh, Holden now then. That's aerial just for a split second on its way through Jordan Thompson in the end. Don Best feels it out in the deep. Can't have been too far short of getting his hands underneath it, but the facts are that it was just short, and so not a chance. James Lawler says, watching the stream at home and enjoying the commentary, even DT sounds good. You must be listening to the wrong commentary. Is there a Donald Tomlinson somewhere on the circuit that he's tuned into here? He says, my question to you guys is, who are your favourite players to comment on, or if you prefer the best of Middlesex stroke Yorkshire 11? Robson on strike on 86. Hill turns that one into the leg. Sorry, Hill bowls it and he turns it into the leg side, and Luxton fields, no run. To comment, when you.
Or to commentate on, to
Yeah.
to watch and talk about. Well, I don't know. With Yorkshire, you'd have to probably say Jordan Thompson, wouldn't you?
Always enjoy. Commentating on Tomo. It's difficult, isn't it? Because there's an enjoyment in watching all of them doing what they do when they're doing it well. This fella, George Hill, this one's turned around deep backward square where Moriarty's into field. They get a single. But of those you see regularly, well, of course, anybody who listens regularly would say, I'm sure somebody like Adam Lyth, for me, when he's playing well, is joy to watch, and makes a pleasurable job. Absolutely spot on when you've seen him play a good knock. Ben Code, when he's doing what he does with the ball, when he's got a little bit of assistance in the pitch, fantastic. JT, because you love that never say die, or I love that never say die attitude. When you think a game might be done, he'll probably come up with something that tells you something different. Here comes George. It's a full-length delivery, pushed back to him by Holden. And that is the end of the 61st over. So 11 have been bowled in the first 42 minutes of play today. A combination of seam and spin. So far, there have been no clear wicket-taking opportunities. Jordan Thompson, on cue really, is leaving the field, and Ben Cliff is coming on to replace him and do a bit of fielding for a moment. Deficit still 428 runs. Got all sorts of football going on today on West Yorkshire Sport. Back the team back there, Huddersfield Town in action at 12 o'clock. Leeds United a bit later. I noticed that Willie Nonto has signed a contract to stay at Elland Road till the end of 28, without any sort of get-out clauses in it. Your lot, Arsenal and Swindon, have they been busy in the transfer market? I think Arsenal
signed Raheem Sterling.
Yes, on loan, haven't they, from Chelsea the rest of the season.
New over from Don Bess, and that's pushed firmly wide of mid-off by Robson for another single towards that seemingly inevitable century of his, 88 to him. Holden's just short, one run short of his half century, 174 for one. Swindon were busy as well. They signed 3 players yesterday.
Are they?
None of them you'd have heard of.
No.
Danny Butterworth, though, he was one of them. He's been around a little bit. Good signing. Goalkeeper, young lad. Next delivery is outside the off stump.
Well, you mean Butters?
You do know him.
Butsy, yeah.
So, best bowls, and that's pushed quickly into the offside for a run, and that's Holden 50. And he's sort of holding the bat up. Come on, just to the other side of the ground. Look where the people are. Hold the bat up. Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's all about half embarrassment in the way he did that.
Well, Robson
Pushed that aerially, didn't he?
pushed that aerially past
Mm.
the silly mid-off up to proper mid-off, sensible mid-off.
Proper mid-off.
Silly mid-off and sensible mid-off. Next ball from is Bess is pushed into the offside. No run.
DT inventing new fielding positions by the ball.
Oops. Football stand end. Ball slightly quicker delivery. Robson pushing that up to mid-wicket, the end of the over. Sorry to hear about poor old Kenny Palmer you were just mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
At, 87 years old, so he had a decent knock, didn't he? Somerset. Do you know how many tests he played, Kenny Palmer?
No.
One. In 1965, one test match. And he's joined a club of some quite famous one test match players. Well, not famous, but you know what I mean. Just played the odd test match. Another one, of course, being Alan Butcher, who was father of Mark. Just had his one test match, probably deserved a few more. But Kenny Palmer, 1965, he played his one test. And of course, better known as being a very good umpire. And it was Kenny Palmer. Moriarty coming under bowl. It was Kenny Palmer who was the umpire involved in the famous Mike Gatting and Nasser Hussain spat at Oxford back in the day that led to their long time feuding that went on between there was no finger prodding in those days, but Nasser was playing for the combined university, a very good team. They had Atherton as well in those days, and do you remember they actually qualified for the quarterfinals? I think the only time one of the non-counties got into the quarterfinals, helped a little bit by the rain, but I was there.
You were.
It's almost a Doidgy-like moment. I was there in the parks in Oxford, lovely setting, the parks.
So Moriarty with his left arm spin, bowling over the wicket first up to Holden, who strokes that back to him. There's a slip, silly mid-off, short leg, man back at a square on the one on the leg side, a sweeper out on the east side boundary, a straight mid-wicket. Will Luxton in a catching position. Bean's gone in at regulation mid-on. Ben Cliff, substitute fielding, is closer at mid-off, but beyond the wicket ends as a dot ball, and looks like Ben Code's going through a few stretches out towards the point boundary. It'd be 5 yards or so in from there, just in case required by the skip. Still just under 18 overs away from the opportunity to take a second new ball as Holden works one off his legs. One run. I had forgotten that, I've got to say, but I mean, there'd have been a few people who could say that day, that they were there. A bit like in 81 here, when I recall turning up that morning and there were not a lot of people around because everybody had given up hope of England winning that match, and the crowd did build as the day went on. I've heard comments, from some of the players saying, there must have been 500,000 people at Headingley that day because they all come up to you and say they were there.
Was this the final day?
This was no,
the
it was
Botham day.
Yeah, the Botham day. A short ball here pulled for 4, wide of Ben Cliff by Sam Robson. Yeah, because obviously the game got going in an England sense on day 4, didn't it? That was the day I was here. I wasn't here on day 5.
So you missed the Bob Willis thundering down the hill.
It is.
That turned.
Yeah, and that is flicked into the leg side. There was some turn, as DT suggested, off the straight. But another single to Robson. Yeah, I was playing a game actually for the Leeds City boys against Manchester schools over in Manchester on the final day, because I remember we, heading across the M62 while Bob Willis was beginning to pick up his wickets. Listening to it on TMS. Ooh, now then Holden trying to use his feet, but getting himself into a little bit of a pickle there. Something positive for Moriarty, I guess, to hang his hopes on for the next over, that Holden might try and use his feet and might just get Yorkshire into the game. At the moment, though, Middlesex, well, they have stonewalled everything in this first 49 minutes of play. They've added 40 further runs. Robson now into the 90s, 93. Holden 51. And they're doing very nicely, thank you, as far as ensuring that Yorkshire don't win this match.
Yeah, the umpire's having a little natter. They're not talking about changing the ball, are they? Yorkshire saying, look at the ball, look, it's gone out of shape. It's no good anyway, let's have a dukes. The umpire saying, you can't have a dukes. This round it's got to be a kookaburra. And they're having none of it. No, nothing's being changed. Worth a try, I suppose, by Johnny Bairstow complaining about something anyway. Or maybe the umpire's having a look and see if there's any doctoring going on with the ball. Nothing's come of it either way. A little bit of scratching there. Was that you, Johnny? Oh, not me, Gov. Fair enough. You'll have to need more than a bit of scratching. Anyway, it's Don Bess who's now into the attack, and Robson, did he get the bat on that? It's hard to see how the ball actually got out there without the bat. It's popped up just wide of Johnny Bairstow at silly mid-off. Bess again bowls to Robson, and Robson more orthodox defence this time. Perhaps we'll get a chance to have a look at the replay of that at the end of this Bess over. He does get through his overs very quickly, of course, through his deliveries. Next ball is played firmly out to Ben Code, who's probably wondering what he's doing out there. He's got, I've got better things to do on a Saturday than just wander around and field here and bowl about 6 overs in the day or something. Mind you, it's a pleasant enough day. Best bowls, quicker delivery to Holden. Batsman having taken a single off the previous ball. But a little bit of excitement when that ball popped up, wasn't it? Hopefully they'll be able to show us a replay. That is a wicket finally. Holden has gone. Bess has taken the wicket. Holden's pushed forward. Tattersall with the catch. 182 for 2. So Max Holden, who just reached his 50, 54 to Holden. Sorry, 51 to Holden. He's gone, caught Tattersall ball Bess. And the second wicket goes down. A very disgruntled, understandably, Max Holden walking off. He's not happy. He knew there was more runs for him out there. But, that ball's just done a little bit. Good catch by Tattersall. Are you happy with that? So
yeah,
Holden just getting a regulation edge. I think Lyth would have taken it anyway at first slip. And Lease Deploy is on his way to the crease. So yeah, Bess, who started at this end, didn't he? But earlier, he's created 2 opportunities there in that over, or possibly 2 opportunities. One came off the pad. It might have been back pad. It might have been not.
145 balls, 146 minutes and 4 fours. Max Holden's stay at the crease, 51. He has to deploy. Let's just check in on his season so far. 16 innings, 850 runs, 196 not out. His highest score is averaging 60.71. 2 tons and 5 50s in Championship cricket for the former Derbyshire man.
Doing a little break dance there, Doidgy, just to try and get himself, get his feet moving.
You remember breakdancing then, DT?
Best bowls to him, and that's a big shout for LBW. First ball, and, well, huge shout. So 3 opportunities in that over. 383 moments. Hard to tell from there, but if he hasn't got a bat on that, Doidgy, oh my word.
Well,
I think that was beating off stump, you know.
Did it hit front pad before?
I think that was beating. I think that was hitting off stump. If it hit the front pad, did it? No, it just gone through, hasn't it? That's a very good decision. That's missing off stump. That's a tremendous.
Yeah, I think what's saved him, if you like, is he's got a long way across. A lot of his body is outside off stump, and maybe that's just worked in his favour. Maybe the umps is thinking, well, it might have clipped, it might be missing. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. So, Moriarty in and bowling to Robson, who on 94, and maybe Kev might want to come back in at this point. It would have been a shot away from a ton. He's unlikely to be smashing it for 6, I guess, given what's been going on. No, he's not bothered. He won't hit a 6. And he's gone sailing over the western turf. That's pushed into the offside. And Luxton does the fielding, and there is no run. Still that in-out field. In the 65th over here. Oh, now then, good delivery from Moriarty. Big appeal. Oh, Talasol, he's jumping up and down, frog-like behind the stumps. Cannot believe that was not given. And he'd have a pretty good view of it. Dear me,
dear,
that looks absolutely missing off, missing leg.
Oh.
And knocking middle out.
And all of a sudden, there's something in this game.
It's not looking any better for the second viewing, as that is pushed out into the offside by Robson. And there's no run. Sam Robson surviving a very, 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 very good shout on 94.
He missed a very out there, Doidgy.
As he steps back and cuts one into the covers, and he'll get that strike rotated, get away from that end and move on to 95.
I think, of course, the umpires have to be consistent, don't they? But you'd think in a game like this, when it's so difficult to take wickets, and you've got the chance of that ball not being out would have been, what, 10% or something like that? It was absolutely, why on earth wouldn't you give that?
Moriarty is in. Ooh, stepping right across deploy. And dropping it into the leg side to complete over number 65. 15 now this morning. 1 wicket has fallen. 18 to go. And given decisions like that, well, if we kind of order the turkey and the roast potatoes and all of that, we could be here still when Christmas dinner is served.
Yes. It was, well, not a good decision. The umpire only gets to see it once. We've got to see replays and things. Fair enough, but you would have to say it's pitched in line, it's straightened, it's gone through Robson. He must. Anyway, Robson's on strike. Bess pushing that one back to the bowler, and Bess again bowls, and that was again turns in, and just a little bit of something there in the last 10 minutes or so. These for these bowlers, there he goes, and that's push to Bairstow, silly mid-off. Robson on 94 when that happened. Next delivery is flicked in the air by Robson, wide of Wharton at short leg, bit of excitement, cause of catch. Those of us who didn't think that Middlesex would bat out the day thought they'd get a big score, but more wickets would fall today. Best bowls to deploy, and that's clipped back to him. Bit of excitement. Not sure they will. I think they'll bat into the final session, but I think they'll be bowled out. That'll be my prediction. Best bowls again, and deploy plays that back down the pitch. So another good over from Don Bess. And the Yorkshire spinners now seem to be at the right end for themselves. Best from the Howard stand, and he bowled best. He bowled best from that end yesterday, didn't he? And Moriarty from this Kirkstall Lane end.
So Moriarty, who created that opportunity in the previous over, going to continue. Floats one up first ball, turned off his legs by Robson to the incoming code. I'll pick up one. We'll have a swap in the com box at the end of the over. Deploy. Can they get him early? They know, they certainly know how dangerous Leas Deploy can be, Yorkshire, from his previous encounters with them, and an attempted reverse sweep, which is interesting.
Almost rolled back on the stumps,
yeah,
is it not?
very early on in his knock, trying improvisations. I'm sure there are a few Middlesex hearts in mouths with that one.
Ooh.
He's not far away from a dismissal. That would have been a real head scratcher. Moriarty over the wicket, this time an orthodox forward defensive push.
Let's see what happened with that reverse sweep. There it is. Oh, look, it's dribbling down towards us. Oh, just past the stumps. I don't think it was going fast enough to dislodge a bail, though, was it?
But he kicked after it. But, you know, sometimes in those situations you've seen people accidentally kick him on. He's pushing forward into the offside here, and he's going to pick up one run. Code having a fair amount of ground to come in, and Jordan Thompson getting there first.
Certainly been some interest, Doidge. We haven't had to resort to
Robson on 97.
League 2 transfer signings in the last over.
And there you go. Sam Robson's going to pick up 100 at Headingley with a pull shot through straight mid-wicket. Short ball from Dan Moriarty. And Robson getting a well-deserved ovation here, because it's taken him 195 balls of patient batting, 217 minutes, that his 14th four. And he's doing a great job for his team, who are on 190 for 2 as a result.
Good innings by Robson, but my word, he was lucky in that last over.
Moriarty in, a bit outside edgy this time. Robson is getting some turn here, Dan Moriarty. Could be an interesting next half hour or so for you two.
Thanks very much to Jonathan Doidge, who's going to have a lie down in a dark room for half an hour or so whilst Kevin Hand comes on to talk us through that one. What about that LBW then?
Well, there was a big one, wasn't there, in the Yorkshire innings, and we did say
no, you're a bit like a politician now.
If they're going to be, well, it was out, wasn't it?
Oh, right, okay.
We did say, well, let's just hope they're consistent, the umpires.
So Bess from the football stand end bowls, and Deploy just allows that through to the keeper. But they just created a little bit of something in the last 15 minutes or so. best bowls again, and that's turned into the onside by Deploy. He's going to pick up a couple of runs. Are you still sticking with your prediction that Middlesex will bat through the day?
Yes, but I do think that there will be a bite point in this game. Whether it will be today or whether it will be tomorrow, we'll have to wait and see.
I think they'll be bowled out in the final sometime after tea. That's best bowls, and that's through to the keeper. I mean,
Well, in which case there could be trouble.
You got
Could be trouble, couldn't there?
who to come? Higgins and Davies. Next ball from Bess is pushed quite.
Yeah, it's a big challenge for Davies
mid
here.
on.
Young wicket keeper, first full season. He missed that stumping yesterday, didn't he? First full season replacing John Simpson. It's going to take its toil, isn't it? Take its toll. Even.
Bess again. Oh,
It's a big few weeks to come, so
bowls, and again Deploy just works that one into the onside for a single. A big few weeks to come, did you say?
for Davies, there's a big few weeks of the season left, isn't there? So there's still a long way of the season to go. 3 games remaining after this. So if there is any fatigue at all.
Ball to Robson, spins in.
He's been absolutely impeccable replacing Simpson. This is honestly the first game I think I've mentioned him at all. He's been brilliant. Jack Davies behind the stumps. You really wouldn't have noticed him all year long. He could do with some runs though. So yeah, that was why you mentioned him there. I'd just say Higgins is obviously a huge wicket, and then Davies coming in as he will at number 6 in this game. Holman 7 says they've gone bowler heavy, haven't they? So yes, there's a lot for the batters to do, and a lot rests on Robson, doesn't it?
Robson, who's already got his century, but he'll want to go on and make it a daddy. Moriarty bowled well yesterday, moving his field around.
A lot of reflection on this desk, isn't there? Get it at Lord's sometimes as well, don't you? You have to block out the reflection. Blind genius. Here's Moriarty bowls and Deploy defence into the onside. It's fielded at mid-wicket. So a slip and a leg slip, a short leg, mid-wicket, deep square, mid-off, mid-on. Extra cover and deep backward point. Oh, a lovely bit of flight on that from Moriarty. It looked like a little bit of drift as well, just before pitching. Maybe it was just a little bit of dip. Either way, something in it. Here's Moriarty. Bowls, and this ball's short, pulled away, back of the square on the leg side, and single taken. 194 for 2.
Yes, one of the first poor deliveries he's bowled.
When Mercer referred overnight to Middlesex's plan for this game, midway through, the plan could only be batting points, couldn't it, really? No real thought that Middlesex surely could score enough to go on and win this one. In a one innings, putting pressure on Yorkshire for the last 2 sessions of the match. So here's Moriarty bowls, and this is pushed back. I mean, that clearly is their hope, is that they'd get to the follow-on tonight and then bat on again tomorrow morning, reach close to the same score and hope for a 3rd innings wobble, but it's all a long shot really, isn't it?
Yeah, very long shot.
Moriarty bowls and forward goes Robson. There's no run. It's surely about batting points, of which Middlesex are 56 runs away from their first. And what are we, into the 69th over of the innings, so bonus points still in play for another 40 after this. Of course, Yorkshire just a wicket away from a first bowling point. As Moriarty bowls and Robson pushes back up the track and there's no run.
The thing is with this game that neither side needs to win. If both sides would obviously like to win, but a high scoring draw would not be the worst thing in the world. Live to fight another day. Whereas if, say, Yorkshire in this position needed to win, then you could see them trying to set something up on the final afternoon. but they don't. It's going to be best to continue to the left-hander. I think he'd probably prefer to be bowling A to the new batsman deploy and B to the left-hander. Bowls there, and that's pushed to short extra cover. No run. Bess bowls down the leg side, and there's a big appeal for something. Can only assume that came off deploy's pad if it flicked anything at all. Taken neatly enough by Johnny Tats. Next delivery pushed into the offside. No run. Who's apparently not the best wicket keeper in his own family, Johnny Tats, according to his dad. Next ball is pushed back down the pitch. No run there. Yes, Dads versus Lads quiz last week. Doidgy doing the introductions. Next ball defended into the offside. Doidgy said, introduced his dad. I think he's Richard. I apologise if it's not. And he said, used to be the best wicket keeper in his family. Still am. Next ball played firmly back. No run there. So that's the end of the over. Nice family occasion that. 4 young Yorkshire lads with their dads there. Ben Code, his dad Ken, I think, has just turned 70 recently. George Hill and Kevin. And who was the other one? Of course, the Beans. Finley and his dad.
Pair of old has-beens in the box.
Hey,
David Townsend and myself, Kevin Hand. Jonathan Doidge will be back soon. Here's Moriarty. Left arm around to Robson. Slip. A silly point and a short leg, and Moriarty in. Bowls now to Robson, and that's dabbed away into the offside, no run. Yeah, this partnership's huge. This and Rob and Higgins next. Back goes Robson, stroking into the offside. I think Robson's close to the peak of his powers at the moment, I must say. Which I'd suggest Deploy and Higgins are as well. I think Higgins and Deploy, the 4 and 5 in this lineup, they're the powerhouse of the Middlesex batting lineup, aren't they, those two? Extraordinary record Higgins has, and Deploy has, and Higgins now as well, as forward goes Robson defending. So it feels like this partnership and the next is the key for Middlesex to get another 250 runs to avoid the follow-on, 258. Moriarty bowls, cut away out to deep backward point, and Robson moves to 102, 195 for 2. Applause for holding them to a single out on the ropes.
But as Mike Gatting was always fond of saying, well, big totals were being amassed like this, one of them's due a failure.
Well, yes.
Just simply law of averages. They're very rarely that they all get big totals.
Moriarty bowls and defended by Deploy into the onside, and you know, it shouldn't break up this pitch because it's a hybrid, but you never know. The last stage there might be a little bit more something in it for the spinners somehow. So one or both of these sides needs to be careful, don't they? So here's Moriarty bowls, and this is tickled backwards around the leg side for a single. Were Middlesex to get another 250 runs, then the pressure switches, doesn't it, on the final day?
No.
Just not to get yourself into any bother. So you don't think there's any pressure today on Middlesex?
There's pressure, plenty of pressure on Middlesex, but there's absolutely no pressure at all on Yorkshire other than to take wickets.
So even if Middlesex avoided the follow-on, there's no pressure on Yorkshire tomorrow?
No pressure at all on Yorkshire. No pressure at all. In sense of losing the game.
No, not now, but if Middlesex avoids the follow-on, Middlesex then can't lose the game, so only one side can.
No, if the follow-on is avoided,
it's a draw.
Middlesex can still lose the game, but it'll be a draw. Bess from the football stand end. Bowles, actually from the Howard stand end, sorry. In fact, I probably pleased everybody there because I've named both of them. So, I don't know who Howard is. Not Howard Ferguson, the golden voice of announcements here at Headingley. Next delivery forced into the covers. 3 catches around the bat. Silly mid-on, silly mid-off, and a slip as Bess bowls, and that very nearly carries there, just a bit of a leading edge to Johnny Bairstow. Bounced in front of him. Look to turn that on the onside. This next ball is defended up towards sensible mid-on.
I heard.
Coined a new fielding position, 2 new fielding positions, Cal. Quicker delivery, pushed into the onside. It's going to be 1 run there. I think about a second. Code has scampered around well and saved the 2nd run. End of the over means Deploy will keep the strike.
So you're insisting there's only 2 results possible in this game?
Yes.
Draw and a Middlesex defeat?
Yes.
You pessimist.
Not pessimist at all. Is it? Oh, sorry, it wasn't the end of the over. They swapped around for the right-handed
It was like
batter.
me yesterday. Oh, it's an overthrow.
No ball. No ball. Another 2 to the score. 100 and they put it up. 197 for 2. 199 for 2. Bess to Robson. Robson blocks. That is the end of the over.
I'm still sticking to yes, I think Middlesex will bat the day, but the great pressure that is on them is not just the scoreboard pressure, but the pressure of the table at the moment. You combine the 2, the scoreboard pressure and the pressure of the table, then that's what is against them. But if they avoid the follow-on, then on the final day there might then be a bite point then. If it's not to come today, I would imagine there will be a point in the match where there's a moment of tension. So if it's not today, then if it's tomorrow, that means Middlesex have avoided the follow-on, and it's Yorkshire that might just find themselves in a little bit of, oh, hold on a minute, we can't find ourselves 30 for 3 here, or this could be trouble.
No, it couldn't be. Let's do the maths. I know this isn't your favourite topic, Kev, but
It appears it's yours at the moment.
Overs left in the day, 74.
Mm-hmm. So parity at stumps.
Let's say they bat really, really well and chug along at 4 and over, yeah?
Yep.
That will take them to 500. They'll still be 100 runs behind.
Sorry, avoiding the follow-on at stumps, I meant to say, not parity. This ball's tickled away out to a deep mid-wicket for a single at the start of Moriarty's new over.
They won't go along at 4 runs and over, but so they'll go less than that. So the very, very best, that's the 200. Little ripple of applause. At the very, very best, they're going to be 100, still 100 runs behind at stumps. It's just they'd have to be bowling Yorkshire out for less than 100.
This ball short, cut away through the covers. That's a lovely shot by Robson. Sweeper's back, so just a single.
So having batted all day today and a bit into tomorrow, all day today, to make 500, they're going to bowl Yorkshire out for 100 tomorrow. It's not going to happen. It's just.
I didn't say that. I said there might be a pressure point.
There won't be a pressure point. Yeah.
Where the pressure point means there's a chance. As here's Moriarty, left arm over, and Holden goes back and across, and he's struck on the pad. It falls away back with a point. Otherwise there'd be no pressure, would there? Deploy, sorry, Holden. Yeah, he'd be disappointed, Holden. He'd have really looked forward to this against the spinners. Oh, excuse you. There's a lot of flight on this, and forward goes Holden, pushing away into the offside. And there's no reminder, there's still a little bit of hay fever around, isn't it? I felt it yesterday, itchy eyes. Yesterday, I think it was hay fever. Somebody blowing their nose like a foghorn down there. Could have been Dickie, that, couldn't it? Dickie Bird. Moriarty bowls. Forward goes Holden. Another push back up the track.
Haven't just quite got the length right at the moment, have they? Yorkshire spinners. They're bringing the batsman forward, but just possibly bowling that 1 foot too full, not giving the ball a chance to just turn.
Moriarty, that's
That's
better.
more
On a length turn, but defensively.
And the batsman
away.
immediately then is cautious about coming forward, thinks he should, stays where he is and gets a bit. Dickie's forgotten to take his tablets apparently. Might have picked that up in the microwave microphone.
Which tablet did you forget to take?
Yeah. Guest appearances on the commentary this morning by Harold Bird, OBE, or he's OBE, MBE, is he? 91, 92 now, Dickie. Good old age, Kev. Reckon you'll get there.
No. Lived too long already, DC, some would say.
Oh, quite a few people would say that.
You still saying that? I've lived too long, Kev. Is that still one of your catchphrases?
Everybody knows now, I don't have to tell them, do I? Bess starts a new over. Now that's a nicely timed shot by Robson out to the far corner of the ground, and it's going to beat the run. It's going to beat the chasing fielders. Substitute Ben Cliff and Moriarty exercising themselves down into the corner of the western terrace and a few rows in from the a few columns in, I suppose, from the western terrace. Long way down there, but nicely timed from Robson because he didn't put a great deal into that, hitting it between the silly mid-off and the, what do you call him, bat pad in there. Two men very close and a slip. The next delivery is pushed firmly back to the bowler. Robson digging in.
As he does.
That next delivery again, now that's the length. Give the ball a chance to just bite off the pitch, and the batsman's not entirely sure how much it's going to spin. And Johnny Bairstow encouraging him. I think he's telling him that's the length as well. I'm sure Best knows that's the length. Bowls again, and Robson there just offers the pad to a wider delivery. Bobbles up in the air, but a much wider delivery. Best bowls again and again. Robson just pads that way. Deploy thinks he's going to have a run, but Robson perhaps reminds him of the laws of the game. And no shot offered, no run available. Unless it's a bye, of course. That was a crazy old innings over in Belfast last month, Kev. Best bowls, Robson defends. End of the over, 206 for 2. A world record number of byes for a test match. In the Ireland first innings, 42 byes in a total of 250 odd. So, debut wicketkeeper. The previous one, actually, it's good that it's been taken, that record, because the previous one was with Les Ames, the old Kent wicketkeeper, who was a very good wicketkeeper. I think it was 37, something like that. And he wasn't actually keeper; he was the wicketkeeper for the game, but he had to go off. so the record goes down against him.
Forwards to deploy, defends into the onside from Moriarty.
Although it wasn't him who actually conceded all the byes, which is a little bit unfair.
Who was that?
Les Ames back in the
Oh, was
day.
a stand named that down at Kent? Was he named after the stand? Stupid boy. Here's Moriarty. He's in bowls and tickled away down to deep backward square for a single.
So a great succession of great Kent wicket keepers. Can you name the big three, Kev, starting with Les Ames?
Not.
He's the third.
Ames. Here's a bit of flight from Moriarty. He's back into the offside and there's no run. Not the third, so who would have been in between?
He started his career actually just before the Second World War.
No, go on.
And he's mentioned frequently in that book, the last summer or whatever, a lovely book.
Forward goes Robson, pushed away into the offside, there's no run.
Then served in the war and resumed
Go on.
a very successful career afterwards. Well, the listeners are all throwing things at their computers now. Godfrey Evans.
Of course.
Yeah. Ended up setting odds for bookmakers.
2 slips, short leg. This is, an attempted late cut by Robson. Through to the gloves of the keeper it goes. Moriarty with a bit of width.
Back in the day, big handlebar moustache. Bit of a character, I believe.
That's what they say of you, isn't it, TT?
Well, it's this is something like
So he wasn't very well liked then, is what you're telling me. Now this ball tickled away into the onside for a single by Robson. 207 for 2. Robson's on to 108.
He was extremely well liked, Gil.
Well, that's what they usually say about people who are extremely well liked, and those who are a bit dubious, they say he was a character.
Yeah.
No offence, TT. 207 for 2.
I think I'll be described as a character.
Yes.
Various other words starting with C.
Culprit?
Yeah, something like that. Is that somebody coming back on? Or?
It's not one for Twitter, is it, that? Words beginning with C to describe David Townsend. Maybe the emails, because you can vet them. But
Ben Code has returned to the field. Started with new over from Bess, and that's pushed back down the pitch to him by the right-handed Robson. He's got his 3 close fielders around him who go down. He battles, and there's a huge shout, and Robson has gone LBW. Bess has got the ball through, and Robson's pushed forward to that one. No hesitation there, and well, the 3rd wicket falls. Bess has been the danger, hasn't he, this morning? So just have a look at that one on the replay again. Got away with one. Well, I say got away with one when he was on 94. It looked out against Moriarty at the far end. That one, he just turned past the bat and won't get the best view from here, but Johnny Tattersall up in the air. The umpire having no hesitation as that one has slipped through and struck him in front. Robson with that very exaggerated, taking the pad out somewhere towards the square leg umpire. And there he goes. Look, that's a guilty move, isn't it? So Ryan Higgins, these are the big 2.
they are.
You feel if Yorkshire can get through.
Yeah, Robson's partly done his job there, hasn't he? I mean, a century, you can't say he's not done his job. 108, he's done extremely well. But this is it, isn't it? This was the score almost identically for... actually, it was just before, wasn't it? They were one ahead. They're actually one ahead. I'm saying if they could have been 200 for 5, but was it 190? Let me just check my notes. 194 was it for 4 in the Yorkshire innings? So Middlesex just ahead of the game in that sense. 185 for 4.
Well, that's interesting. First delivery to Higgins, he attempts a reverse sweep. So it's not short of confidence, is he, young Ryan Higgins? Well, not so young these days. How is he? Is he getting on towards 30 now?
I'll tell you exactly in a moment.
Very confident young man. Had a few years at Gloucestershire, come back to Middlesex. Best bowls to him again. That has gone through. Well, what has it gone through?
Everything. It's gone over middle. I had a good view of that one. It's gone over the top of middle stump. It's extraordinary delivery and the gasp from Headingley. I mean, even we both held our breath at that point. It was unbelievable that that's not bowled him. Hands on head all around the bat. Turn, bounce. Bess is in the game. Middlesex could be in trouble here. It's going to take an almighty effort to see off the threat that Bess is carrying. Can't quite get it on the replay just yet, can we? But it's turned to beat the edge. Oh, how it hasn't bowled him.
All the excitement. New batsman as well. We've seen that a little bit with the new batters, haven't we? Just taking them an over or two to settle. Best fancies this. Comes in, bowls, quicker ball to Higgins, who pushes that up to mid-wicket. He's the man who's posed the problems this morning. Goes bowls there to Higgins, and Higgins a little bit late on that, but he turns it into the onside for a single. Bess has taken his second wicket of the morning.
Well, we pretty much said it.
Third wicket of the innings, 3 for 73.
We pretty much said it from the moment that Holman turned that first ball on the first morning. Aaron, a couple of minutes into the play, and Holman comes on, and one turns big from middle to beat the outside edge. And at that point, the game was set, really, wasn't it? It was just a matter of, well, how many are Yorkshire going to get in this first innings, and how much pressure. It was a big toss to win, get ahead of the game.
Yeah, certainly was. Very important toss to win and bat first. You still confident Middlesex will bat the day?
No.
Bowlers will get tired though. Moriarty bowls there, and that's a turn past the edge of Higgins' bat. Again, if we can get the replay of that, you just see how much that one has spun there. Oh dear, replay of blokes in their shorts. It's not quite what we wanted, but I'm sure they'll get it sorted in a minute. Moriarty bowls again, and that one didn't turn so much. Next delivery, push back down the pitch. Big battle here for Middlesex. Moriarty bowls, and again that one doesn't grip, that just carries on. This is the problem, there's the deliveries that'll just continuing towards the stumps, and then that occasional one that bites and goes away towards the two slips. Moriarty thought he got through there, but Higgins pushed it to mid-wicket.
Moriarty in, bowls to Higgins, and this is dabbed away into the offside by the right-hander. There's no run.
The one thing, as I started to say, Middlesex do have in their favour is the fact that the bowlers will get tired. Yeah. I mean, to bowl for 6 hours. Adam Lyth can come on. Lyth takes wickets. He gives the ball a good rip, and we saw yesterday created a few problems. Oh dear! Did you see that on the stream, Kev?
What's that?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Was it us?
It was. I don't know. It might have been a gentleman advertising a local bakery. I don't know. He's getting a good tan anyway.
Yeah, I mean, look, the match.
There's plenty of it to tan.
The match situation. Once we sat there yesterday and looked at Lyth and Bean at the top, and we said, look, they're both set for centuries, these two, aren't they? It's almost a surprise that they didn't.
Best bowls, and that's defended.
Yeah, it's almost a surprise they didn't. Winning the toss was huge for Yorkshire, wasn't it? That straight away, right, get in then, Kookaburra around, see if you can put the pressure on.
Bess bowling, and tries to squeeze that one past or through deploy.
But Middlesex are in a better position than Yorkshire were at the same stage, aren't they? In terms of their own innings, take the match situation out of it and the table and everything else.
On paper they are. On the scoreboard they are.
Higgins in at 5.
That one's played back to Bess.
They've got their big 2 in the middle now, Middlesex, so this is the bite point, isn't it?
Bess bowls, and that's again played quickly up to mid-on. We've had some hoovers this morning, haven't we? 68 left in the day after this one. Bess bowls, and that's pushed back to him.
Well, Yorkshire want to be pushing as many overs into this match as possible,
but
don't they?
sometimes you can just bowl too quickly. You know, just take a little. I don't mean through the air. I mean between deliveries. And Bess is really hurrying through these deliveries at the moment. I mean, that over must have taken about 90 seconds. Sometimes you've just got to stop and you know, just compose yourself a little bit. Think a little bit more about what you want to do. That's the end of the over.
I often say that about my commentary, DT. Slower you speak, the more authoritative you sound, apparently.
Is that right? Bit of gravitas from Yuko. You're getting towards that sort of age now, aren't you?
You start listening soon.
Well,
start paying attention soon.
People will start taking you seriously.
Middle age.
Well, you're there now, aren't you?
45, 46 this year.
My lad's 35 now. I said to him,
35, your boy.
35, Danny, yeah. And I said to him the other day, he was charging towards middle age. He threw a right paddy.
Well, in the old days, he was middle aged, wasn't he?
Well, which actually proved he wasn't anywhere near middle age. But, yeah.
Lines in, bowls, and he's driven to mid on. No rum.
Yeah, we're talking about Lythe. He's not the worst, you know. I think he's got
Absolutely.
49 first-class wickets. We were looking at him last week.
Absolutely. That was very Owen Morgan on me there, wasn't it? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He's South African, Owen Morgan. I suppose dabs into the onside by.
No, he's an Irishman pretending to be English, isn't he? Absolutely. If you're listening, Owen, I'm only teasing.
Where will he be at the moment? Is he on the test match? He might be on test match.
He'd be charging towards 40 as well, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Oh dear. This is tickle to short leg, and there's no remember the days. Me and Morgan
Watched
in a commentary tent. A young whippersnapper called Morgan's joining me in the tent to talk through the afternoon session here at the Walkers Ground in Southgate. Look at him. Look at us now. Look at us now.
Yeah, I saw his debut for Ireland. If you don't know where it was, you would never guess in 100 years.
Ireland, it's next to England. Next to Wales, other side of the Irish Sea there.
Where he made his debut for Ireland. But very good, we'll give you that one. Doidge is back. He'll come on shortly. There's a misfield at mid-wicket there. Allowing a run to Higgins. Lythe's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. I've been on too long, Doidge.
Yeah,
I think most of the listeners would agree with that.
Yeah, they've been saying that around the ground.
Lythe bowls again. Cracking delivery.
The faux celebration like that. I think Adam Lythe, we talk about his excitement about things, don't we, on air quite often, or I do anyway. And probably, unlike the famous Bobby Charlton joke that he got up on a morning, looked in the mirror and said, "Thank goodness that's over for the rest of the day," smiled and said, "Thank goodness that's over for the rest of the day," reputedly, in a George Best comedy routine. Adam Lythe probably gets up on a morning, looks in the mirror and goes, "How's that?" with his arms up in the air. Because he loves a bit of excitement out there in the middle. Meanwhile, here's Don Bess again. Things happening, I think, chaps, is probably how we'd assess the 40 minutes since noon.
Yes. We always said there'd be a bite point. It was never going to be dull, was it? This ball's down the leg side to Higgins, works it away fine. Middlesex will hope that it is just that, a bite point and nothing more, and then on it goes to a dull match again. I was saying that in terms of the innings, Middlesex are in a better position than Yorkshire were at 2-13 for 3, but it's the scoreboard pressure of 3-8-8 behind. And that this is the key partnership. The two big names of the Middlesex batting lineup nowadays, and that's with all due respect to the top two, of course, former England openers. Robson's played his part with the century today. That was the other thing. They'd have hoped that one of Robson or Stoneman would have been able to dig in. Robson did. Forward goes deploy to Best, pushing back.
I think also, so far from what I've seen, and I've been having a chat, so you kind of 90% watching and 10% chatting, aren't you? But I think they're both bowling
pretty
better
much on the mic for DT,
as a
nice
pair,
balls.
aren't they, these two today?
Forward
Moriarty
goes,
and Bess.
Forward goes deploy, pushing back, no run.
You just feel like there's pressure from both ends this time, whereas I'm not sure it felt quite like that yesterday.
There's a length ball which deploy goes back to, and he pushes just wide of mid-on for a single.
DT with some carry-on smut.
Yes.
3 balls to go before a second new ball can be taken as well. But that would be interesting to see if they want to do that.
Quickly.
Will they do that? Or
Yeah,
will
I think they will. I think bowling with a harder ball for the spinners, as this is dabbed back by Higgins, no run. I'd go for it. I mean, what's to lose, really? I can't imagine that they get the harder ball and all of a sudden Middlesex start hitting it around. Higgins on that note drives it straight into the shin of Bairstow, who remains unmoved. He folds his arms and he stands there. What was that great statue of mythical? The one that stood atop to
the
the
one of
entry
DT
point to a point.
in Trafalgar Square.
Legs. Anyway, I'm going to leave that one. My description of it nearly went awry there. The one of DT on Trafalgar Square. Learned something new about Nelson's column the other day, that he stands facing Admiralty Arch and all the ships at the top of it, so he's got his eye on the ships forever at the top of Admiralty Arch. 2:15 for 5. Learnt that from Clarkson's Farm, would you believe? Have you watched it yet? Clarkson's Farm?
Oh,
it's
no.
great.
No,
I didn't think I'd enjoy it. It's brilliant.
Really?
Absolutely loved it.
Okay, well, each to their own.
Honestly, that's how I felt about it going into it. I put it on, gave it a jump. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. DT's Village. Well, I mean, that's not selling at DT, is it? But
Here's Adam Lyth then, and they haven't taken the second new ball at an instant. As deploy opens the face and runs one out to point. Big puff of dust once again. So Leas double figures, 11 on the board for him. Been out there for about a 50 minutes now. So getting his eye in. And Higgins flicking one to Bess, who's positioned at straight mid-wicket. That collection of fielders around the bat has dispersed to some extent, although just on saying that, Bess walks in a little closer at the request of Lyth, who's in and bowling again over the wicket, and there you go, Bess will come into play, trying his football skills in blocking that one. So no immediate request for the new ball. You would have thought they might have tried a blast for 20 minutes before lunch and then have another little go after and with some seam, and then throw it back to the spinners. Another dot ball turned into the leg side, and that's prompted a change again in the field. James Wharton, who was square on under the helmet, is now coming at silly mid-on. Bess almost directly behind him, and Wharton perfectly positioned to field that next drop into the leg side by Higgins. Malcolm Palmer says he's right with DT in his disappointment at how the powers that be have ruined a great fixture.
yeah, that's what we've been saying all along.
Lyth, he throws one up wide of off stump. There's quite a bit of turn in towards the right-hander from the off spinner. It was a very slow turn. George Hill's going to field one out in the deep on the east side boundary and keep him to 2 to complete that over at 218 for 3. He goes on. What idiot makes these daft decisions? The calendar is crazy enough as it is, and the stupid hundreds are devoid of all common sense. T20s are clearly here to stay and are quite good fun, but should surely be the minimum. Grumpy old Malcolm.
I mean, that was the point I was making yesterday, that we mustn't get carried away too quickly, though, because Middlesex are still 383 behind, and as such, they've gone with 5 batters, wicket-keeper, 5 bowlers in this game. So they just need to be a little bit careful at the moment, don't we? So we can't write off this game. It was basically what I was trying to say. That there's pressure on. There's pressure on this match. There's going to be pressure on this innings, as there is now. It doesn't mean that Middlesex won't get through it and bat it out, and it becomes a stale ball draw, and we all continue to hammer the Kookaburra ball. But you know, there will be results in this round, and Middlesex just need to be careful there isn't one here.
We just had
Best
an announcement from Howard Ferguson. Sorry to cut across you there. I'm not quite sure what it was. Did he announce the second new ball's been taken?
Ah, good man. This is left alone by Deploy. First ball outside the off stump. We'll keep a close eye on the stream and see if we can see a shiny ball in hand. That's swept hard by Deploy into Bairstow. Deploy immediately goes to apologise to him, which is very good of Deploy. He's a good man. Very popular arrival at Middlesex from Derbyshire. South African born, Hungarian passport. And, well, he could be vying for an England batting spot next year, alongside the man he's just struck at short leg, Bairstow. Bess is in, bowls, and this is dabbed. Backward a square on the leg side. He got right back in behind that one, didn't he? Just trapped the bat down on it, and a single. Two are taken indeed. But this will be a big test for Deploy's mettle. He got a rotten decision at Northwood last week when forward defence beaten. It just clipped the back pad on the way through, and he was given out caught behind. And you could hear, because we're down ground level at Northwood, you could hear in the ground that it was a dead thud, the sound. It wasn't wood. The finger went up and the disappointment of Deploy, and then you watch the replay and goodness me, absolutely rattled into that back pad. Out wild outside off stump, and he was given out caught behind. 3 go down around the bat as best bowls, and this one swept hard again, and it doesn't hit Bairstow this time, and it goes for 4. Deep square won't cut that off. Deploys on 17, 2-2-4 for 3. But yeah, just in response to your email there, absolutely agree, and we're all in total agreement of it. The Kookaburras not really done this county championship season many favours at all. But when you have that kind of score, 601 for 6, it just inherently brings some pressure with it, doesn't it, in the reply?
Yeah, you want to see good pitches and games that develop over 4 days, preferably. But you want a situation where, I think one major thing I've always agreed on Nasser on his commentaries is that you want. Oh, sorry, Michael Atherton. I think probably more than Nasser.
Forward goes Deploy, so deflects back. Let's go on the leg side. Deploy asks if the run is required. Robson eventually cries no.
Is that you want a contest where it makes for the most exciting cricket, where the ball is favoured just slightly over the bat.
This ball's dabbed back by Deploy again. End of the over. 2-2-4 for 3. Deploy 17, Higgins 4.
So it makes it a challenge for the batters, but not easy for the bowlers. Jim Green says if you look at the Robson LBW shout, that's the one before he was given out LBW. Why would the umpire have not given it? With Deploy's shout, you could argue it had turned enough to miss off. In Jim's opinion, you can have your say, folks. At Sporting Lives 1 is the X address.
When's the sequel? Sporting Lives 2.
Yeah. Maybe we'll sort that out for next season. You can get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. We have 13 minutes to go before the lunch break on day 3. And we've had as many wickets falling so far today as we saw in the entire day's play yesterday. Dan Moriarty to replace Adam Lythe at the Kirkstall Lane end. He's wicketless so far from 28 overs, 7 maidens, and has cost 68 runs as he comes in here to bowl to Higgins, who's leaving one wide of off stump. 2 slips and a short leg is the way of things close to the bat. Higgins, 24 deliveries for his 4 so far, and leaving another one wide of off stump. Moriarty left arm around the wicket here. And Howard says, Howard Ferguson, the golden voice upstairs, confirmed it was the second new ball taken at 81 overs. So the spinners have got the cherry. George Hill has got a bit of work to do around the boundary edge to field that nicely placed cut shot by Higgins. They get 2. A lot of G'ing up going out there in the field from the Yorkshire lads, trying to buoy each other up and get behind Dan Moriarty. Edgy sort of push this time by Higgins. Bairstow has a helmet on at second slip. Didn't quite take that cleanly, just checking his right fingers are still in place. As it was cleaned up by Best beyond him. 2 left in the 83rd. Moriarty and again straightens things up this time, but dealt with by Higgins. Back to his mark. Wide on the crease, around about off stump. He draws Higgins forward and pushes square on the offside for another single to complete over number 83. 227 for 3. The deficit 374. Remember, Middlesex need to get within 150 of Yorkshire's first innings total to avoid being asked to follow on. Or the possibility of being asked to follow on if Yorkshire decided to do that. For the pedants among us.
Yeah.
A pedant among us might actually fancy popping off to get us some lunch.
Oh. Would you trust him, though?
Probably there.
Food wouldn't make it back, would it? Here's Bess with a silly mid-off, a short leg and a slip. And his right arm over. He bowls to Higgins, who drives to mid-on. No run. Higgins 7, deploy 17. Just got to get through. 10 minutes to lunch. It's the point to knuckle down, isn't it? Defensive mode now. Survival mode. Just get to the interval. Bess bowls and Higgins works the mid-wicket, and there's no run, as we were saying yesterday before perhaps tea. It was, or maybe it was perhaps before the close, can't remember. But anyway, that 10-minute period before the break, that's when you just knuckle down a bit, isn't it? It is Higgins defending into the offside, and there's no run. If you go any earlier than that, then you can get yourself into a negative mindset too early and too soon, and that could become a problem in itself. But yeah, 10 minutes before the break, you're doing it as much for your mate coming in next. Don't get out now. Slip, silly mid-off, short leg crouched. Best bowls, forward goes Higgins, driving to mid-off again, no, mid-on, sorry, again, no run. 227 for 3. He's in Best, sunglasses on, bowls, and Higgins works away through mid-wicket, singles taken, and sweeper at deep square comes around. It's just fine at the fielder. Inside the circle. Inside the circle. Still in blast mode, aren't I? One-day cut mode.
Well, there is a circle out there, you're right. It's about 60 yards back, though.
yeah, it's inside the circle.
I wonder what the boundary dimensions are here this week. See if we can get any intelligence on that front.
Well, they're virtually dead centre, I guess, aren't we, for this?
Yeah.
Can't be much more central. Where would TMS broadcast from? They usually get the dead centre box, don't they?
Sometimes here.
This is Dabbles. Backward screw on the leg side, no run. Sometimes here, sometimes there.
Occasionally, well, they'll be upstairs, generally speaking, floor above us, but round about here, it could be. It could be to our right.
The TMS box then. Just the way it is.
Yeah. Some things will never change.
Sting?
Just you need to be good enough to be on TMS to get in the TMS box, I guess.
I thought you were going to say to continue the Sting lyrics. Was it Sting? That's just the way it is.
No, Bruce Hornsby.
Some things will never change.
On the range. So, Moriarty. From the Kirkstall Lane end, wide on the crease, left arm spin. Higgins pushing to Jordan Thompson at mid-on, no run. Yeah, it was Bruce Hornsby in the range, wasn't it? That used to be used as sort of a music bed on Grandstand back in the mid-80s, didn't it? If you remember. For some of the footage they were showing, the montages, that sort of thing.
I think it was remixed by Tupac Shakur. I think Tupac remixed that one as well.
Your knowledge is greater in that respect than mine. That was another dot, by the way, and Bit of shade as Moriarty comes in. That's worked into the leg side by Higgins, and Jordan Thompson with a sliding stop. Careful with that knee.
You can't say
They get back for 2.
You can't say you have to be down with the kids to know who Tupac is. You have to be middle-aged to know who the Tupac is. You ask the kids nowadays, who's that? Might as well be talking about Elvis.
Yeah. Who is that?
George Formby.
Well, I'd know a little bit more about him. Dad was a fan.
Tupac.
George. We used to have some George records playing at home sometimes as Moriarty is in. That's pushed into the offside by Higgins. No run. I love the lyrics to some of the George Formby songs.
Cleaning windows.
Loads of them. They're just good fun. I don't know whether George wrote them himself. Yeah, ukulele as Moriarty is in. That's pushed into the offside by Higgins and fielded by Luxton. No run. Moriarty coming in again. And once more, a solid defensive push to complete the over. For example, when I'm cleaning windows, which is the line? Oh, there you go. The last couple of lines of lyrics. At 8 o'clock a girl she wakes. At 8:05 a bath she takes. At 8:10 hee me ladder breaks when I'm cleaning windows. And that's just one example. Songwriters Frederick E. Cliff, George Formby and Hubert J. Clifford, to give them credit.
Here's Bess. 2 overs to lunch, but field being orchestrated, including Bairstow, who's hopping around here, there and everywhere, and he hasn't got his helmet on yet, so where's he off to? He's got his helmet now. He'll settle in a position somewhere any moment. It's going to be leg slip for Bairstow, short leg and slip, the 3 fielders. Best right arm around the wicket, he bowls, and the left-hander backs away, and he thumps this way out through the covers, the vacant covers as well. And 4 runs. I think everybody almost looks to say, where's the sweeper? I was half expecting somebody to come around and tidy that up. Deploy ticks along to 21. 234 for 3 Middlesex. Trail by 367. 7 wickets standing.
Have you heard Fanlight Fanny,
Go
the
on.
frowsy nightclub queen? Another George Formby song.
I look forward to you getting yourself in trouble here. Go on.
The great line, she's a peach, but understand, she's called a peach because she's always canned.
Years. What decade would that have been? 40s for Formby?
I would have thought.
This ball's tickled backward square on the leg side by Deploy for a single deep square. Collects, Deploy onto 22. 22.
That was a 1935 song.
There we go. Do you know, I was thinking 35s, and I was thinking it's going to be too early, but yeah.
And appeared in the 1939 Formby film Trouble Brewing, apparently.
Well, they weren't wrong in 1935, were they? Here's a lot of flight on this from, Best. Too much flight. It's a full toss, and Higgins drives it away through the vacant covers. For 4, deep point. Has to go and retrieve that ball. Mid-off just turned and watched it. Higgins moves to 18. Or does he move to 14? I'm ahead of the scoreboard. Am I 2, 3, 9 for 3? 3 minutes to lunch. Coronation chicken or British ploughman is your choice behind, as I've just seen, as this is dabbed by Higgins into the onside and there's no run. Are you a ploughman or a coronation chicken man?
I'd probably prefer the latter, but...
Front goes Higgins. He drives again through the covers, and deep point again won't get there. He's really slapped that one. It was closest to the fielder, this one, but gave it some. Higgins moves to 18. 2, 4, 3 for 3. We did say that these are the pair. These are the key, aren't they, for Middlesex, really? Top 3, you can't say the top 3 didn't do their part. They've protected the number 4 and the number 5 to a great extent. We're now into the 86th over of the innings. There's a huge amount of flight on this, and it's defended by Higgins to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking 24 overs now, to amass some more bonus points. They're obviously, well, there's some more bonus points. They haven't got a single batting bonus point yet in this innings. Yorkshire have picked up a bowling bonus point.
Yes.
So they're now officially ahead of Middlesex in terms of the
table,
league table.
The live table.
Yeah, at this point in time. But Middlesex should level fairly soon, just 7 runs shy of a first batting point. But yeah, it's interesting to see what their approach is in the next 25 overs. Will they be trying to level Yorkshire's 4? That's looking not impossible, but probably odds against. So 12:59. 1 minute and counting before the lunch break, and that is turned square on the leg side by Duploy. Moriarty over the wicket to the left-hander, who will pick up a single. 37th over of the session. DT sagely informs, while munching on his cheese and onion. Oh no, salt and vinegar. That's confusing, isn't it? But one manufacturer with a blue bag for salt and vinegar when a lot of them are cheese and onion, aren't they? Blue and yellow. 1 o'clock's ticked over as Moriarty bowls here to Higgins, who punches that to Luxton in the offside. And there is no run. Yorkshire bowling figures at the moment. Ben Coe's bowled just 4 overs for 16. Jordan Thompson 7 overs for 27. Moriarty wicketless at the minute. 73 he's gone for. And no wicket from that delivery to Higgins, which was chopped into the offside but fielded by Bess, who has 3 for 94, all 3 wickets from his 36 overs. Lyth 6 overs for 13 and George Hill 3 overs for 7. Very tough work. Higgins, unusually, after 1 o'clock has ticked over, is readjusting his tack.
You'd say he was delaying for the final over, but it's past 1 o'clock, isn't it? So.
3 to come in the session. Moriarty floats one up, driven down the ground by Higgins. It's not so far out of the reach of the diving Moriarty. It will be 4 as he lays face down in the Headingley dirt. The Yorkshire bowler, that is. Higgins moving on to 22. Partnership now 41 for this 4th wicket. They came together when Sam Robson was LBW to Don Bess, 26 minutes past 12. So they've had a good half hour or so together for their 40 odd. 248 for 3. Higgins eases one into the offside, but Luxton will field. 353. Still the deficit. Final ball of the session. Moriarty in. Higgins blocks. And that is that for the 3rd morning then. 248 for 3 at lunch on day 3. Yorkshire, well, chipping away with a couple of wickets. Max Holden for 51, Sam Robson for 108, but Leas Deploy 23 and John Higgins.
Well, Middlesex aren't snookered yet, but
Ryan Higgins 22, taking them through to lunch on a 41-run 4th wicket partnership. 87 overs complete. I think it's probably time for us to say bye for now, Kev, and we'll be back on the other side of the lunch break. Enjoy, folks.
It's Tattersall leading up Yorkshire. Yes, deploy and Ryan Higgins continuing the batting for Middlesex.
Welcome back from Headingley for the afternoon session on day 3. Middlesex 248 for 3. Leas Deploy not out on 22. And I'm going to be calling him John Allen now for the rest of the match, having done that just before lunch. Ryan Higgins, 22 not out. Not a snooker player to my knowledge. Still Davies, Holman, Roland Jones, Helm, Brooks and Cornwell to come for Middlesex, who are battling on through in the face of that big Yorkshire score that was posted on days 1 and 2. 601 for 6 declared. 353 behind, but just for the first time in the match so far, really, there was a concerted spell of pressure from both ends in terms of problems being caused for batters in that hour leading up to the lunch break. DT is alongside.
Good afternoon, Doige.
Yours truly, Jonathan Doige. Also Kevin Hand with us, and Harry Duke hopefully popping up soon as well for a chat.
Scored a few runs yesterday, did he not?
He did.
Important few overs just after lunch, because batsmen obviously got to play themselves back in. The bowlers will have had a rest and just have that little bit more zip in the arm and shoulder. Good start. That ball is through outside the off stump. Don Bess from the Howard stand, football stand end, and the wicket bowls to left-hander, clipped very nicely actually. He put nothing into that shot, did he? Raced away down for 4 runs to the edge of the western terrace, the edge of the Howard stump.
A bit like your jokes, really. It was all in the timing, wasn't it?
Indeed. Is that one broken up there? That it's sort of
yeah, it was. It was effectively destroyed by somebody during the T20s. And has not yet been fixed, so that's it's okay at the moment, isn't it? But mind you, not for you. But later on in the day, when the sun's round that way, it's not great.
Best bowls and Deploy plays to short third man. No run. The silly mid on goes to silly mid off, and Deploy just clips that into the onside for 1. Looks who's warming up? It's not Benjamin Code warming up. Is he going to have a little bit of a bowl for the first time today? It is. Ben Code's warming up, so he'll be taking the next over from this Kirkstall Lane end. 3 round the bat for this delivery to Higgins, who came forward not as certainly as he could have done. Thickish edge, dribbles past Lythe at slip, goes back and retrieves. If Yorkshire are to win this match, then a lot will depend on the spinners. Final delivery there of the over, but a lot will depend on the change bowlers being able to keep it tight and being able to contribute as well, whether they contribute wickets or not. Contribute pressure on the batters, and one of those change bowlers is Adam Lythe, who I think has got an important role to play in the next 5 sessions. Another one is Benjamin Code, who's coming in. Don't know his name's actually Benjamin, is it? Ben Code.
Benjamin Oliver, I think.
Is he? Okay, he's the full Benjamin. He's going to have his first bowl of the day.
Yep.
The other seamers we've seen, Jordan Thompson and George Hill.
Look, I mean, if you're Ben Code, you're invaluable to this county, aren't you? You wouldn't want to overdo it on a pitch like this, would you, with 3 important matches to come.
Interestingly, Johnny Tattersall standing up to the stumps. You were out of the room this morning. I was talking about Johnny Tattersall's dad. It is Richard, isn't it?
It is.
Hey, I got that right. Well, I explained to Kev that apparently Johnny isn't the best wicketkeeper in his family, according to his dad.
Yeah, brother James as well.
So Ben Coe can have his first bowl, and he's going to again bowl to this. Oh, what can we say? Unusual field. Just the one man out at deep backward square.
Yeah, what is he going to... Will he just do what he always says he'll do, which is top of off stump, or is there going to be some other, just for a change, some other thought?
I think it'll be probably top of leg and middle and leg, perhaps.
Here he is, wide on the crease round the wicket. He's actually full on leg stump and run away down to fine leg for 4 by Leas Deploy. Hands on head from Ben Code, who can't believe he strayed in that area first up. The metronomic BO code, but well, he's punching his own left hand in frustration with himself. Of course, he's very keen on the stats. 35 wickets this season coming into this match at under 18, and he won't want to be letting any of that go. So none for 20 even on the board, which most people would just shrug their shoulders at. Probably already thinking, oh, I need something here. Adam Lyth's coming at leg slip. There's a leg gully, James Wharton, plus an orthodox gully. 3 other catches, 2 on the offside and 1 to leg to Deploy, who's punched this next code delivery back past the bowler. Jordan Thompson cleaning up. There seems to be a little bit of indecision really as to whether you want to wear the white floppy or the Yorkshire cap, unless there's been some agreement that they're all going to wear their caps in this session, because they all are. No white floppies out there. James Wharton can be excused, he's got the helmet on. But there were some floppies out there, of course, earlier today and yesterday as well. Full length delivery on leg stump. Deploy works it out to Finlay Bean, who's sweeping square on the leg side, 1 run.
No floppy helmets, Doidgy.
No. Well, they'd be unfortunate. Would they not? .258 for 3. Now the very traditional Yorkshire wall now. It's the Pato. I think it should be renamed the Pato wall rather than the Yorkshire wall on the leg side there. The 3 of them in a line. Code over the wicket then to the right-handed Higgins, who's right across and in behind this one. No run. Might be a good idea to just check in on what is going on elsewhere.
Well, very interesting carry on at the Emirates, where Declan Rice has been sent off. So 1-1 with Brighton.
Going in again, straight. Well, that's a good delivery, and Higgins not playing it entirely comfortably. Around the grounds.
Actually, I apologise. We won't give out any more football scores because we did have a problem last week, didn't we? With people saying that they were hoping to watch it on Match of the Day and didn't want to know what the score is. So, forgotten that. Carry on, Dorji.
Well, if you're thinking of watching cricket Match of the Day, then look away now. 1 to come in the 89th over, and it's code to Higgins solidly behind it. 258 for 3 at the end of the over. Division 1 at Taunton. Durham were bowled out for 336 earlier in reply to Somerset's 492, and the hosts 49 for 1 second time around, leading by 205. This division, top of the table, Sussex declared at 607 for 8. Derbyshire bowled out for 290. Sussex already 317 in front. Will be pressing for victory, and they can have a second go if they want. It's the innings break at the moment. Worcestershire 130 for 4 in their second innings, trail by 8 runs with 6 second innings wickets remaining against Essex. Leicestershire 6 without loss in their second innings against Glamorgan. They're 293 behind the Welsh team, not Welsh men. Surrey 525, Nottinghamshire 251 for 4 in their response, and Hampshire 389, Lancashire 200 all out and 39 for 2 following on.
Time to renew over then from Dominic Best from that Howard stand end, played out into the covers by the left-handed Rios deploy. Next delivery slightly quicker, and that's just crept past something. He's got a little bit of bat on that. It's gone past slip to no run, but again, just when he gets that ball in the right place, he's just trying to bring them forward. And, have a look at, oh yes, next delivery, defensive from deploy. That was a cracking delivery from Bess. He's the one who's bowling the wicket taking deliveries. He's got all 3 so far, looking for a 4th, won't get it there as that's played defensively by deploy, but just occasionally he gets that ball in the right place with a good rip on it, doesn't he? And it's difficult for the left-hander. Deploy has no trouble with that one though, just drops it down on the on side of the wicket. James Wharton hops across from silly mid-off. Best bowls, and that's driven firmly to extra cover. Good looking shot, but no run to be had there. But it's another good over from Dominic Best, and another quick over. We're well ahead of the overs at the moment.
Could be going into credit for the second successive day, DT.
Well, at the moment it would be a big surprise if they didn't, wouldn't it? Having bowled 37 overs in that morning session. Plenty of work left to do for the spinners.
Yeah, going to see more of Ben Code though from this Kirkstall Lane end. James Lawler asking if we can tell him any more about Mark Church. Not heard from him all season, wondering if he's okay and will return to commentary any time soon.
I think he's fine, he's just working out a few things.
Code in, and that's turned into the leg side by Higgins. Jordan Thompson fielding at mid-on. Further passing aviation, lovely day. That haze in the distance at Headingley tells you it's always going to be a good day all round. A few little white fluffy clouds overhead, but not a lot. And largely blue skies and sunshine throughout this match, really, as Code's in again. Once more right behind that Higgins. No run. No wind of any note after the
cheese sandwiches.
After the conditions at Scarborough last week is what I was going to say, DT. But goodness me, we have a visitor. Here's Code coming in again to Higgins, who's turning that one to James Wharton under the lid. There's no run.
It's Harry Hill or George Duke. I always get them mixed up.
Yeah, one's a comedian, the other one a musician, and Dukey's a bit of both, I think, particularly when he's got the keeping gloves on.
Shall we? We'll bring him into this position here, Georgie.
Any excuse for an extra rest for DT? In comes Bancode again. And turned to the leg side where Johnny Bairstow fields. Down on bended knee, just in front of square leg. Just let him get his headset sorted first, DT. That's one thing that he can do, you see, before he puts his microphone on, that not everybody does. Harry Duke, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. How are we?
Pretty good, thank you. As I'm sure are you after yesterday. His Code in, it's turned into the leg side to split the gap between Don Bess and James Wharton. Jordan Thompson herring after it and that will keep them to 2 with a good chase. So 1 to come in the over, 260 for 3. Talked to us about 100 in the 2s yesterday then. 124 not out.
Yeah, good day for the second team yesterday. We had quite a young side out. Managed to get the win up at York against Surrey. So it's always nice beating the Brown Cappers. So yeah, good day with a young side. So watch Cody come in here.
Final ball of the over. Punched down the ground by Higgins, but not past Luxton at mid-off to complete the over at 260 for 3. Deploy 33 and Higgins 24. So Will Bennison and you with the unbeaten. No, I think Will might have gone, mine just before the end. But yeah, hundreds apiece, and you knocked off over 400.
Yeah, we didn't really. I didn't at the start of the day. I'll be honest. I probably didn't quite think we'd probably chase them down when we came in, but me and young Will Bennison managed to get a partnership going, and the game, as we all know, at York, it's quite a hard place to defend, isn't it? So Benno played a brilliant knock for his first second team 100. That's nice to be at the other end and see a lad at 17 go and play that way. It was really impressive, to be honest.
What did you put on between you?
It was about 200 odd. That's John Ver.
John, he might message us in with the details. He may have half an eye on Leeds United an hour or so to go to kick off, but he'll be going through his mental preparations for that, won't he? As Don Bess, first ball of the over, is pushed into the offside. There's no run. Ball at the Howard stand end, and this flicked off his legs by Leas Deploy. Ben Code round from the sweeping position on the leg side to keep him to 2. Right. Good deck though, by the sound of it, if you're knocking off those sort of runs in the last innings.
Yeah, it was a really good cricket wicket actually. Matty Fisher coming back in the second team this week. We sort of spoke about how good of a pitch it was at York. It had a bit in it for the seamers and then spun towards back end of the game.
There's Bess. Deploy leaves.
Yeah, so it was really good surfs actually. They obviously batted really well in their third innings and put us under the pump a bit going into the fourth innings there. So Bessie in now.
And Deploy. A little bit of turn by the looks of things. We're behind Leas Deploy from the commentary position, and Johnny Tattersall blocking quite a lot of our view of what's going on with the ball off the pitch. But just the way that Leas Deploy played that with a bit of extra care. Here's Bess again, this time punched out square on the offside. George Hill ambles round to keep him to 1. And Fish, how did Matthew Fisher bowl?
Yeah, he bowled beautifully. Obviously coming back from his little niggle he's had, so he bowled fantastically well. Both innings of this week. He's obviously an unbelievable operator, isn't he? We all know that here at Yorkshire. So yeah, brilliant to go and keep to him this week.
Bess just switches to over the wicket. An appeal for LBW here. Several Yorkshire players very excited about that, but Higgins stays put. And not out is the decision. Thought the umps were going to come together and confer for a moment, but not given. And I'm a bit late looking at the replay. Ends up in the hands of Adam Lythe. Was it bat pad? Certainly big connection on the pad. Not sure if he gets a touch on that or not, but I suppose you're probably going to go up for those at this stage. You certainly would be, Duke, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. There. Hopefully, if we can break this partnership here, we can try and get through their bowlers really. So Bessie's obviously put some really tough yards in today with the ball. Looks like he's done a good job.
What can you tell us then about Fish's fitness? If he's bowled it beautifully, that's one thing that's great. How many overs did he get through?
I think he got through plenty in the game. 20, I think, in the first innings.
Okay. Code in. That's pushed by Deploy to Johnny Bairstow at mid-on. No run.
So yeah, he's looking in fine fettle. Hopefully we can get him back out here and get him running down this hill like he usually does. So.
Well, yeah, obviously on his way. So he's only got the one more first team match at Headingley to try and be present in. Last match of the season against Northants, Leicestershire and Glamorgan both away. Great to see him back in action. That's possible as Code's in again. That's turned into the leg side by Deploy. There's no run. And what about you? I thought, I mean, today is it rest day because you were so exhausted after your knock yesterday? Could have been playing club cricket maybe today?
Yeah, we've got a quick turnaround, unfortunately. We've got a game starting on Monday at Scarborough, again in the second team, so opted to get my feet up and pop in this afternoon, catch up with a couple of lads, so Cliffy and Revis, unfortunately missing out, but nice pop in and see their faces.
Ben Code again, wide on the crease round the wicket. Deploy turns it leg and Luxton fields. Both those playing in the twos on Monday?
I think Cliffy is going to feature from what I've heard. Yeah, he's obviously upset today. He's missing his beloved Leeds United player. They kick off about an hour's time, is it?
That's
so
right, yeah.
He'll be sat down there moaning that I'm not down there at Whiteson and he's not got his Leeds shirt on, but hard lines, Ben.
I don't know why, but nobody seems to enjoy running drinks or doing the fielding, but there's a wicket here. Ben Code has picked up the wicket of Leas Deploy, who's plonked it straight into the hands of Don Best. That was a good catch nonetheless, because he's pretty close in there, Dukey. Reactions have got to be razor sharp, and he's got his mitts around it and clung on. 263 for 4.
Wow, what a catch, Don Best.
Just picked it up off the half volley, one-handed, left hand falling backwards. That's a superb effort. And it's those sort of things you need in matches like this where wickets are hard to come by. You've got to take your opportunities. That's a great effort. 36 for Deploy from 78 deliveries and 4 fours. Are you even more impressed watching it for a second and third time?
Yeah, Bessie's obviously got an unbelievable pair of hands, and that's no surprise to me, the way he trains his fielding. So unbelievable catch there from Don Bess. Getting that breakthrough as well. Big player in Leas Deploy, so hopefully the lads can try and crack one end open now.
Yeah, that'll be the aim. And the lesser spotted seamer taking a wicket in this match. But if anybody could who bowls in that way, then Ben Code could, I suppose. A 36th wicket of the campaign for him, so he's just narrowing the gap on Toby Rowland-Jones and Ben Sanderson. He said, looking at Kevin Hand for affirmation.
Sorry.
Ben Code, 36th wicket of the season, so he's one behind Toby Rowland-Jones, yep, and Ben Sanderson. But has the better average. You've kept to Cody, obviously. Talk to us about what it's like keeping to Ben.
You just feel like you're going to get a wicket every single ball when he's bowling with a red ball in his hand, and a white ball, to be fair, in 50 over cricket. He's just he's an absolute wizard, to be honest. He's an absolute pleasure to keep wicket to. I think we all know as a playing group, if he's on, we usually thereabouts, aren't we? So obviously a bit of a different looking surface this week, but he's just doing his usual stuff, not really missing.
You can't really do much else, can you? I don't think on this, unless you're trying to, go out there with the short bowling tactic plan and all of that, and probably not the sort of game that suits Ben's pace either. That is it, if we're honest. And certainly doesn't suit his miserliness. So interesting field again here. Jack Davies, left-handed, new man out in the middle for Middlesex. And they've got gully, leg slip, leg gully, forward, fairly short leg, I suppose you'd describe him as. 3 strips away, Will Luxton. Johnny Bairstow next to him on the right, 2 strips away in a catching position. And then another man, Dan Moriarty. Not sure what his close catching's like, but he's a strip away. Probably about 15, 16 yards off the bat. 2 to the offside as well as that gully, and Code in. And it's Gully who comes into play. A little drop into the offside by Davies. 263 for 4 then, so 2 wickets fell in the entire second day. 3 have now gone in day 3, and there are still 53 overs remaining today. And Yorkshire still just trying to prize their way in. Kookaburra ball, Dukey, and a hybrid pitch. It's kind of not making for you know, a wicket every, I was going to say a wicket every over. It's not making for a wicket every session in some sessions. Not easy out there. What sort of a mental challenge is it for you when you're fielding, not only batting, to stay with it and concentrate?
Yeah, obviously with a kookaburra, you sort of look at it and it's going to sound bizarre, but it feels just like a bit of a hockey ball in your hand. It's so like spherical in a sense, whereas the Duke's, it's got obviously a very pronounced seam. Bessie in here, Higgins up to Johnny B, mid-on. Yeah, it's just a lot less pronounced as the seam, so it just doesn't react out the surfaces quite as much.
Yeah, batting again, turned back at a square. Jordan Thompson round to field.
But saying that, Cody, you know, the skill level he's got and he possesses, can see him with pretty much anything on ice, to be fair, Jonathan, so...
Batting again now then, using his feet here, Ryan Higgins. And he's whacked that one away through the onside with everybody up. You've got plenty of opportunity if you hit the ball in the air, as long as you clear those hands. And he's done just that, wide of long on. 4 runs.
Yeah, Higgins there using his feet beautifully there, getting to the pitch of it, trying to put Bessie under a bit of pressure here into his 40th over, so he'll be hoping for an ice cream at the end of the day, I reckon.
What number did he go in yesterday, by the way?
He was batting number 4.
Number 4.
Been there all year in the second team.
Bass over the wicket. Ooh, goes back foot here, Higgins, and makes a slight Horlicks of it in turning it to Finley Bean. And of course, well, we went through the 50 over comp with you in our chats during that competition. Bit up and down in terms of the order. Ooh, there's now an appeal for catch at slip here. Adam Lyth. Well, Adam Lyth always keen, isn't he? He's almost doing a lap of honour for the wicket there, but the umpire, unfortunately, is not interested. Those who can see the replay, Bess just an offering a turn in towards the right-hander. Balloons up into Lyth's hands, and he's off to celebrate. Doesn't matter what it's hit, but not out. Higgins pushes 1 out into the offside to complete the over at 2.68 for 4. Davies yet to score, and Higgins on to 29. Yeah, so there were a few challenges for you during the 50 over comp, shall we say?
Yeah, it was had a couple of different roles. It's obviously a good opportunity for me to sort of develop and play a different role back at number 6. Probably didn't quite go to plan for me. And then I was obviously back at the top of the order with Luxie dropping down when Shan left to go back to Pakistan international duty. So yeah, it was nice to get a score against Warwickshire and watch Luxie peel off his first 100. That was a mighty impressive innings on it that day. So no, I think on the whole obviously didn't go his way, but again a lot of young lads showing some real positive stuff, I think.
And your knock that day was almost like somebody went flicked a switch and you just walked in, and I mean, if we're honest about it, watching from the side, you were wondering where your next run was coming from in a couple of games before that, and it was taking you a while to get off the mark, and all the things that we normally don't see from you, and then you go in and bang.
Yeah, it's a fickle game, innit, cricket. Mozza in here.
Yeah, Moriarty replacing Code at the Kirkstall Lane end. First delivery is right up there on the money, and Higgins defends. So, you know, what is that just allied to where you're batting and the change of that feel of it, or is it just, okay, look, things are not going great here, let's just go in and be positive and try and, you know, hit my way out of an issue?
Yeah, a little bit. Me and Beanie had a good chat before that game about how we're going to go about it. We obviously played at Scarborough, where typically it's done a little bit more with the Kookaburra ball this year in the one days than usual. Also just getting work there. Tomo putting some real hard yards in there.
Single to Higgins was the upshot.
Yeah, so obviously Scarborough typically in the one day game it's done quite a bit with the new ball. I've seen Cody run through sides there. I remember last year Kent he got four for spit off the first 20 overs pretty much, and he nearly killed the game. So yeah, I think me and Beanie going into that Warwickshire game just sort of said let's go and put a bit more caution to the wind, and yeah, it's a fickle game in cricket. You find the middle twice and suddenly it's a different ball. ball game in it altogether. Interested to see how Mozza goes about this now. Jack Davies in the left-hander.
Yeah, here he comes, left arm over the wicket. Not the sort of delivery that James Horton, Will Luxton wanted, was it? First up, it's gone for 4. Drilled almost straight through the shins of Luxie, who's in there at silly mid-off. So not quite landed it where his fielders wanted, Dan Moriarty. It's such a mental game, isn't it? You know, we've seen what you can do. You produced the goods at Warwickshire that day. We've seen you ton in the past. And you just mentioned Finlay and his struggles in the 50-over comp, but we've seen how many he can score when he's got a red ball being sent down at him, which you would think is the more difficult of the two. Oh, red ball here, and Davies just nudges one aerially past the outstretched arm of James Wharton, and if he can't get his lengthy arms to it, then nobody can. Dot ball is the result, but it was in the air for a little while there. Last ball of the 95th is upon us. 273 for 4. And solidly blocked into the offside this time by Davies. Yeah, so that sort of mental side of the game. And back to this match, George Hill again. It's been tough this year with the bat for him, hasn't it? He's been shunted down the order, and then however he's managed to do it, he's managed to clear his mind enough and come up with his career best. It's a weird game in that respect, isn't it?
Yeah, that's cricket for you in a nutshell, isn't it, really? Obviously, Hilly, we all know how much of a quality player he is. He's obviously opened that he's batting in various positions, opened the batting in Division 1 at the age of 20 and scored 200s, was it, in his first year doing it, so we all know how good he is. So there's no surprise to me that he's done that this week, to be honest. And as they say, class is permanent, isn't it?
That's it.
He's proven
that's what we say about you, Jukey, when you're out there with the gloves on. Form is temporary. Higgins on strike, right-handed. Digs this fairly full delivery from Bess out, no run. And you're a good man to ask about these two bowlers from a keeping perspective, as Bess looks as though he pushes that one through a little bit quicker. What do you get when you're behind the stumps? We can't always see everything. For example, you can see now what we can see, which is Johnny Tattersall's backside as this ball's going to be delivered, which is not always easy to tell what's going on. And that one, regulation off spinner by the looks of the way that Higgins has played it. Maybe when we get to the end of the over, you'll have a little bit more time to tell us. 3 to come. In comes Bess, and Higgins drops it to the feet of Wharton. Glorious afternoon at Headingley. BBC Radio Leeds. Jonathan Dodge with you, and Harry Duke of Yorkshire CCC alongside Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London. David Townsend is our under 10 third voice at the back of the box. Another dot ball there. Last ball of the over is defended once again. 273 for 4 at the end of it. So tell us what you feel in the gloves, what you see with your own eyes. How do they? Obviously they differ because one's an off spinner and one's a left arm spinner. But what are the points of difference and similarities with them?
Yeah, obviously Bessie's got a wealth of experience now, and he's still a young man, but he's played so much cricket at the highest level. So yeah, he's obviously a top operator. So keeping to him, it's always a challenge. You could probably get him in the game. It's the outside edge on day 1 and 2. He's probably not going to spin as much, and then as the game goes on, when the ball's looking to turn out the rough, you're probably going to be in the game even more. Yeah, both very different challenges. They're both obviously that pace where, as a keeper, you've got to be really on it all day, and that's a challenge for you out there.
Do either of them vary the pace much? Not always easy to tell from this distance.
Yeah, both go up and down that pace range. Here, Moriarty in here, Jack Davies, forward defensive out, Don Best there. These two working in partnership here. Hopefully we can get another pole there, get Middlesex halfway, and you never know what can happen.
Would it be fair to say Don Best bowls a wider variety of deliveries? Moriarty in. And there he is, turning one in towards the left-hander.
I don't really, to be honest, I feel like they're both quite a similar pace really. They're both probably that bit more top end pace. Some spinners really do take the pace off. Simon Ara at Essex being one of them who looks to really, land it in that rough and give it a big spin. But no, these two very obviously don't really miss much, to be honest. So it is it's hard work.
Moriarty in and driven out into the covers this time by Davies, who's going to pick up 4 with the field largely in around the bat still. 277 for 4. And for you, from your whatever strength as a keeper, is there one, is the off spinner or the left armour that you prefer to keep to, or you feel you're better suited to?
I feel
or
like
are you just brilliant at everything?
I wouldn't say that, Jonathan, but I always feel like when the ball's turning away from the outside edge as a keeper, you definitely feel more in the game. So when Higgins gets on strike to Moriarty here, you'll sort of see, as a keeper, you do naturally feel a little bit more in the game. But that's something as you have to sort of pout your mind and try and take each ball on its merit and feel like you're going to be in the game every ball, to be honest. Especially on a surface like this when there is plenty of rough.
Just had another dot ball, and it's going to be the same again. This drive finds its way straight to Jordan Thompson in the offside.
Yeah, but Mozza here, the character he is, I know he'll be relishing this opportunity to, get loads of sets under his belt here and really work out batters. He loves doing that. He's always chelping at me in the nets, telling me how he's going to get me out. So.
Oh, is that right? Oh, yeah. Here he is again, and he's just been driven wide of Jordan Thompson, wide enough to bring Davies a single. 278 for 4. I think we might have outstayed our welcome, Dukey. I think these two fellas might want to do a bit of talking on air. Our DT's carer's due at about 2:30, taking for a walk. He's got the bins on now from the back of the box. Oh, well, we'll hang around a little bit longer before we go for a wander. So between now and the end of season, as far as things go for you, you've got to be ready in case you get the call to come back and play first team cricket. You never quite know what's next, do you? We don't wish injury on anybody, but wicket keeping, finger end, something like that. Yeah,
exactly. I think it's just about making sure your game's looking after your game and being ready when that opportunity comes. I'd like to hopefully keep contributing to winning games in the second team and keep trying to consistently pump out scores that are going to put us in a position to win games. It's weird, to be honest, in the second team at the moment, because obviously I'm 22, but I'm senior player in that side now, which is quite bizarre to say. It feels the opposite of start my career when I was the youngest, everyone's around me, so it's a bit of a different feel for me, but I'm enjoying it nonetheless.
You're a very mature 22, Harry.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I'm sure some of the lads wouldn't say that, to be honest, but we'll leave that where it's at there.
Pass around the wicket to Davies. 2 slips now and a silly mid-off. First ball of the over was a dot, and Bess quickly back in again. And they're going to get many more deliveries in the 96 overs today, Yorkshire, where they're going, and why wouldn't you as well? Just keep every ball the batter's got to play could be a wicket-taking opportunity. In the 98th over here, as he goes across crab-like to his left, to the offside, and pushes it out. Jordan Thompson to field. Who's left in terms of matches to play for the twos, apart from this Scarborough week, the Scarborough match?
We've got Durham at Scarborough this week coming up, and then we are at Southport against Lancashire, and we finish the season against Middlesex down at Northwood, I think it's Merchant Taylor's School down there, is it? So we've got a few nice grounds to play at as well, so it's always exciting going to the the outgrounds where the first class cricket's played. It was great. Usually get a good surface down here at Scarborough.
Yeah, Bess into Higgins. Davies, by the way, worked a single off the previous delivery. That was a dot.
So yeah, a lot of opportunities to come for the lads. Obviously, Bessie in here. Higgins plays forward defensively. Luxton out, stretched, right paw collecting that ball.
I think I'll just leave it with you. Shall we nip off down the local bar, lads? Ladies and gentlemen, for the rest of the afternoon, Harry Dew. So, Dan Moriarty going to continue. They're trying to put the squeeze on this pair. The second ball, I was going to say new, but it's not now, is it? 18 overs old. But they've had a fairly hard ball in their hands for some time, taken after 81 overs, just before the lunch break, quarter of an hour or so before lunch. Moriarty to Davies, driven into the offside. Jordan Thompson's going to chase it down. Not entirely sure why he needs to do the knee slide, but he does keep persisting with that one as he disappears off into the outfield. Maybe just trying to keep himself on camera, JT.
Yeah, we know what he's like, the big show. It's what nickname he's sort of gathered over the last few years, hasn't he? So
David Willey gave him that, didn't he? I think when he was around.
Yeah, he was when Dave was. Oh, here he goes again. Come on, Tom, I'll get after that.
Yeah, well, he's going to have a go at chasing it down. Don't think he's going to win this one. No, he's given up. 15 yards out. 4 more.
Yeah, when Dave was around, I think he saw Tomo, and I think we all sort of know. And when we sort of get around him in that way, he generally comes out on top, doesn't he? When he's got that big show sort of rep about him. So it's always good to keep pumping his tyres up. We know how much he likes it. So yeah.
Moriarty over the wicket. Davies pushing into the onside this time. No run. Poor lad is out there. He's out there giving it all for Yorkshire, and you lads, you just want to take the mick out of him all the time. Moriarty in.
I think one thing you'll know Dodge as well as I do. Tomo can give it as good as he takes it, can't he?
Oh yes.
Been a pudsey lad.
Yeah. No shrinking violet. Moriarty in. Bit of inside contact to Davies. Yeah.
Beautifully bowled that.
Have you had much experience of playing on hybrid pitches?
Yeah, I remember when I first started playing, they're quite bizarre. It's obviously like little bits of artificial grass coming through the surface, so you sort of mark your guard and you can't really tell where it is a little bit half the time. So,
is that your excuse for those dismissals?
Yeah, usually don't when you are. Yeah, that's what I'm going with anyway.
Now then, yeah, Ryan Higgins was very keen for one there. Davies not the case. Finley Bean does the fielding, and no harm done in the end from Middlesex's point of view, but he had to hair his way back to this end. So the feel of the pitches is that they're just designed to enhance the length of time you can play on them, but they're just barren, aren't they?
Yeah, they're usually, as we'd sort of say, shirt fronters most of the time. A lot of the white ball games, when there's obviously in the 100, when there's games continuously on them, I think Robbo's happy they've come in so he can keep preparing very good surfaces here, as he always does. But yeah, I think we're hoping this is going to spin more as the game goes on.
Yes, Bess Higgins working that one firmly into the leg side. There's a half stop by Johnny Bairstow, which is completed by Finley Bean. They get one. How do they play? Are they similar in the sense that do they play to a similar pace, whatever the conditions are? I mean, do they play like a good but slow deck?
They generally hold the pace quite well, actually. I think that's the benefit of them.
There's Bass. Ooh, bit of an aerial push into the offside by Davies, beyond the hand of Wharton. No run. So they're not quite as benign as, say, when you go down to Bristol sometimes and you get those featherbed dead pitches. Ooh, Bass in again, and there's another yelp this time. As Davies pushes forward, Tattersall has got body language that suggests he cannot believe that Yorkshire haven't taken a wicket with that delivery.
Yeah, Bessie beautifully bowled there. Found the outside edge of Jack Davies there, just falling short of Adam Live.
Bass in again, outside edge this time. They're in the game at the moment, Yorkshire. They're not tumbling the wickets, but there's still that element of pressure here and that something may still happen. 288 for 4 with that 2 to Davies. You smiling?
Yeah, it's obviously nice to see Bessie in the game here, looking like he's going to take a wicket with the left-handers out of that rough there.
Pushing forward this time, James Wharton down to field. Freaky and fascinating, it says on the back of your T-shirt, Duke. You tell us more.
Not be too sure. Picked it.
Been to DT's hotel in Thailand as that one drifts down the leg side to complete the over. 100 overs up. I reckon we'll probably do one more and then we'll let these two lads have it for a little while. But while we've got you, I might as well grill you a bit more, Dukey. You know what my interviews are usually like.
Do I?
Tell the lads that they're terrifying, please, for my reputation.
Yeah, we're usually shaking out with Dodgy when we speak to you, but no, absolutely. We'll see what you've got for me here.
I'd just like to ask Howie how chirpy he is behind the stumps when he's keeping wicket. How does he sort of rate as far as the chat goes?
What, myself? Rate myself? Oh.
Moriarty in bowling and Higgins defends.
Yeah, I sometimes do get going behind the sticks, but I think the lads would probably say I'm pretty subpar. They won't let me have that, to be honest. So,
Here's Moriarty and Higgins defending once again. I'm not sure about that, to be honest with you. During that 50-over competition, I had to turn down the effects mic every time you were out in the field.
Yeah, well,
it was incessant. It was like having your little child going, "Dad, can I have an ice cream? Dad, can I have a drink?"
Yeah, well, as our old academy director Richard Dams used to say, you're the drummer and the band, aren't you, as the wicket keeper, so got to keep that bass going all day, haven't you?
Yep, cut shot play by Higgins for 1. Well, if Damsey said it, that's fine. I'll go with that, because he's a good lad. He certainly did a good job with you guys. Still that nucleus of the same set of lads that would have come through that academy.
Yeah,
playing in this team.
Absolutely. It's. I mean, I'm up here watching today, but it's a pleasure just seeing so many of the lads I've grown up playing with out there today. Hilly, Wharton, Mr. Bean, and then Luxie. All of them lads I've come through the academy with. So it's great to see. Great to see.
Yep. Always room for a bit of Damsey's sarcasm. Never forget that night when Leeds played Derby in the playoff game that they lost the what was it called, Spygate, and he loved it. Oh, good delivery by Moriarty. Nearly has Davies. Did he get a nick on it? It hit Tattersalls' glove and ricocheted somewhere out the back door. Not sure. It's hard to say definitely either way as to whether there was a nick or not. Moriarty's body language suggests that there might have been. Two to come in the over. And in comes Moriarty. It's dropped into the offside by Davies, and there's no run. Well, Dukey, it's been a pleasure. As always, thank you very much indeed for popping up.
No, thank you for having me.
And give us an update on you and that great win, great knock from you yesterday in the twos. As Moriarty in for the final ball of the over. And another solid defensive push this time from Davies. 289 for 4. That's it from both Harry and myself. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. All the best.
And we'll bring in, first of all, DT. And then Kev to follow me. Higgins 32, Davies 18. Goodbye from me for now.
Yeah, he was good, wasn't he? Harry, Duke, a few opinions on things. And I thought he's quite chirpy behind the stumps, but apparently fairly average. Best starts a new over to Higgins. That's pushed into the offside. There's probably a single there. They thought about it again, and then went for it. So it was quite an easy one there. Nobody in at extra cover to stop that little push for one. And I think, as far as the Yorkshire team are concerned, they're quite happy to get back on strike. Get Jack Davis, the relatively new batsman, back on strike, and he's gone for a little swing round the corner there. That's not really a shot you should be playing in this situation. He's tried to just sweep it from outside the off stump. He's missed. It's gone through to the keeper. Best bowls again and back, and that's more like the shot you should be playing to that ball, but straight to extra cover.
Who were those two?
Doesn't get a run. Well, the one who was sitting here was Harry Duke, as I'm sure you recognise, but I don't know. Chatting away to next ball is pushed into the onside. Some work experience lad we've been given a chance to today. Off spinner, 3 men around the bat plus the keeper, and very watchfully. Jack Davis, he's back across his stumps. That ball wasn't getting through. That was a shall not pass shot. Quicker delivery there from Bess, and that's gone past the outside edge as well. Good over from Bess. He's bowling beautifully today. He's Mr. Consistency at the other end from Moriarty. But you've got Bess, who's perhaps not as consistent, and the figures would show that, Kev, if you see with Moriarty having bowled 35 overs, actually they've pretty much caught each other up, haven't they? Best 44 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 112. Moriarty 0 for 95 off 35. So more runs have been coming from Moriarty today. Yesterday, Moriarty was that much tighter, but less of a threat, if that's fair.
What was your quiz question at the start of the day? Are Middlesex going to bat out the day? Is that how did you phrase it? I can't remember. Here's Moriarty's left arm around, bowls to Higgins, and Higgins eases into the offside. There's no run.
No. The question that I asked the three of us, and
you asked yourself.
Chris Waters.
You've questioned yourself, DT. Deutsche, take note.
Moriarty bowls and defended back down the pitch. Chris Waters and Graham Hardcastle as well, two of the regular Yorkshire journalists, was 480 Middlesex above or below it, and you went above. 3 of us went below. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. No run there.
So they're 170 away from me being right.
Yes.
Ooh. So what are you going, above or below 480 right now?
Well, Deutsche and myself both went below.
Ooh.
Chris Waters went below, and Graham Hardcastle was above. So it's got a fairly even split.
So Graham and I were right.
Well, let's see, shall we? So if you could predict again from here, what would you go for?
Davies has started well, but it's a real test for the left-hander this pitch, isn't it? The left-hander's been the one tested the most by the off-break of Bess.
Moriarty bowls. Delivery on leg stump. He'll be keen to get amongst the wickets.
Well, they're 9 away from
Moriarty
a second batting point as well, aren't they? Middlesex.
Here's Moriarty bowls. Lovely little flight on that one. And defended, of course, with Best taking 3 wickets to the other end and him not getting one yet. He'll be keen just to catch up with his spin bowling partner.
Sunbrellas out.
What's that?
A couple of sunbrellas.
Sunbrellas?
Yeah, put the umbrella up when it's sunny. Sunbrella.
Parasol, maybe.
Funny looking parasol. Parasol's a big thing, isn't it?
Well, it's just a normal umbrella that you use.
Yeah, it's a sunbrella.
Well, it's not. It's an umbrella. It's an umbrella being deployed in a less than usual manner.
Do you know it was actually called a...
Oh, there you go.
Here's Bess. He's right arm over the wicket. 291 for 4 bowls, and he stabs away into the offside. Do you know it was originally meant to be called a umbrella? But the fellow who invented it was hesitant.
Is that right?
Deutsche's off. He's walked out. Best bowls. Reverse sweep from Higgins, and it's taken a bat pad on the offside, but no bat or glove involved, according to the umpire.
How does that get to there without some help from a bat or a glove, which is interesting.
That's the angle it hits the top of the pad, isn't it? Kicks
when,
up.
when do you ever see a ball pop up quite that high? Interesting. Interesting.
Reverse from Higgins, gets away this time and gets away for 4. He's on to 38. 2.95 for 4. Middlesex close on that second batting point. So they could get a third batting point, but you'd imagine not at this stage, bearing in mind the wickets column, 4 down.
To get a third batting point, Kev, they've got to score 55 runs in 6.5 overs.
Higgins? But it's the point being the match situation overrides that overwhelmingly.
I think the important thing to do will be to stop Yorkshire getting a second bowling point, which they don't look like doing at this stage, because 2 wickets would have to fall very quickly.
Here comes. Oh! Bess, and a reverse sweep again from Higgins, and that's 4 more. He's on to 42. 2.99 for 4.
Yeah, you can see what he's very early what he's going to do, and Adam Lyth is skipping across there from first slip in an attempt to get a hand or a bit of body or something on it. But, 2 very welcome boundaries, and they keep bowling there, and he keeps reverse sweeping. Well, maybe they could actually get up to that 350. Unlikely, though. Is he going to go for a 4th reverse sweep in a row?
153 more to avoid the follow-on as Best bowls, and backing up Higgins eases this one back with a point. There'll be a couple here. Long run for a deep point. There is the second batting point, 301 for 4. Higgins moves to 44. Missed out at Northwood with a knee injury. Back in for this crucial top of the table clash.
Fantastic summer he's had, hasn't he, with the bat?
Little tickle from Higgins, just fine with the short leg, no run. Fantastic summer. Ryan Higgins always is, isn't it?
Paul as well, yeah. Well, yeah, he's
you could never imagine looking back through, probably since he left Middlesex, any of his summers and thinking, oh, a bit of a bad summer there, Higgins.
But this one has been particularly outstanding.
Yeah. Well, mind you, last year was Division 1. I mean, goodness knows, as I said so many times, goodness knows whether it had been last year without Higgins. Only just went down last year, didn't they, Middlesex?
Yeah. Kent relegated them, and now Kent look as though they've gone on, haven't they? 3 games to go. I don't think mathematically they can be beaten, Kev, but certainly they're virtually gone.
Moriarty, he's in. Oh, this is your over, isn't it? Sorry.
Moriarty bowls to left-handed Davis, who drives, and a good diving stop by Jordan Thompson there at extra cover. One about 2 men saving a single on the offside. They're tempting Davies to try and hit through that offside against the spin. So Moriarty bowls, and he wasn't tempted that time. That one was well outside the off stump. Just the 3 men on the offside, the slip and the backward point, extra cover. Then you've got 2 short legs. Well, you haven't, but they have out in the middle. And a man on the 45, deep square leg. Davis down the pitch, hits that one in the air. There's a big shout to catch it. Oh, could not quite get there. Kev's nearly fallen over. There's a desperate run around by Johnny Bairstow. He's thrown out a mitt, and it's in the air a long time. And Davies thinking to himself, "Oh no, what we've done there?" And chasing back from deep mid-off, he's stuck a finger out to Bairstow, and the ball dribbles over the line for a boundary. So it'll go in the book as a 4, but it was a less than regulation boundary, that one. Quite a bit happened.
I think they need to remind him of what we were just saying about the bonus points. It's on, but it's not.
Moriarty bowls again and covers up this time. Pushes up to extra cover.
Overwhelmingly overridden by the match situation.
Bairstow will have nightmares. Well,
My summary.
He won't have nightmares about it, but he may well dream about that. You know, you have those dreams when you're just going to try and catch it, and it's not quite. Oh no, I didn't get there again. You know. Moriarty bowls, and Davis swings that one through mid wicket for 4. So maybe he's thinking that. Well, maybe he's thinking it is just possible to get 40 runs in 5 overs, or however many they need. What does that move us on to now? 309 for 4. So this ball and 5 overs to go. Balls again, and there's a big shout of catch. So that ball bobbles onto the pad involved there. I don't think there was. Who knows? A lot of excitement, probably there was. 309 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah. So yeah, the match situation massively. The bonus points are on the bottom of the screen up there at the moment, almost to remind Middlesex, just to tease them a little bit. Go on, go for it. Yorkshire 5, Middlesex 3. So it stands in this game at the moment.
And that's probably how it'll finish, isn't it?
I'd suggest Middlesex would hope so at this stage, because they'd be more in danger of losing a couple of wickets than 41 runs being scored. And even if the carrot was dangled, even if they were close-ish, you'd still think, no, lads, stop, just flat bat it back.
It's not an afternoon for dangling your carrot.
Forward goes Higgins, and bat pad taken at short leg. One for the fans.
You really ought to know, shouldn't they, that there was no excitement from the fielders as the ball went in the air, only from sort of deep mid wicket. Good stop this time by Wharton at short leg. He'll have to do well to keep his concentration all day as well, because the balls do fly there quickly.
This is pushed just in front of the short leg, this time by Higgins for a single. Out to deep mid wicket it goes. Von Moore to the total. 310 for 4. Partnership's 47 already. Davies 26. There's a couple of reverses from Higgins moving along it as well. There's 2 slips and a silly mid-off for Davies. Best bowls to him. Forward he goes, pushing this one back, full and straight. That little too full, a little too straight.
You notice when Best puts that little bit of extra into delivery occasionally.
Forward goes left-hander again, another dot ball.
He is bowling his overs ridiculously quickly, isn't he? There's only going to be 40 left in the day after this one.
Again, and this one's beautifully pulled away by Davies. Rocks back, just slaps that one away through the onside, sorry. And 314 for 4. Davies on to 30, and the partnership is worth 51 for the fifth wicket.
Not even a ripple of applause that time. They're normally very good here, acknowledging all sorts of, little. Yesterday, George Hill, for instance, getting his career best, and a good number of the crowd actually knew that and acknowledged it, didn't they? They know their cricket, a certain former opener might have said, but in a far better accent than that. Bit of discussion going on. I'd have thought they'd been bringing some drinks out, Kev, is it? That sort of time. Hour after lunch, isn't it? That's probably what the umps are saying. Oh, where's our drinks? We'll have a little break. Well ahead on the overs. You can see us going in at tea, only needing to bowl 24 overs in the final session.
Yeah, it's to Yorkshire's advantage to get more overs into the game, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is, but then again, that does end up with your spinners bowling more overs in the day, which it's a lot of work. Start of a new over from Moriarty. Just eased into the offside by Higgins for a single. It's almost as though they're happy to To let Higgins have that run. Get Davies on strike, although Davies on strike. He's not been... Gave that sort of nearly chance, didn't he, in the last over, and a couple of deliveries have gone past the bat. That one doesn't. It's pushed straight to extra cover. Again, still those 3 fielders on the offside. 2 short legs, mid-wicket, deepish mid on, wishing he'd been just that little bit deeper in the last over. Johnny Bairstow. That'd have been one of the young greyhounds in the side. That's pushing the offside, no run win. The likes of Wharton or Luxton there, they would have probably got to that chance. Whether they'd have held it or not, it was a difficult one coming over the shoulder. Not the worst outfielder by any means, Johnny Bairstow, but let's be fair, he's a wicket keeper and by trade. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. They set off for a quick single. Get there comfortably enough. One of the short legs have come into silly mid-off with that ball. Forward comes Higgins, defending this next ball from Moriarty.
Because it's been slow for the spinners as well, this is what... I mean, it's lovely to watch the spinners bowling this much, isn't it? But it just hasn't quite been the pace in the surface. This ball, you know, Duke might have got a little bit more bounce for them.
Moriarty bowls. Higgins just off the... well, outside edge of the bat, if you like, or big, thick outside edge. I'm not saying outside half of the bat is what I'm trying to say. Played square of the wicket. Yes, it's those deliveries when Best just puts that. You can see him just putting that little bit of extra in, and obviously to get it out of the pitch. And you couldn't do that every delivery, because if you did that, you know, your shoulder would have gone by mid-afternoon, wouldn't it? If not sooner. Talking to someone who dislocated his shoulder, have you ever done anything like that?
No, I haven't actually.
Horrible.
First broke a bone in my body in COVID.
Did you?
Yeah, playing tag with the kids in the house, running around the corner and kicked the wall. Snapped my little toe in half, actually.
Did you?
Looked down, the toe, it looked like it was dislocated because it was off to one side. So I popped it back in, went to the hospital to double check, and they said, you really shouldn't have done that because it was snapped in half.
Oh.
Best bowls, and this is dabbed away into the offside, and there's no run. However, they did say it's that you really shouldn't have done it, but you did a really good job. It's gone right back into place, and it'll heal nicely.
You didn't put it in a cast or anything? Or?
Oh yeah, well, cast was in a little toe, wasn't it? So it was just bandaged, but right in behind it, Davies dabs away into the offside and the run. They say they're funny little toes. Apparently, it's either absolute agony or you don't feel a thing. And I didn't feel a thing in the toe, but the foot around it was throbbing though. Here's Bess. Bowls and down the leg side. Single for Davies, 3-1, 7 for 4. Crucially, won the game of it, so that was the most important part of the story.
Did you use bad language?
I didn't, because I didn't realise I'd done it, really. At first, it just didn't hurt. It kind of, you know, it was one of those, I've banged me toe, you know, but he looked down, like, oh dear, what's happened there? Doesn't look good.
I didn't mind playing cricket. Best round the wicket.
Bowls. This was dabbed away out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
As you do it best.
What did you do?
I was fielding at sort of short extra cover, and I came into field. I came into try and stop a drive. Went to dive, and the ball took a bobble, and I sort of opened up the shoulder, if you like, and ping, out it came. Oh dear, horrible. That's one of the worst. I wouldn't wish that pain on anybody. Next delivery smashed into the cover ring. That's fielded. Of course, Terry Alderman suffered a similar injury in 1982, didn't he? Chasing some pitch invader, tackled him and popped his shoulder up.
This was driven down to long on for a single by Higgins, he's on to 48, 320 for 4. 2 overs left with the bonus points in play in the match. 5-3 to Yorkshire at the moment.
So, yeah, that was agony. Up in Derby on Derbyshire on a tour, and remember it well. I mean, it was so badly dislocated, Kev. They had to check my thumb to see which shoulder it had come out of. Yeah, it was painful. Went to the GP first, and he said, "Well, I don't know what you come here for. I can't do anything." So went along to the hospital, and I said, "I bet the hospital's the other side of Derby, isn't it?" And the guy said, "How did you know that?" oh, please. And I was second in the queue, I think. Some poor woman had an ectopic pregnancy, and I was complaining, "Oh, look, but look," and the nurse said to me, "If you think that's painful." I said, "Oh, okay, fair enough." So, sat there and suffered a bit longer. But after that, it pops out quite easily and goes back in. It's once you've done it once.
And if you've just finished your lunch at home, there'll
be
be more tales of DT and Kev's anatomy, anatomical woes.
Never broken a bone there. Touch wood.
Yeah, never dislocating. That was the first time in my entire life I ever broke a bone. It was a little toe snapped in half playing it.
I wonder how many people go through life without actually breaking a bone.
I mean, you know, all those cricket catches over the years when your finger was about 3 times the size, you probably had broken it, didn't you? And you just didn't go.
Hairline fracture or something.
Well, exactly. Well, it's still a break, isn't it? Isn't it? No. Do you have to snap it in half for it to be broken in your book? It's generally, you see the X-ray of it snapped in half. It was quite a thing, and you look at it. Oh,
yeah. Just from kicking a wall, you're soft, aren't you?
You didn't see the state of the wall.
No, fair enough.
320 for 4. We have, goodness me, 47 minutes to tea.
Yeah. Moriarty's going to try over the wicket now, which is possibly something he should have tried a bit earlier. Bowling to the right-handed Higgins. And Higgins just pads that one away. So Moriarty turns around now. Did he have a polite inquiry with the umpire there, or did he just say how far outside leg stump was that pitching on? You know? Warney used to be the master of this, didn't he? Has padded away again. So I wonder how many deliveries he'll keep trying with this before something changes. There's plenty of space out on the offside square of the wicket. Slip, deep backward point, or even deep third. Next delivery is again padded away and caught at slip, no bat or glove or anything on it. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg, deep backward square. And I said man on the 45, he's not really on the 45, he'd be a very deep leg slip, let's put it like that. Picture that. Moriarty bowling from the Kirkstall lane end to the right-handed Higgins. But pitches up and Higgins clips that one nicely to mid-wicket. Moriarty puts his hands on his head, thought he might have just sneaked that one through. Wasn't to be. Very detailed description there for listeners like Dr. Dan Draper, who likes to be able to picture the whole scene in his head, you know, where everybody is. Next ball has Higgins kicking that one away as well, or kneeing it away. Onto the onside. Dr. Dan's book. Aware of that?
Which one?
Watching cricket on the radio. It's very good. Next delivery tossed up from Moriarty and again padded away by Higgins. So that over absolutely sealed the fact that Middlesex was a maiden, and sealed the fact that Middlesex are not going to get the third batting point. Yorkshire having to think about what they're going to do next. It's going to be Adam Lythe. Lythe's going to have a ball. He's, as I said earlier, he's got an important part to play if Yorkshire are going to win this game, because he'll have to get through a fair few overs. And
From the Howard Standard, Adam Lythe.
he's a golden toe. He's got a.
Lively.
He sounds as though he sort of spends his life gargling honey or something, doesn't he, old Howard? Smoothest voice. You've done a bit of PA announcing in your time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I was due to be doing it next Saturday at Lord's, but they've changed me to commentator because they're doing a stream of the match. And guess who's umpiring in that game?
Mike Gatty.
Even better.
Ed Smith.
Angus Fraser.
Oh, is he?
Umpire's going to come in for some stick next Saturday, isn't he?
What game's that?
All the years, all the stick he's been giving me.
What game's that?
Oh, I think it's an MCC match.
Yeah, right. Fraser umpiring.
He's an umpire in the league now, I didn't know. He's a league umpire now.
Oh dear.
Fired a few.
Every time, I bet he has. Every
He's
time
lying.
the ball's hit the pad, it's
Batsman's game no more.
live bowls, and that's outside the off stump. He, if that DLS had been in when I was around, I'd have had 400 test wickets, not 188 or whatever many he's got. Live bowls again, a little bit of turn there. And Davies watchfully plays it out on the offside. Not the worst by any means, Adam Lythe.
I thought you were saying it's Fraser.
Oh, Fraser.
He had a good record though, didn't he, Gus?
As a bowler, brilliant. Next delivery forward. Very, very unlucky not to play more tests than he did. They had this silly thing for years that he'd lost his nip or something.
Yeah, wasn't that Illingworth?
Hadn't lost his nip at all. Never had any nip. The next ball is pushed into the offside where the silly mid-off fields. You can see him now, can't you? He just put so much effort into his bowling, Gus. Got every ounce of he could out of it. Great bowler. Lythe bowls and starts off on his cheeky little. It's more round arm, that one. Did you see that? Round arm. Beats Davies. Lythe takes 3 or 4 steps to his right with his hand in the air, sort of Alan Shearer style. For older listeners, I still remember when Shearer scored goals. And Lythe pitches up. That's a nice drive. He's going to get 1. Is he going to get more? He's not, because there's a good diving stop out there in the distance. Trying to see that. That is out there. That'll be Don Bess, I suppose, chucking himself around. Likes to be in the game as well. 1 run to Davies. Davies keeps the strike. Which
Oh, look at this on the stream. 2 glasses of champagne and a beer, please. It's like the old Foster's ad from the 80s, isn't it? Snowball and a Foster's for me.
he's only bought the beer because he'd be too embarrassed walking back with a glasses of champagne, isn't it? Oh, look at you. You 2 glasses of champagne. Dan Moriarty to continue. He must be thinking to himself, there's a wicket here for me somewhere. 321 for 4. Your 480, Kev's beginning to look a bit more likely now.
See, ye of little faith. Been talking them up all the way along. Never in doubt. There was always going to be, I said to you, there's always, and there still might be, of course they might fall short, but there was always going to be the prospect of, because of the ramifications of this match and the match situation, there was always going to be a little pressure point. As Moriarty bowls in behind this, Davies blocks fully 3-2-1 for 4. So you couldn't sit there yesterday and say, oh, it's just going to be flattening out, it's going to be a draw, it's going to be, and slam the kookaburra. You just have to put the brakes on for a minute and say, yeah, but hold on. Match situation of the season. That plays into it as well as Davies goes back and across. That fizzes a little, doesn't it, onto the inside edge of the bat. Across the pads it goes to backward square, and there's no run once more.
Good delivery, that. Very good delivery.
Me and Graham Hardcastle, eh?
Two of the great cricketing brains.
This is dabbed into the onside, and there's no run. Who did we put in? Who are we putting into our place? You and Jonathan Doidge and Chris Waters.
Yeah.
He's listening upstairs, Mud.
Who, Chris Waters?
Yeah.
Is he? How do you know that? Is he messaging?
I saw him a minute ago.
Oh, right.
Bit of flight on this, and this is push back. 3-2-1 for 4. I'd usually be, if Waters had gone way and Hardcastle had gone the other, I'd usually go with Waters, but
you didn't know, so you had to make up your own mind.
Exactly, and I was right, and so was Mud. See, oh no, it was Graham. This ball short, up in the air it goes. Davies gets right underneath it, and it falls. Actually, I mean, he got so underneath it. It was a tame top edge, wasn't it? But enough on it that it cleared the infield and never offered a chance to deep square coming around to deep backward square. Single more. 3-2-2 for 4. We're in the 111th over the innings. Did we announce it was the 110th? End of the 110th?
We didn't. So the
was that mine or yours? Oh, you took over for me, didn't you? I was distracted.
It couldn't have been your fault, Kev.
Absolutely not. I was just bailing you out, saying you took over for me, saying well done, because you stepped into the breach. Here's a full delivery to Higgins, defended into the offside, and Moriarty's over. 111 overs bowled, 322 for 4.
Yeah.
So run rate just below 3, and 35 overs remaining today. Let's just call it 3. And that'll be 90, 105 more. And Middlesex would still be short of the follow-on, which is what we were saying. They'd have to bat to stumps today to avoid the follow-on. Quite be there, would they?
Nope, they wouldn't. I think they'll speed up when they get close to the follow-on, though. Another little chat going on here. I'm not quite sure what this is about between the Yorkshire Brains Trust. Bairstow, Thompson, Tom I always want to have a say. Tattersall. Trying to see who else is out there. Is the other one? Oh, it's George Hill. Has he had a haircut, George? No reason to go quickly at the moment because the umpires are. What actually is the hesitation here? Do you see anything?
No, but they are a long way ahead, aren't they?
Yeah. That's
little chitter chatter, slow things down. Maybe they're just trying to get to Davies, slow it all down. Davies looks less than impressed. I think Davies was probably giving them a bit, so he's probably getting a bit back now. Never short of a word, Jack.
Lithe bowls driven straight to short extra cover. They're still offering Davies the chance to hit on the leg side. Just the 2 men on the leg side. 3 close on the off, go down as he Lithe bowls. That's through outside the off stump. And then 3 saving 1. In fact, there's no boundary fielder at all, Kevin, unless I'm mistaken. 1, 2, 3. Nope, no boundary fielders at all. Leg side, just a backward square leg, very deep leg gully, and Lithe very nearly gets that one through. Davies plays back and oohs and ahs and creating sort of half chances, aren't they? So keeps the enthusiasm going to an extent. Clapping going on. That's pushed out. Lithe hasn't quite hit that right length. He does give it a good rib, does Adam Lithe. 3:05, all the 6 minutes past 3. All this afternoon's important football matches have kicked off. I got told off last week. I was next ball from Lythe is pushed to silly mid-off. It's quiet passage of play, and I was on to mention that the score from one of the games. I think it was your lot down at Brighton, talking about the late winner they got down there. Brighton, that is. Davis has swings and misses this delivery. He tossed it up. How has that missed off stump? The Yorkshire players are saying Davis has got a big swish across the line, doesn't make contact. Ooh, exciting. And this, the guy was well. Thanks very much for that. I was going to watch that on Match of the Day tonight, and I know the score now. So this week I shan't make that mistake again. I do apologise. You don't think of things like that, really, do you? Just sort of chatting on. Whatever. 95th minute winner, wasn't it? Last week.
Yes.
Week, yeah.
They're top of the table now, Bryson, aren't they, after the draw at the Emirates?
I've just spent 2 minutes saying don't give away the score.
I thought you said don't listen now, we're talking about the football.
Oh, dear. Oh. Sorry. Oh, he's hopeless, isn't he?
What are you prattling on about it for then?
Well,
You're prattling on about last week's game. It's the F word sport. We don't mention the F word sport in the cricket commentary.
Just making the point that it's just turned 3 o'clock, and the mighty Swindon have kicked off against Newport County, presumably. Although that was an early one.
How's your other team, Gloucestershire, getting on?
That was an early one. They probably finished already, Kev. Oh, I better check that out. That was an early kick-off. Listeners are saying, DT, go out again. Anyway, off you go. Moriarty, he's your end.
His left arm around, with a slip and a short leg. 3-2-2 for 4. 34 overs remain in the day as forward goes Higgins, defending into the offside on 48. 31 minutes left of the session. So yeah, it'll be overtime in terms of the overs tonight. 113 bowled. It's quietened down out there at the moment, hasn't it? But Yorkshire know just one wicket. There's a bit of flight. This ball's driven away just wide mid-on by Higgins. The fielder gets around. No run again.
No, it hasn't. It's just kicked off. 0-0 after 7 minutes. Our defence.
Well, Arsenal Brighton. Are we reining it back for those that were waiting for match of the day?
Swindon Notts County. I thought we were playing Newport. It's Newport's the early kick-off in a couple of weeks. I shall be back in civilization by then.
Gloucestershire. Here's a bit of flight, and this ball's tickled into the onside. Off Moriarty by Higgins. All those that know you as Middlesex and Arsenal DT when he's actually Gloucestershire and Swindon.
Never really been Gloucestershire. You accuse me of being Worcestershire, perhaps.
Moriarty, left arm round, bowls. It's punched away through the covers. Lovely shot. Sweeper gives chase. Got a single. 3-2-3 for 4. Higgins moves to 49. Partnership's worth 60. It has just slowed down in terms of the runs as well. I think that's probably what Yorkshire are up to as well. Let's just slow the whole thing down for a moment. Let's not let them get carried away. 129 more to avoid the follow-on.
You're still confident.
What made you go for the 480?
That's what the spread was on the betting this morning.
Moriarty's in. Bowls, a bit of flight and a forward defence from Davies into the offside.
They set a figure where you go above or below. It's supposed to be even money either way. So
You were all chipping away at me, weren't you, being optimistic, Kev? Yeah, Middlesex will get 480.
I didn't think they would. They may still not, of course.
I saw your phone buzzing. Optimistic Kev's at it again. Middlesex will save it. Here's Moriarty in bowls, and this is dabbed away into the offside, no run.
End of the over.
But, it's a really good performance this, because the pressure's on, isn't it?
The pressure's on, but the pitch is flat, so it's.
Yeah, but often.
Yes. Yes, and Yorkshire are still creating half chances. If they get Higgins, you think, well, then that would be a case of. I don't think they would save the follow-on. If they get Davies, it's an end open. Almost, isn't it? Luke Holman coming in at number 7. Lythe to continue. One fewer close fielder. One fewer close fielders. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. As he bowls to Higgins, and that was just nudged into the onside for a single.
I always commentate off the screen up above you because it's perfectly in time. When the bowling's at that end, you've got such a lovely view behind the arm. Perfectly behind the arm it is. Good height as well, actually, for commentary. Look, have a go now. Commentate off the screen.
Lythe bowls, and that's turned to the man at 45 with his Jordan Thompson. No run to be had there. It's a cracking screen, that, isn't it?
You could do that above your fireplace, couldn't you? Make the fireplace look like a little wood burner, wouldn't it?
Lythe bowls, and that's again
See?
turned into the onside. Yeah, it works well, but it's strangely enough, I don't have a fireplace in Thailand, Kev. Not much.
I don't want to know what you'd be putting the TV above. Thank you, DT, in Thailand.
Not too many calls for log burning stoves either, as it happens. Once you get up north, of course, it can get chilly up there. Lythe bowls, tosses that one up a little bit, swept firmly by Higgins, and it beats the man on the boundary. Despairing dive out there in the distance by George Hill. He's probably feeling a bit stiff today after his efforts yesterday. And that's Higgins' 50. 53 to Ryan Higgins. Let's have a look and see his stats come up. Yeah, he's been in there for 116 balls, 7 fours. Good knock.
Good game, good game. You accused of being Brucey earlier. What was that all about?
Oh, that was Springsteen. Adrian Harms. Yeah, dear. Lythe bowls pushed to the onside. We were talking about concerts or something. That they have an open air theatre in Scarborough, and blah blah blah. Tom Jones has played there and various other. He was then obviously thinking about a concert he'd been to recently. Lythe bowls, and Higgins is not out. That ball's gone through. It's been diving catch by Bairstow at slip. It's hit anything. It's probably hit Tattersall's gloves, hasn't it? Yeah, and can't remember who it was coming into bowl now. Let's say it was Jordan Thompson coming in. He said turns at the end of his run. 116 balls, 7 fours.
Yeah, good man, thank you.
Yeah, he said, and Springsteen's in again. And our listeners just burst into laughter, and we got all sorts of.
How do you know?
Born to run jokes and various other.
Speaking of a pair of clowns, look at the stream, DT.
Oh, what's that going on there? So
It does.
Oh, is that you?
You didn't recognise yourself there, did you?
Oh, I can't really see that. Need a spotlight on me, really.
The viewers don't. Is that your left hand or your right hand? You're doing mime. Good radio, this. Don Bess is back. So's Jonathan Deutsch. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Jonathan. Hello.
How long have we got till? We got 25 minutes to tea. He's jumping on.
He's
getting into position.
He's that first delivery there from Bess brings Davies forward. Davies still Still not looking entirely comfortable. Next one, toss well up and played back. Kev's going to slip into my seat shortly. Just updating his stats at the back of the boxes. That next delivery is turned comfortably to deep square leg for 1 run. It's all gone a bit quiet, Doige.
Well, it has, apart from the fact that I've just got an email through from the BBC saying Joe Root hits record 34th Test century for England. So there's going to be somebody busy writing and talking about something today, and massive congratulations to him for doing so as well.
Best bowls, and Higgins is on the back foot and eases up into the offside. Acres of space out there for him to. Acres of space. It was a wild kick at the ball. Looking in the distance. It was Dan Moriarty. Next delivery from Bess is defended. No run. So England, rather than could they have enforced the follow-on? Perhaps not. Healthy lead there against Sri Lanka.
251 all out.
England.
482 in front. Joe Root made 103.
Next delivery from Bess, oohs and ahs. That's the end of the over. That's the end of my stint for a little bit. Kevin can come back in. I'll relieve you, Dorji.
Yeah, so as I say, huge congratulations to Joe. 34th Test 100. Great way to break the record, doing it by getting centuries in both innings of a Test match as well. Some feat. And, well, as we know, we occasionally have the benefit of his presence here when he can play for Yorkshire. What a great player and a great bloke as well. To go with that, Adam Lythe from the Howard stand end. Higgins thrusting his pad at that one into the offside. Yeah, it has gone fairly quiet, chaps. So I thought I didn't know whether you would have heard that or not. It's only happened in the last 5 or 6 minutes, I think.
What's happened the last 5 or 6 minutes? Gone quiet?
Like that again. That one cut to Luxton in the covers. No run.
Go on, tell me what happened in the last 5 or 6 minutes? I lost. I was only putting the headset on at that point, sorry.
Joe Root getting his 34th Test century.
Ah, thank you.
Centuries in each innings of a match to break the record. Previously held by Sir Alistair Cook, who apparently was in the TMS commentary box at the time.
Oh.
Higgins stepping back, hammers a ball away off the back foot through the covers. So we are, 35 overs, nearly halfway through the useful life of this ball. And that deficit been reduced all the time, 268. 2 batting points on the board. And Lythe in. Yorkshire just continuing to try and press for wickets. Higgins will move to 62 with a boundary that he flicks away through mid-wicket. There was a chase on around the edge there in vain by Dom Bess, who got to the ball but also hit the rope as well and didn't fully get his mitts on it. .337 for 4.
74 runs this partnership now.
Well, just checks that Bess is in place in the shadow of the Howard stand and then Balls again, and Higgins once more dropping one into the leg side.
I was being slammed by DT of saying, if Middlesex avoid the follow-on, do you think there'll be a little bit of pressure at some point on the final day in Yorkshire not to just allow something silly to happen in the third innings?
Higgins punches into the offside Luxton fields, no run.
The slant of your head suggests to me that I'm about to be slammed by you as well.
Just say again what you said. Sorry.
Should Middlesex reach another 115 more runs, will there be a point on the final day, do you think? A full day tomorrow where Yorkshire, well, they have to come out and bat at some point. They just need to make sure they're not 30 for 3 in reply. You know, which can happen against any new ball and any surface.
Yeah, they could be.
Holman's got a lot of praise in this game, hasn't he? He's coming for a lot of praise for his performance. Picked up 3 for, didn't he? Bess has got 3 for 133 now.
You'd only have to look at how Yorkshire got across the line against Scarborough last week, which was, if you put it in terms of a 100-metre race, they were well in front, and then maybe just began to stumble in the last couple of strides, but did still get home by 4 wickets. It could have been much more comfortable on paper than that. And they lost a few in that hour on the final morning in knocking him off. Don Bess from the Kirkstall Lane end. 30 overs remaining, and we're still 18 minutes from tea.
Yes.
Make a note in your diaries, folks. I think this is the furthest advanced match on a day's play that I can recall sitting behind a microphone for in the 6 years I've been following Yorkshire around for the BBC.
6 years now, Doige. His best bowls. Forward goes Davies. Not so much drift today for Bess, is there?
No.
That's what had me sitting up yesterday. Much as that one that turned for Holman on the first morning, it was the drift that Bess was getting yesterday. I thought this could be fun. A little bit for Lythe as well, wasn't there?
Yep.
Slipping a short leg go down. This is leg side from Bess. No, it's still leg side. Leg side. All the way out of the hand it was down the leg side. Wrapping on the pads and down to fine leg it goes. Umpire will raise his leg, confirm that it was just leg bias. Have a look at it. As soon as it left the hand, you're thinking this is leg side and it's going to go. But then he missed it. And I can understand. Ask the question. Polite inquiry, but always missing legs that. Stump and heading down. Would have had to absolutely rag to come back that one. Gentle breeze comes in at the bottom of our commentary box. There's a window on the floor, isn't there, in this room, which I think is for us to get effects mics out and things. As forward goes Davies, pushing away into the offside, and there's no room, but there's a pleasant breeze between my legs.
DT, will you go sit in the back of the room, please?
There is, no other way I can say it. The window on the floor. It's just got in that hit at that time of afternoon where it gets sweltering up here, isn't it? Low full toss, driven to mid-off. Davies facing up to Bess. There's a bit of flight. Cut away into the covers by Davies. There's no run. He's on 36 still. 339 for 4. What's DT showing you? I probably can't say, can you?
I couldn't recall the whole thing to convey to you.
No run into the over. Best doing kick-ups. Oh, on a chest, and then grabs it in his left hand.
Which reminds me, let's go through all the football scores from around the grounds. The Arsenal and Brighton have come to a close for the day.
Apparently you got told off last week for giving us football scores, is that right?
Rotherham Huddersfield also reached full time. Leeds United currently in action against Hull City. Just down the road. Ben Cliff coming on to replace Adam Lythe here. Hyde loves his football, of course. Manchester City trialist, I think, back in the day. Big Arsenal fan. 339 for 4. It looks as though Jordan Thompson is going to have a go from the Howard stand end. Johnny Bairstow putting in his fillings and experience in terms of what might be required. Ben Code also.
Did you hear Dickie Bird on earlier?
Did I hear him?
Yeah, we had him on earlier. Did you hear? Oh yeah, you were sat with. It was you, not DT, sat with me, wasn't it? Yeah. I just thought I'd alert you just in case anybody says to you, Deutsch, yeah, we heard loads of Dickie Bird earlier, and you'd be thinking, what's going on? Of course, sorry, it was you I was sat with, not DT.
On the Howard stand then, Jordan Thompson.
Jordan Thompson. Before tea, little blasts. Well, of course, they have to try and see if there's any reverse with the Kookaburra at long last. That's the other thing about the Kookaburra ball, is the reverse swing that it offers, which we haven't seen any of so far in this country, I don't think, anywhere.
Reverse swing, Kookaburra? No. Still taking a while to get the field sorted here. So, Ben Code making a fair few suggestions. Now Johnny Tattersalls skipping out from behind the stumps. Well, they're taking time out of the game, but they've got time, of course, given where they are with that over rate. So Ben Cliff has just been moved a bit squarer at long leg. George Hill's now had a stroll up to the stumps for a chat with Ryan Higgins. Finley Bean has been moved from leg to off. So what are we going to end up with here? George Hill at point. Sweeper out on the boundary on the west side by the nets. In fact, Hill now more at a gully type position. Luxton coming in at point. 2 men in front of the bat in catching positions on the drive on the offside. Finley Bean and James Wharton, who's straighter. Johnny Bairstow almost mirroring Finley Bean on the leg side, and now Wharton's been moved to just off the cut strip. There's a mid on, and Cliff down at wide long leg, deep backward square almost. And in comes Thompson. First ball driven into the offside is half fielded by Bean. Job completed by Code.
Oh, a little bit of knitting going on in the crowd. The stream's picked up. Multicoloured thing. What's that going to be, Doigi?
Cardigan probably for the winter to come.
All those little bacon flavoured crisps they used to have. They still do. Is it Frazzles? It looks like a Frazzle, doesn't it? The shape of it.
Yeah.
It's got the yellow. It's got the bacon colour of the MCC, but then it's got a green on the bottom.
Yeah, sort of furrowed, almost like a wave, isn't it? Thompson over the wicket, and this ball short of length. Late cut played by Higgins, half stopped by George Hill. Will Luxton cleans up. They get a single. 63 Higgins, 36 Davies, partnership 77. 340 for 4, the deficit 261 still. And Yorkshire, well, they've still got to just press on and keep believing, and if they did pick up a couple of wickets and they happen to be these two in fairly quick succession, then down to numbers 8, 9, 10 Jack.
Well, that's always been the danger, hasn't it? I mean, obviously I was in the camp that Middlesex would get 480 in this innings and it'd be all right. All would be well. But equally, there's always the danger, isn't there? That just the weight of pressure, the weight of expectation on this reply would cause a problem. But it's been, and there was, you know, when this partnership came together, Leas Deploy out 77 runs ago. But fair play, Davies and Higgins. 36 of the 77 runs for Davies. Higgins has gone to 63.
Thompson coming round the wicket here to Davies. He's turning one to leg where Bean fields. I mean, ultimately the pitch is disintegrating out there, isn't it? Because there's been, what, 50% again, 150% more wickets than there were yesterday on the day, Kev. You know, so let's be honest about these things. Cricketing stats being as they are, that suggests it's fallen apart.
Well, that's the thing about the hybrid, isn't it? I mean, in all seriousness, that it knits together and it holds together.
Thompson in again, and right behind it once again, Jack Davies.
I think one of your emailers had agreed with my summary of the Kookaburra in the first 2 rounds of the season. You know, glorified net, which is almost what you're seeing again here. It was almost as they reached the 3rd round. It's like the season started. Yeah, right, let's get on with the proper stuff now. But obviously we're back to that now. But the one difference here, though, is that pressure of the table, the pressure of what's going on around.
Yeah, Thompson in again, and turned around the corner this time by Davies, fielded by Luxton. Nora. Malcolm Palmer says, you didn't mention the important one, the football score-wise. Donny Rovers against Port Vale.
Ooh.
Malcolm's a Real Madrid and Donny Rovers fan. Well, I did see the score, Malcolm, but as apparently I'm under strict orders not to mention any scores.
Thou shalt not mention the F-word, sport.
To be fair, I don't mind mentioning them all the time. As this one's run down to 3rd man. It was wide of Luxton, who made a diving attempt. It never looked like he was going to reel it in. And 4 more to Higgins at the end of the 118th over. 63 to him, 40 for Davies, 81 the partnership. Now 344 for 4. Jordan Thompson going at bang on 4 and over from 8 overs so far. Don Best 3 for 133 from 49 overs, 8 of which have been maidens. It's an excellent effort from him on a difficult pitch from which to extract any sort of life.
One or two being shown making the way. Actually, they're wearing lanyards. Maybe they're coming up for tea. Snapper on their way up, perhaps. 344 for 4. Higgins 63. Davies has 40. And 118 overs bowled in this innings. 28 of the scheduled day remain, but we've still got 7 minutes till tea. It does feel as though Yorkshire have been slowing this down in the last few overs, just making Middlesex wait a little bit more. That's not a bad tactic either, is it? That they're well ahead. Was that a cry of come on from somewhere? I did think I heard earlier that the natives getting a little bit restless about how slowly Yorkshire were going, but I think it's a tactic, isn't it? I think they're just trying to slow down proceedings fully, and Higgins and Davies must just maybe frustrate them that way. As Bess is in, bowls, and on the back foot Higgins turns to short leg, no run.
Yeah, I suppose you've got to just try anything at all that
including
might get
underarming
you
that back.
Yeah, you might get that advantage, might get you that breakthrough that then brings another one.
Bess. Slip, short leg, short mid wicket. Bess is in, bowls, and this is defended to short leg, no run. 3-4-4 for 4. 3-4-4 for 4.
4 far, so far 4.
I'd feel an awful lot better if it was 4-4-4 for 4, wouldn't they? As this is swept hard by Higgins, and he's helping them on the way in that direction. He moves to 67 with the boundary. There's a short fine leg, then a deep mid wicket. Neither of them are going to get involved in that. So Middlesex tick along to 3-4-8 for 4. And they are but 104 runs away from avoiding the follow-on with 6 wickets standing. This is a fine effort. Fine effort indeed. They haven't done it yet, so we mustn't get carried away. But much like yesterday, when mustn't get carried away with it being a draw. What were we, halfway through the second day? As there's a little bit of flight on this, and over the top of it, Higgins tickles a single back with a square on the leg side. It was inside of the bat, to be fair, which drew the exasperated cry from Bess.
Five minutes and counting.
Yeah, you just wonder whether it's worth surrounding the bat at this stage, actually, for Davies. But then I suppose runs are at a premium now, aren't they, for Yorkshire to play with, to enforce that follow-on as Bess bowls, and back and across goes Davies into the offside. We did see that one shot down the ground. It was just out of reach for Bairstow. early in the Davies innings. Bess again, a lot of flight. Down the leg side it goes. Oh, it bounces back off the keeper, I think, and then lands in front of off stump. Think you got anything on it, Davies? Swatted it down the leg side. End of the over, 3:49 for 4. We are in, well, that was the end of the 119th over, so bonus points are up. 5-3 to Yorkshire, as things stand.
Aye, 5-3 to Yorkshire. So that means Middlesex have gone back in front then, doesn't it? In the table. There was a 3-point gap, I think I'm right in saying, before the start. Yeah. So Middlesex will be in second in the live table at this moment.
Yeah. I know I asked you yesterday, I've completely forgotten, sorry. It's Leicestershire next week at Grace Road, and then who's the next round after Leicestershire?
Glamorgan, as one of our radio news presenters called them. Yeah,
Glamorgan.
On a recent read. Glamorgan.
Glamping in Glamorgan.
And speaking of glamour, Jordan Thompson from the Howard Stand end for the...
He's got a glamorous beard, hasn't he, Thompson? Is it Thompson with the beard?
Yeah, a little bit of something going on. He did have one of those hairband things for a season or two, but he appears to be able to run in and bowl without it now. He's over the wicket, and Higgins pushes that one into the covers for Moriarty to field. No run.
Oh, Brooksy used to have a hairband, didn't he?
The headband warrior.
Yeah, I know, I'm teasing. Call it a hairband. Does he ever wear a hairband over the years? He must have done, mustn't he? How are his boys going today, Pakistan? They're in action, aren't they? Second test.
DT will be all over that one, I would imagine. Pakistan 274, Bangladesh 10 without loss.
Oh dear.
Starts tomorrow again at 5:45. It's stumps. Thompson in and bowling. That's run backward of point by Higgins. Luxton fields. Misses with his shy at the stumps. And let's just have a look at that Pakistan card. Shan Masood made 57 going to number 3. .349 for 4. Here's Thompson again. Higgins pushes into the offside. No run. We have got a bit of a lottery on between these sides if, as we expect, this is going to finish in a draw. Middlesex do manage to make the next just over 100 runs, then it's hard to envisage anything else. It's hard enough without that, but yeah, just that lottery of late season matches. Which of these two sides are going to be able to play the most cricket? Who'll get off for bad light or rain when they need it, and who won't? Higgins turns one into the leg side, and Finley Bean does the fielding, because that's sort of how Championship cricket is in September, isn't it? If you're just a little bit unlucky with a bit of cloud cover one day, you could be off at 4:30, while somewhere else they could be playing through until 6. And that can be the difference sometimes. Yorkshire will only kind of have the say on the pitch that they play on once in the matches that remain, because that last game here is against Northants. 2 away matches. Turned up at Leicester last year, similar sort of time of year. It looked about as green as you've ever seen a pitch, but it still played like it was straw coloured. Everyone got excited there were going to be wickets tumbling. Here's Thompson. That's firmly driven James Wharton fields at short extra cover, no run.
Well, a note on Angus Fraser and his umpiring from Unnamed. Angus gives few outs when umpiring, as he realises how it can ruin some bloke's weekend. He also umpires in Division 3 and Division 4 to understand the challenge of league cricket in lower divisions in his role as Managing Director of Middlesex in the community. Says everything about Gus. There you go. Mrs. Fraser, yes.
Thompson in bowling. Tattersall cocks a leg up there, standing up to the stumps. but it didn't enable him to take it, and that will be tea on day 3.
Oh.
349 for 4 at 3:41 p.m. with Higgins on 68, Davies on 40. Partnership so far worth 86.
Oh, he gives me and DT a lot of grief, as Angus Fraser. So
Yeah.
every chance we get. And next weekend, I'm commentating on him umpiring. Isn't that going to be fun? It might be more fun than this round of the Rates game. But no, again, it cannot be understated just how well Middlesex are batting in this game because of the pressures that surround it. Can it? I mean, Higgins is 68 from 137. The season, you know, could really have still could, of course. There's still 100 runs to play with before the follow-on. Could really swing to Yorkshire with one bad session. And Middlesex have kept that at bay. And again, they remain in front of Yorkshire at the various stages of the innings, which credit to them, because the bigger pressure is obviously on the reply, isn't it?
We'll go with that for a tea break.
Kirkstall Lane end, Ben Code.
Good afternoon, welcome back for session 3 on day 3. Yorkshire versus Middlesex, 349 for 4, the visitors here. And, well, just grafting away, 120 overs in. Halfway through the use of this second new ball. Yorkshire will hope that they don't have to have the option of a third one, because they've taken 6 wickets in the next 40 overs, but that is looking improbable the way things have gone in this match so far, but you never say never, cricket being as it is. Ben Code going to open up from the Kirkstall Lane end, David Townsend, and myself, Jonathan Doidge, for this first spell post tea. Kevin Hand of BBC Radio London also with us today. We've had the pleasure of the company of Harry Duke for half an hour or so earlier as well. We thank him for that.
He was good, wasn't he?
He's always good, Dukey.
Good value. Didn't want to admit he was chirpy though behind the stumps.
Energetic. Code round the wicket then. Right arm, bowling to the left-handed Davies. First ball of many, no doubt, during this next couple of hours that will be blocked. No run. One thing I'll say about Dukey is, you know, you meet people doing this job, you talk about the mates you met at Middlesex over the years, and the people you might stay in touch with or dropping back in on, you know, great terms, even though you've not seen him for a few years sometimes. Somebody like Dukey, as we turn here and see Code coming into bowl again to Davies. Ooh, did that go underneath or past the inside edge? It went past everything, I think, barring Johnny Tattersall. Code can't believe he didn't get a wicket with it. But just to give you a measure of Dukey, randomly, you know, I think it was Christmas Day, something like that last year, or New Year's Day, I got a text off him just saying, hope you're well, Doidge, happy whichever it was. Just out of the blue. It's lovely, isn't it?
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, nice young lad.
Didn't have to do that.
Was he 22?
Yeah. As Code in, and that's pushed up to mid-off. And Moriarty feels that was the only text I got from a player, but it was from Dukey. I usually get one from Ben Code on Boxing Day, because he's usually going racing somewhere, and it'll be Doidge, hope your Christmas has been good. By the way...
any tips?
Yeah.
Given that ball went past the outside edge, wouldn't it be just... You want to have a slip in at the moment, Doidge?
Yeah, it's a definite thought. Ooh, another one that's towards the outside half of the bat. Yeah, maybe for a... Just pop one back in for an over or two. That area, the area that he's pitching to maybe get an edge DT with no grass on it, is just barren, isn't it? It's not appearing to be disintegrating from a distance, but you never know. There might be just one that takes an ever so slight deviation, and that might be enough to bring in the outside edge. Not this delivery, which is around about leg stump.
Oh.
Turned into the leg side. There's no run.
You got your bins on.
Yeah,
don't forget to take the tops off them.
Take the tops off, and
those your racing bins.
they're just everything bins really at the moment. Why am I not focusing very well?
Your snooping bins as well.
That may be your use for yours. This one down the leg side, and it turned on its way for one. I'm going to try and get a closer look. Very strange.
Well,
In terms of the setup, just gone. Everything went black for a moment. There we go. Back with it. Yeah, I mean, looking from a distance. You feel like you could play for a couple of weeks on this. Certainly no appreciable scuffing up of anything that you'd consider to be around about a length, or just short of. Jordan Thompson, well, First time we've seen seam from both ends, I think I'm right in saying, since the start of the Middlesex innings, which was some 121 hours ago.
We just had a little burst, didn't we, from Thompson and Code at the start, I think. Spin after 5-6 overs. And a spinner on all the time since. Thompson in, round the wicket to the left-handed Davis, who turns that square. Comfortable single. Moriarty out there in the deep, I'd suggest, from his left-handed throw. Yeah, the left armers in the outfield, Doidgy. Yorkshire side, most of them throw right-handed, don't they?
Yeah, I think so.
More orthodox field for the right-hander, but still no slips. Deepish gully, 2 in short on either side as Thompson bowls, and he put a bit of effort into that. You can see I suppose he knows he's not going to bowl too many overs today, so he can really give it his all.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see him just try a few more of those variations. He's thrown in that slower ball that we see him do so often in white ball cricket. He's thrown it in on a few occasions, not lots, and maybe that's fair enough. Maybe it just needs to be an occasional. Try and keep the batter guessing.
Next delivery is a short, slower bouncer that Higgins got in a right mess with that, didn't he?
Yeah.
And again, a clever bit of bowling by Thompson, who's probably just explained to Higgins just how clever a piece of bowling it was. They had a chat in mid-pitch, but he literally had to. He must have pitched that, Doidge, no more than 6 yards in front of him. I don't know if we can see a replay of that again, maybe after this delivery or whatever. But if you look how short he had to bowl that, it was almost in danger of landing on the stumps on its way down from the bounce, if that makes sense. Thompson again bowls, and that's played firmly to extra cover. If anybody's listening in the stream, and we could see that is one of the shortest deliveries I think I've ever seen that's been bowled legally.
Yeah. So short it was nearly on the rugby ground.
Well, yes, from that end. I see what you mean. No, they're obviously not listening. In the command post. Thompson again bowls, and that's clipped nicely into the onside. He's only going to get a single. That oohs and ahs from Thompson. If he hadn't have hit that would have been LBW. Yes, but he did, and he got the middle of the battle.
No, I think because he's, apart from that slow bouncer, he's gone through 2 other variations since that, both deliveries. Hard to tell exactly what it is coming out of the hand, but something a bit different with that last one in particular. Maybe he just ran his fingers down it, tried to bowl off some sort of cutter.
I always think there's a slightly old-fashioned look to him, isn't there, Tomo, with the way he presents himself. And you could see him in a character. What's that gangster?
Bugsy Malone.
No, the
Al Capone.
No, the one in Birmingham. Thompson bowls and no run through to the keeper. TV. Slip of the tongue. Well, they're all very nicely dressed. And
oh, you mean Peaky Blinders?
Peaky Blinders. You can imagine him in Peaky Blinders, can't you, Tom?
We could have been here all day with that one, couldn't we? I was going down the route of Ronnie Biggs next, isn't it? The craze. Yeah. End of the over, 3:52 for 4. Tomo, well, trying his darndest as ever. 10 overs, 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 34. Hasn't managed to come up with one of his usual wicket-taking deliveries, but you're not ruling that out. It's going to be BO code from the Kirkstall Lane end. He's
surveying the field, Interesting, very sort of straight, silly mid-off. He's not actually that silly, he's reasonably sensible mid-off. Very close to the non-striker. Nobody out square of the wicket on the offside. Higgins might see that as a scoring opportunity. And no slip in case he nicks it, who knows.
Here's Code, turned into the leg side. Back under a floppy this session is Dan Moriarty doing the fielding there. In the big game up the road, Burley were 120 for 1 apparently, then 270 all out. Rawdon 29 for 1 off 6 in reply. You'll be delighted to know.
How many overs is that?
50 over.
Okay.
At Ellen Wharfdale League match. Here meanwhile is Ben Code in this Division 2 County Championship match. Been whipped away off the legs. Adam Lythe
Lythe doing that?
with a slide. Yeah, he's been dispatched into the deep. It probably need to put his varifocals on from that distance. He's only used to seeing play from a few yards away, isn't it, Slip? 4 runs to Higgins was the result. 73 now to him. 356 for 4. They have got the 350 on the board, but it was some time after the 110 overs had elapsed, so just the 2 batting points for Middlesex, but only the 1 bowling point for Yorkshire here. As Code also tries a variation of his own, slower ball of sorts there. It's going to cost him 4 more. He'll hate this pitch and this Kookaburra ball.
He's got his 1 wicket though, hasn't he?
He has, but it cost him 32 here, and he's going at 4 and over. He's yeah, he'll be just a little bit grumpy about that, I should think. He's got the double teapot on while he waits for the ball to come back round. 360 now for 4.
You know, you can't bowl deliveries outside the off stump with no slip and no protection on the offside.
Code is in. It's turned out into the leg side, and this time Adam Lythe will field. Out in the deep. They pick up 1.
So it looks as though those who thought that Middlesex were going to get more than 480 are going to be right, Luigi. We'll hear a lot about that from Kevin Hand tomorrow, no doubt. And later today.
That's good. Always good to hear from Kevin Hand when Middlesex are around. Away games only, of course, on the BBC.
Yeah, he does the TV, does the stream at Lord's.
Leg side packed again here. Wharton just off the straight, probably 15-16 yards from the bat. Bean similar distance at a straight mid wicket. Bairstow to his left, squarer, but in a similar arc, as are men just behind square, 2 of them, and a gully. None of them coming into play. Oh well, Wharton is, I guess, because he's chasing this ball down, but it was placed between he and Bean by Jack Davies, and they've got back for 3.
Not sure how long they'll plug away with these seamers. Nothing much happening, as there was that one that went past the outside edge. But maybe back to the spin. I'd like to see a little bit more of Adam Lythe. Actually, he needs to just play his part and the spin attack.
Code again down the leg side, and a swish at that one by Higgins, but he missed out. 30 overs and 2 balls since the last wicket fell, during which time they've added 101 runs this partnership. For the 5th wicket, 364 for 4 the score at the end of the 123rd over of this Middlesex first innings, and we've just had the 10 wickets fall in the entirety of this match.
Yes. No sign of anything No sign of anything more coming anytime soon. Although, what are we going to do? Persist with the... Yes, Thompson obviously he's just bowled the one over since 2. Spectators, they leaving or they finding a better spot or putting some rubbish in the bin? Gentleman there making his way around to the... where's he going? He's got a young lady with him. So Thompson again bowls and short delivery outside the off stump and attempted.
Curious shot, wasn't it? It was a long way wide of off stump to be playing a pull shot.
Trying to drag it.
Elsewhere, by the way, shall I give you some details of what's going on? Worcestershire leading by 122 runs, but 7 down in their second innings against Essex, so trying to put enough on the board to trouble the hosts. Division 1, of course.
Thompson bowls on the stumps and pushed back to him by Davies. Thompson does a little bit of keepy uppy there. James Wharton joined in.
At Old Trafford, Lancashire 110 for 6 in their second innings. They're still 79 runs behind, so staring down the barrel of an innings defeat by Hampshire.
They could well come down, you know.
Yeah, they could.
Thompson bowls to Davies and another short delivery and another poor shot from Davies. Is that he's trying to get the ball out on? You see what he's trying to do? He gets any sort of contact. He's got runs on the leg side because there's just 2 bricks in the wall on that side and a deepish mid on. Anywhere else is runs, but Yorkshire almost saying to him, "Well, we'll try that shot." You know, is it anywhere? No, not anywhere else is runs because there is a deep backward square, isn't there, on the leg. Thompson bowls again and on the stumps again, and Thompson tumbles over on his follow through, does a little roll, checks his feet as he gets up. Yeah, they're still there, Tom.
Still time for Surrey to force a result at Trent Bridge, given time left today and tomorrow. They have Nottinghamshire 385 for 8, 140 in front then Surrey with 2 wickets to take. So the possible Somerset lead by 371 against Durham, 215 for 4 they are in their second innings.
Thompson bowls and again regulation delivery.
Warwickshire have whooped Kent by an innings and 21 runs at Edgbaston. So Kent, they're looking like they're resigned to playing Division 2 cricket next season. So far adrift with just the 3 to play. Probably not mathematically impossible for them to do it at this stage, but realistically very, very difficult. Rain in the match between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Leicestershire trailing by 188 at 111 for 3 in their second innings.
Thompson runs in and doesn't bowl, runs through the crease and stomps back to his mark.
Bad light preventing play in the match between Sussex and Derbyshire. Yippee, I hear all Yorkshire and Middlesex supporters say. Derbyshire 47 for 1 in their second innings. There needs to be a lot of bad light there because they're 270 behind.
Yeah, facing an innings defeat. Thompson bowls a slow bouncer, long hop in other words, but could have confused Davis. It didn't. He's just disposited that over to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So at the end of that over.
A couple of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy games going on today as well. Sunrise has made 245. They're playing Blaze, whose win last week just kept open the top 4, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and win today because they need just 49 off 84 balls at 197 for 3. Western Storm made 282 for 8 at Beckenham, and the South East Stars 210 for 5, 73 needed off 78. That's obviously going to be more of a task with just the 5 wickets remaining. Diamonds are in action tomorrow, of course, against the Thunder. A win there, I think, just about does it, with 2 games to spare. But so we could be kind of cheering on for a victory lap for a couple of matches on their way to the semis. We'll see how that goes tomorrow. But we'll be here, Kev James, myself and Jane Powell, next Wednesday, 4th of September, for their match against the Vipers, and also going to Chester Street this time next week for Diamonds against the Stars, who are also in the top 4 with them. Northern Diamonds in 2nd place, 2 points behind the Vipers, with a game in hand.
Well, the seam didn't last long. Don Best back on.
Yep, turned into the leg side and fielded by Will Luxton. Sri Lanka have lost their first wicket in their 2nd innings. Nishan Madushka gone for 13 off 25 as Higgins works one backward of square leg and Code Fields. 1 run.
I think he'd prefer to be bowling to the left-hander.
Yeah, you would think so. And there was a little bit of something there earlier on. Here he comes again, wide on the crease. It's full. Big puff of dust again when it pitches, and pushed into the offside by Jack Davies, who brings up a half-century in this Middlesex first innings. 104 deliveries, 119 minutes of batting, and that has included 8 fours.
Well, needed that. Young Middlesex wicketkeeper's done well, because they are bowler heavy in this game, Middlesex.
4th first-class 50 for him, as Higgins turns one out into the deep on the onside. Thought I recognised that skip before the throw. Dan Moriarty. Left arm throw. For a moment thinking who's that, but Matthew Revis, of course, as well, wears the big floppy and does something similar before he throws in from the deep generally. Cut shot played here by Davies. Straight to Ben Code, backward of point. No run. And in comes Bess again, this time a little bit too leg side-ish to the lefty, who just drops one and goes for another run. 51 to him, 80 to Higgins, partnership of 109. And 21 overs remaining today, 372 for 4. 1 more over and we'll make a change in the box. And let Kev back in.
Still 1-1 at the county ground, Doige. You'll be pleased to know. That's the only football score I'm going to give out today, by the way.
1-1.
The mighty town playing Notts County.
Outstanding.
Did we get an answer to your who's an official answer to who is Paul? Was it Paul Ball? No, somebody Ball. Harry Ball. Who was it? What was the name?
Colin Ball.
Colin Ball.
No, I didn't give an official answer.
Was
but
never ever named Colin Ball in the series, or referred to as Colin. As far as you're aware.
Yeah, it was, of course, in Only Fools and Horses, and it was the late, great Roger Lloyd Packer's Trigger.
He was good, Trigger, wasn't he?
Well done to those of you who got it.
Trigger's
more memorable than Colin Ball, anyway.
Yeah. So, spin back as well at the football stand, Howard stand end. And the first delivery from a new spell from Moriarty is just caught up inside the boundary. And the batsmen complete 3 runs. 374 for 4. 4 for 4 for 4. Davies on to 53. But they only got 2 off that. Davies on strike anyway, left hand, right hand. Moriarty bowls to him, and game nearly just gets through. You'd always see the Yorkshire players thinking, oh God, one of these, sort of half openings, quarter openings even. Surely we're due another wicket. We've plugged away. Come on, cricketing gods. Moriarty bowls, and that's turned backward a point. No run, and anybody who's bowled a long spell in club cricket, well, probably the most you've ever bowled in club cricket is what, 25 overs or something. These lads are well into that today. Moriarty bowls. Nice shape to that drive. Just opened himself up a little bit. Drove it straight to extra cover. Davies. Jordan Thompson trying to engender a bit of enthusiasm there at mid-on. Chasing shadows, I think. That next delivery is forced off the back foot. It's in the air. 1 bounce to mid-off. In fact, that's Don Bess at mid-off. It was that messing around. Did I say Jordan Thompson? I don't know. It's late in the day. Doidge is off. Kevin Hand will be in shortly. Trying not to be too smug, because he said Middlesex would go past 480 without any doubt in his mind.
You see,
he's not a naturally smug person, Kev.
Naturally optimistic.
I've tried to sort of teach him how to be smug over the years. But
naturally optimistic. They have done very, very, very well. My point to you was, I had the confidence that they would do it. Not that it was easy, but that they would do it. Higgins 80, Davies 53. I put it to you again, DT.
Yes, Your Honour.
This is my end. Best bowls, it's pushed back and there is no run. Should Middlesex score another 78 runs?
Is that to save the follow-on?
Yes.
Yes.
Best bowls. This is slapped away through the covers for a single by Higgins, who moves to 81. And assuming we have a full day's play tomorrow,
yes,
do you think there'll be a little bit of a pressure point at some stage for Yorkshire, just to be a little bit careful here?
No. So it cannot be. Look, you're into the 9th session of the game. We've got 3 sessions left. We've had 10 wickets fall in the entire game.
Pressure though, DT. Pressure.
We're 24.
Pressure.
We're 24 runs short of 1,000.
Davies
runs.
awaits. This is driven away to backward point with an open face by Davies. No run.
We're 24 points short, runs short of 1,000 runs in the game for the loss of 10 wickets. And you're thinking somehow Yorkshire are going to be bowled out for 70 on the
I didn't say
afternoon.
that. I said, do you think there'll be a moment where there's pressure?
No.
This ball's dabbed away out to deep mid wicket.
They could
For a
lose.
single, Davies moves to 54. 376 for 4.
The only time there was any pressure on Yorkshire really was at the start of that Bairstow Hill partnership.
Yeah.
When if Middlesex had bowled them out for just over 300, they'd been a very, very strong
Best
position.
bowls. Forward goes Higgins. He defends.
You're commentating all over my valuable point.
Slipping a short leg crouch down. Best bowls. It's tickled just fine at the mid wicket. No run.
Ryan Higgins, when he walked out to bat, knew that there was 100 out there for the taking, didn't he? He's got 81.
Yeah, but he also knew there was a match on the line.
Would he be thinking like that? He'd just be thinking, I'd go.
I mean, Lythe on the first evening called it the flattest Headingley surface he's ever seen. And some took that with a pinch of salt, thinking maybe there's just a little bit of mind games out there. Yeah, go on, Middlesex, this will be easy. Out you go.
And it was.
Yeah, but I think the pressure's only really come off Middlesex in the last 70 or so runs. Perhaps even fewer than that. Partnership's 113. Needs to nudge to a 50 partnership. You just started to think, okay, follow on. And they'll avoid the follow on. They'll hit 480.
What batters have they got left in the hutch?
Holman, Roland Jones, Helm, Brooks and Cornwall, the man who cleared the grandstand at Lord's. I've never seen anybody clear the grandstand at Lord's. Young Noah Cornwall did it against Somerset with a sweet pickup shot. Ben Green, he hit over the grandstand.
Moriarty bowls back on his stumps. Davies probably beaten a little bit on the length of that.
What would be the equivalent here? It'd be clearing the Howard stand, wouldn't it, I guess?
I've seen that done.
Someone's cleared the Howard stand?
Oh, well, the old one,
well, there you go,
which wasn't far off. That's driven through the offside for 4 runs by Davies. They're tempting him to play through there, and he's saying, thank you very much, yes, I'll have some of that. And who was it, Kev, who I saw them
UDT, was it you?
I saw them do it here one night when Callie was commentating. It was a match Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire. And you know the player very well. You personally. His delivery is
Jason Gillespie.
no. Pushed square of the wicket.
Yorkshire Notts, Mulaney.
No, not Fletch either. There's a little bit. You know this ex-player. The ball comes back in, pushed into the offside by Davis. They scamper through for a single. You know this ex-player better than you know Mulaney or
Yorkshire
Fletch or
against
Notts. You know him better than you know Jason Gillespie. Got you thinking now, haven't I? Anyone out there know who it was? It was in a T20 game. Round the wicket. Bowls and Higgins thinks about a single as he hits that up to wideish mid-off. Thompson Fields, enthusiastic as ever. Got you, haven't I? I've got you.
Yeah. What year?
Next ball is played up to mid-off as well. And again, there's no run. What year? Well, it was a T20 game, so it was since 2003. And Callie was here, so it was obviously before 2018. So does that narrow it down for you?
15-year span. Yorkshire player, know very well. David Milan.
I didn't say it was a Yorkshire player.
Nottinghamshire player.
I didn't say it was a Nottinghamshire player. 381 for 4, but you know him very well.
Brooks,
it was either a Yorkshire or Nottinghamshire player, obviously. I don't want to give too many away. There's people there. There were a couple of people listening who've guessed this. They can let me know on DO_cricket if they're really.
You're still on that, are you?
You're not
X.
You're not on.
I am, but never on it anymore.
You're not.
No. Keep getting dodgy DMs from some cricket account or something like that.
Do they play cricket?
Round the wicket comes Best. This is edged along the floor by Davies to back on point, no run.
Come on, Kev. You'll kick yourself when you know it.
And you're next over, I'll think it through. When you're not talking to me, I'll think about it. There's Best turns one wide outside the off stump.
See the shot now, just pinging over that far side. It was the pitch was slightly cut to the right as well.
Lots of flight once more. This ball's pushed away into the offside. Overseas player?
I can't give you too many clues.
That's a yes then. Who was at Middlesex that went overseas to Yorkshire Notts? A lot of flight again, dabbed away into the offside, no run.
Cleared it, he did, in the evening, as Notts hurried to victory. Oh, shit.
There's a lot of flight on this one, pushed away into the offside, fielded at cover, and there's no run.
I think I'd already told you it was a Notts player, then.
Another bit of flight. Oh, that goes past the edge. Beautiful. From Best. Didn't get forward to that one, Davies, and he's toyed with him a little in that over, hasn't he? 381 for 4. Davis 59, Higgins 81. Right, you do the next over and I'll think.
Oh, dear. Let's have a look. Anybody on X or Twitter wants DO_cricket. Well, although I'm using X for keep up to date with the latest from the county ground. Swindon looking for their first win of the season. They've had not the greatest of starts.
A Notts player that I know better than Mulaney.
Yeah, much better than Mulaney.
Should Law play for Notts?
Oh, no, that's a good guess. But no. I don't think he did he? Essex, Essex and Lancashire, wasn't it?
Yeah, I thought so.
But yeah, that's
But
not.
you never know for
that,
little.
but I like your thinking, but you're not right there. So it's going to be Moriarty round the wicket, left arm, bowls to Higgins, who just quietly pushes that one to backward point. Bairstow does the fielding.
Brilliant shot, cleared the stand down there. Obviously played for Middlesex at some point. Gus never went on loan to Notts, did he?
No. It wasn't Mertz either. So, push back, although Mertz would know him very well as well. Played a lot together. Moriarty bowls, and that's struck very firmly by Higgins. Tried to get wide of Thompson at mid-off, but fails to do so.
Sterlow's not been on loan at Notts, has he?
Stirlo, not as far as I know, but next delivery. And he wasn't on loan at Notts. He was playing.
Played
He was on the staff at Notts.
a lot with Mercer, on staff at Notts.
And you know him well. You would have interviewed him, I'm sure.
Well, hold on a minute now. There's interviewed him. You said I know him better than Jason Gillespie.
Yeah, you probably do. You'd probably spent more time in his company than Jason Gillespie. Next delivery as Davies now playing to the onside.
Do you mean more time that I can remember in his company than Jason Gillespie?
Dear. One particular famous evening when he was in your and my company. Next delivery brings Davies forward and pushes that into the offside. Oh, I'll give you one more clue. He was left-handed, not edgeways. That's the end of the over.
Played a lot with Mertz.
382 for 4.
Scott Newman.
Was Scott Newman left-handed? I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether he knew what he was. Was it? 382 for 4.
I think Alan Butcher famously said
behind that.
of Scott Newman that one of the most amazing talents he'd ever seen, but just couldn't, take it to the next level. Let me think then. Left-hander when he did go to Notts, I think. Scott Newman. In all seriousness, his best right arm over. I've got through and over, and I didn't get it. This is dabbed into the onside, and there's no run. Played a lot with Mertz.
One of the greatest potentials he's ever seen, perhaps. Scott Newman. He was a wonderful fielder, I seem to remember.
Now you're being mischievous. This is worked backward screw on the leg side. 382 for 4. If he were tuned in, he wouldn't mind me saying, yep, Scott struggled in the field. Left-hander, thwacked it. Lots and lots and lots of flight on this one. Down the leg side, though, from Bess. And Higgins leaves alone, lifting the bat up in the air.
Not sure anybody's listening now. Oh, hang on, my X is down anyway.
Your X is down. There's a lot of flight on this. Swept away by Higgins. Backward of square. Deep mid wicket. Tumbles to stop that one, and they come back for 2. Oh, there's an achy old tumble down there. Who was that? Moriarty, I think, as well. Saving a couple of runs for his mate Bess. 384 for 4. Higgins 84. Should they be listening now? Should they be messaging me going, Kev, how have you forgotten me? This ball's driven away through the covers. It's a nice looking shot. 1 and back for 2. 3, 8, 5 for 4.
Also be well known to Marty Emerson.
Mark Stoneman.
No.
Because he played for Yorkshire.
Well, he is left-handed, isn't he?
And he's left-handed.
Yeah. But no.
Off flight on this one, and oh, he's digging it out. Higgins, it was right up into the block hole, nearly yorked himself. Puff of dust. 3, 8, 6 for 4. Well known to Marty Emerson.
Another overpasses, and listeners are wondering whether Kev will get this before Middlesex save the follow-on. Which is how
66 runs away, DT.
Is that how far it is?
Goodness me, do you remember how far away that was at one stage? Hey, Deutschie's on the big screen, look at him.
Yeah, they need a big screen as well, don't they? Look, the old paunch going there. No good looking at your watch, Deutschie. You're back on in 16 minutes.
Oh, look, he's boring them as well, they're yawning.
A couple of well-known Yorkshire supporters there.
You working with that Kevin Handon DT for this round, Deutschie? Yeah. Which one's worse? Well,
when he gets with DT, there's a pair of them too.
oh, it's your over again. I've got another over to think.
Moriarty, left armour, bowls and played out into the offside. One run. Field changes round for the right-handed Higgins. Yorkshire still looking for there's something they're doing that at some stage Middlesex didn't. Next ball is pushed up to one of 2 short fielders on the offside. You can still see where Yorkshire are trying to take wickets, whereas got to a stage in that Yorkshire innings where Middlesex didn't seem to have a plan of any sort to try and get a wicket. Moriarty from the Howard stand end, and that's driven and well stopped. Got a hand on that one. James Wharton diving to his right. Yorkshire number 3. Moriarty bowls, and that's sees Higgins on the back foot, easing it out through the offside. No run. Marty Emerson would definitely have interviewed him as well. You cheated there. You googling something.
No.
I see you doing something going on there. Moriarty trying to change his field. Looking around. Is Davies, Moriarty going to come round the wicket to him, to the left-hander. Pushes outside the off stump. Davies drives, he's going to get a single. His scorer.
Ah, James Franklin.
Ah,
there we go.
you
I didn't. I was thinking Mertz. I was going through Ireland, and then I thought, right, left-hander.
Davies 61, Higgins 87.
Boy, he could hit the ball a long way, couldn't he, Franklin?
The next ball is swept away and well picked up. Very well picked up by George Hill out there at deep backward square leg. Struck firmly, just the 1 run to Higgins. So there you go, 390 for 4.
Would know him better than Dizzy. I don't know about that. What good night did we send with Franklin? Where was that?
Well, that was the night Middlesex won Kelly's quiz.
Yeah.
He was on the Middlesex team, wasn't he?
Yeah.
The famous team that against all the odds were able to defeat Kelly's one-sided questions. Oh, I love those old quizzes. And you see old Kelly going around and getting in a bit of a flap and poking the old glasses back on his nose.
Where's Franklin now? I think he's. Is he coach with the West Indies now? Or?
He was at.
He was at Durham, but he was at the
Durham.
T20 World Cup, wasn't he, with someone?
Yeah,
Saw him lining up for a national anthem there somewhere. Had a bit of a grin on his face because it wasn't New Zealand as the national anthem was playing. Bess is in, bowls, bit of flight. This is driven down the ground. And single is taken because a good tumbling stop from Code at mid-on prevents the ball squirting through.
Oh,
Title-winning
skipper at Middlesex, 2016. I mean, after you won Callie's quiz, the title was, a piece of cake, wasn't it?
Is that what set Middlesex up for it as forward goes? Oh, Bessany's got him. Best to Davies. Davies goes forward, just prods at one outside the off stump, a little tickle through to slip. And Davies departs for 61. Partnership 128 for the 5th wicket broken. And just a beautiful, gentle line and length. A little bit of turn straightening from around the wicket. And a gentle edge as well through to the slip fielder. And Davies has to go. The cry of Yorkshire goes up again around Headingley. There's a little bit of flight. And yep, turns taken beautifully pouched by Lythe. Well, it was straight into the pouch, really, wasn't it? But lovely, lovely ball
when he gets
from Bess.
When he gets that exact length, what can you do?
Not much.
Had to play at it. And Lythe pockets yet another slip chance. But a good effort that from Jack Davies. He's been under a bit of pressure. He's not probably got the runs
No, I
that
don't think
he's
he's
capable.
been under pressure. No, I don't think so. What I'd say is I think it's just been. It's towards the end of his first season, and he's an all-format cricketer, so he's got through a lot of work this year. For Middlesex, your first year as the Glovesman, you've played every single game, kept in all of them. So elevated up to 6 and doing his job. Here comes Luke Holman, an elevation to 7, which I like. I think there's a real potential for Holman to be a lower order, a middle order bat. For Middlesex, that was always Stuart Law mentioned another former Middlesex who mentioned his name in the thought process of the big hitters here. He said of Holman, you couldn't really tell. But I mean, there's quite the size difference, isn't there, between Holman and Higgins? Look at the size of him. The shoulders on Holman.
Big lad.
Yeah, he must stand 6'2", 6'3". He's a little bit taller than me, 6'3" maybe.
Bowled very well, didn't he, as well? So.
He did bowl well, and there's been plenty of note of that around the ground, I think, that they were all impressed by Middlesex's young wrist spinner in this game. Bess is catching him, though. 149 for 4.
Oh dear, apparently I'm offline at the moment. What does that mean?
They've pulled the plug on us, DT, after all these years. 2006, eh?
As long as that.
19th season that we've been together, because this is my 20th season. As here's a bit of flight and beating Holman. Goodness me, that has floated almost through the middle of the bat, it seemed. It looked as though he was in position. It looked as though he was going to flat bat it, dead bat it back down the track. And it, a little bit of a gate in between bat and pad from Holman. A little tentative on that one, as here comes Bess again. 2 slips and a silly mid-off, and this is dug out by Holman. Middlesex still needs 61 to avoid the follow-on.
When you push forward like that and you don't hear the death rattle behind you, there's a big relief, isn't there? You don't hear the leather hitting timber.
Holman backs away to this one, punches a lovely shot off the back foot, square of the wicket. Through point it goes, cover point rolling over the top of it, I think. There's Moriarty, and he's off the mark with a boundary. Middlesex require 57 to avoid the follow-on now. 5 wickets standing, 395 for 5.
That's very good, Kev.
Thank you.
Mrs. Nath would be impressed. Kev's old.
Around the wicket comes Bess, a little inside tickle from Holman, falls back with a screw on the leg side.
Kev's old maths teacher, for those of you wondering. She had the dubious pleasure of teaching Kevin and his classmates. Hope she did a better job with some of them. Fifth wicket has fallen. That's 4 wickets today then. Don Bess has had 3 of them. When he just gets that in the right spot to the left-handers, it's always going to be dangerous. Holman taking guard, looking round the field, couple of short legs. Yorkshire just got a little bit of interest again. I reckon if they can get through into the Middlesex tail, obviously Toby Rowland-Jones can certainly bat. And you reckon young Noah Cornwall has hit one over the top of the grandstand, which started that whole debate, whole lengthy search for whoever cleared the football stand. Moriarty bowls over the wicket to the left-hander, and that's just pushed back to him. Otherwise, no run. Coming up to 5 o'clock shortly. 5 minutes. Oh, that one nearly got quicker delivery, and Holman had to go back. Play that back to the bowler. To Holman, and Holman defends into the offside. Now getting his backward short leg into bat pad, or just in the eye line of the batsman there. Forward goes Holman defensively. No run to be had there either. Next delivery is pushed into the offside. They set off for a quick single. Get there comfortably enough. As Hill coming in, can't pick it up. He'd have been home easily anyway. Poor old George Hill. It's the sort of thing you can do when you're 22, isn't it? He's out there batting for most of yesterday. He's had a bowl, and now he's coming into the covers, and then he's going out to the boundary, then he's coming into the covers again. He'll need a long soak in the bath tonight, I think. Use those muscles.
Lorraine Poole screamed at me 10 minutes ago on WhatsApp. James Franklin, Middlesex directors.
Higgins, solid as ever, plays that ball back down the pitch.
Another thought from someone else who shall not be named, though. Scott Styrus, don't name me. Did he play at Durham?
Well, he wasn't Durham, it's Notts, which I think he did. But it wasn't him. Right nationality.
Hmm?
Got the nationality right. Root's having quite a day. Record 34th Test century, English record Test century, and now he's taken his 200th Test catch. So he'll be buying the jugs tonight, I think. Doidge. Jonathan Doidge just come into the back of the box. Be relieving me. The end of this over. Is Best then to the left-handed Holman, caused him problems in the last over. Holman's dead batted that one. No run to be had there. So Bess again round the wicket to the left-hander. Holman squirts that one out on the offside. He's going to go through. Oh, a misfield by Dan Moriarty, and he just gets to it inside the ropes. And batsmen have a bit of a disagreement as to whether there was a third run there. And down the wicket they come to have a little chat. They settled on 2 to Luke Holman. Two slips, silly mid-off, short extra cover, and just that length again from Bess. When he gets it there, difficult for the batsman because they don't know whether the ball's going to go on and strike the pad, in which case it could be LBW. Or if it's just going to turn away. No, that's over pitched, and a lovely shot from Holman. He's found the gap, past short extra cover, out to the boundary. No point doing anything more than jogging after that one. And Holman moves to 12 from 13 balls. And that brings up the 400. No great applause there, Kev. I think everybody's either fallen asleep or sort of given it up, have they? 403 for 5.
Well, I think there'll be a lot of anger about this Kookaburra round, won't there? Particularly these two counties. It's just such a big meeting of these two clubs. Here at Headingley, first time in a long while, come up against each other again. Bess is in, bowls, and this is defended back up the track, no run. How did you take over this over? Oh, stealing. Now I'm going to get out. You can have the last ball back because Doidge wants to get into this chair.
Next ball is through to the keeper. No run there. That is indeed the end of the over. Some very disappointing news coming through from the county ground. Swindon have lost 2-1 at home to Notts County Doidge, so I'll go off and have a quiet cry in the corner whilst you take over with Kev.
Must be a few tears shed season on season. If that's the case, DT. Swindon Town 0, I think, is what people refer to them as generally. Is that right?
What do you mean? Isn't that their name? How does he make this headset so big?
I think you've just answered your own question. We've got a break in play here.
Our very own old Big Ed. Brian Clough, wasn't it? Old Big Ed.
Yes, it's perfectly simple. I ask him what it feels like. We have a discussion about it, and in the end we decide how we're right.
What's happening out there now? Drinks. Yeah, slowly brought out the drinks. 198 behind, so another 49 to avoid the follow-on. And 11 overs to bowl tonight, so we said it'd pretty much be stumps tonight, didn't we? That they'd have to bat to stumps tonight to avoid the follow-on, and on course to do it, barring something freak. What was it on the back of your man's shirt earlier? Freaky and fantastic.
Yeah.
Barring something freaky or fantastic, Middlesex should well be avoiding the follow-on, and well, tomorrow, what will they do? They'll just come out and throw the bat, will they? Or they just come out and bat out the day, save their bowlers' legs?
Probably the latter.
Bat out the day, save the bowlers' legs. But you've got to give it a chance, haven't you? They'll surely, if they reach 5 down tonight, Holman and Higgins still there in the moment. Roland Jones to come in the morning. Memories of Scarborough, which was destined for a draw in 2016. Roland Jones and Mercer came out and smashed the ball all around Scarborough. And the first innings defeat at Scarborough in 150-year history for Yorkshire at the grounds. And of course, that was the moment really when everybody thought, oh, hold on a minute, Middlesex might stop Yorkshire winning a third title in a row. So Yeah, it was dead that final morning. Absolutely nailed on. We were all full of fish and chips from the night before and ready to watch them shake hands at 10 to 5. But then again, they didn't have a Kookaburra ball in hand. But yeah, they
or a hybrid pitch.
They're a hybrid pitch. They hammered the ball all around Scarborough. Roland Jones and Mercer, and then off they went. Finn, Roland Jones, Franklin and Mercer, and bowled out Yorkshire in a couple of sessions. No, we don't think that's going to happen tomorrow. But it would surely be in Middlesex's interest, bearing in mind if they do get to 5 down tonight, it gets closed, 5 down. So the follow-on's avoided, basically, maybe 10, 15 runs in the morning to avoid the follow-on. Surely it's in their interest to just throw the bat, because they're not, Middlesex then on the final day cannot lose the game. So why would you not? Why would you not just absolutely hammer it for a session and say, go on then, we'll have a dart at you for 2 sessions. Holman opens the bowling, one end, Roland Jones the other. It'd give us a session of some interest, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
just
well,
interest to say they have to be careful.
We'll let you live in hope.
No, I'm not living in hope, but Middlesex surely have got to give it a go, haven't they? In the morning, if they're 5 down overnight, surely they've got to give it a go in the morning and just hammer it for 32 overs in the morning, 64 overs to have a bowl, and just see if something silly, something freaky or fantastic happens. I mean, all that said now, drinks break's going to bring a wicket and Middlesex are following on before stumps tonight.
And they just put the Leeds United full-time score up on the board here. That's the first time I've seen a football score on the Yorkshire County Cricket Club scoreboard.
Oh, there we go. It was nearly the wicket after the drinks break. Moriarty left arm round to Higgins. Leading edge. Didn't carry to mid-off. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, he's got the teapot going on. Ryan Higgins after that.
Slip crouch down. Moriarty in again. Balls and turns it past the edge of Higgins' bat. Middlesex just need to get themselves in again after the drinks break here. Single pushed out to deep cover by Higgins, moves him to 90. Holman's on 12. A partnership of 13. 404 for 5. Slip, silly point and short leg, and here is Moriarty, left arm over to the left-handed Holman. Bowls and Holman backs up and he's beaten just outside off. He's looking to push it away into the offside. Will Holman be bowling tomorrow afternoon? Well, I'm sure he probably will, whether Middlesex throw the bat or not. So it almost feels it's worth it, you know, rather than just stay out there and get bowled out at some point tomorrow. Why not just throw the bat tomorrow morning and get on with it? Moriarty in, bowls and onto the pads. It loops away through the vacant leg slip. I think it would have gone over the head of a leg slip anyway, but the umpire's going to tap leg by. A lot of fuss about nothing. Cries of catch ringing around the fields. 405 for 5. Higgins back on strike on 90. Lots of flight once more, and forward goes Higgins, defending back to mid-on. He has 90, Holman has 12. 405 for 5. We have an hour and 51 minutes and a few seconds to play on the third day here at Headingley. We're still in the first innings of the match.
An hour and 51 minutes.
Is it not? Oh, what am I saying? 51 minutes.
Just the 51.
Yes, yes.
Please.
Yes. Frightened for a moment. I was enjoying the company, Deutsche.
So Don Bess from the Kirkstall Lane end, 4 for 160 off 56 overs. The premier spinner of the club in terms of selection this season has been Dan Moriarty. So far hasn't got in the wickets column. Did create that opportunity earlier when I don't think Johnny Tattersall could get his glove fully on it. That's been just about it. Not that he hasn't bowled some good deliveries, Dan Moriarty. In 47 overs he's failed to take a wicket, as that one is worked away through straight mid-wicket. Finley Bean giving vain chase, and that's going to be 4 to Luke Holman. 16 to him, 409 for 5. 192 behind. Still trying to avoid the follow-on, but 5 wickets with the few runs that they now have to work with. Yorkshire highly unlikely to happen, as Bess is in again. A little bit of turn to the left-hander, but he was right behind it. 2 slips in place. Silly mid off. Bess floats one up wide of off stump. Another puff of dust as it lands. Doesn't produce a wicket on this occasion. You can get in touch on @Sporting Lives or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Another dot ball which is pushed into the offside for Luxton to field. Thanks Renko, by the way, for your little email earlier on. You're right, 6 seasons. This will be the end of the 6th full one. Wide of off stump and a little flick at that one. They were yelping in the background because it wasn't so far away from clipping the top of off stump. Bess floats one up. Wharton almost walking in at silly mid off, but can't get his hands to that. Completes the over. 409 for 5. 2019 full season, 2020 just the 5 Bob Willis Trophy matches, and then full seasons of 21, 22, 23 and almost 24, so 6 full ones. Kev, trial match with DT at Scarbados way back in August of 2018.
God, trial by fire that.
Yeah, hefty defeat by Worcestershire for Yorkshire as well.
Commentary box for you.
Yeah, DT and Bradders.
Oh, at least you have Bradders.
And a couple of T20 games around that time, because they were being played a little bit later in the season. Got the nod.
.409 for 5. Higgins on 90 and on strike. Moriarty's left arm around. He's got 2 close catches in the offside as this is driven down the ground. That's a gorgeous shot by Higgins. He moves to 94. 413 for 5. And, well, that was a sumptuous shot. Just straight back down the ground. Slightly to the, well, to the onside of the stumps.
How did you get the job as the BBC London Middlesex commentator? DT clearly not available.
I was working down at BBC Radio Solent for a year. I'd been a football commentator for a little while, and then I was calling the BBC Radio London boss saying, "Have you got any work? Because I live in London." Saves me driving down to Southampton. No, but keep on giving us a call. Something will come up at some point. We've just started doing these cricket commentaries though. Middlesex and Surrey. Well, they'd done Surrey in 2004 and 2003, but they were starting Middlesex in 2005. It is Moriarty. Left arm around the wicket. Bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. 413 for 5. So they're going to be doing 2 commentaries, Surrey and Middlesex. And they had Churchy, who was doing the Surrey ones. A chap called Ned Hall as well, who is now in Australia, still in the media. It is Moriarty bowls, and this ball's eased away to backward point. There's no run. So 2 cricket teams, 2 commentators who could do it on the staff at BBC London. And he said, but keep calling though, something will come up, I said, well, cricket actually, played it. Love cricket. Played to a reasonable level. So a football commentator, but certainly could, love cricket. So this ball's outside the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper it goes. So anyway, it got to the start of the season. I called up again. Oh, mate, Kevin Hand here. Worked down at BBC Radio Solent. Capital Goals, football commentating. Anything come up yet? Oh, I'm so glad you've called. And I thought, oh no, he's being sarcastic. I've called one too many times. This ball's full and edged, but all along the floor, leading edge from Higgins. Outside edge all along the floor to point, no run, hands on heads all around, but it was all along the carpet. Yeah, I'm so glad. I've been searching for your CV, everybody's searching for your number. Couldn't find it. It was the eve of the season. And I thought, oh no, he's winding me up here. He's really being sarcastic. That's it, I'm done for. I can't call and ask for any more work for him. Can he get to Southampton tomorrow? Hampshire, Middlesex. And that was it. Off I went. It was a length ball pushed away into the offside, 4:13 for 5, because Churchy did rugby league and Ned Hall did football. And he suddenly realised that at the start of the cricket season, well, it's still rugby league, there's still football. Rugby union as well, Churchy used to do. So, yeah, between the three of us in 2005, it was a rotation between football, rugby league and cricket. And then Ned emigrated off to Australia, and it was decided, right, if Middlesex are playing, you do Middlesex, and if Surrey are playing, Churchy does Surrey. So I did a few Surrey games that summer as well, because, yeah, Ned lived north of the river, I lived south of the river, so Ned would say, I'll do the Middlesex game, you go and do Surrey. So yeah, it was a bit of a mix-up in 2005, so 20th season this year, but 20th full season of non-stop Middlesex will be next year for me. But yeah, that was it. But yeah, that phone call, I'll always remember, I thought, oh no, that's it. I've called one too many times. Didn't put enough space in between the last call. He's being sarcastic. Can he get to Southampton tomorrow? It was a porter cabin at the Rose Bowl then.
Yes, Bass wide of Holman's off stump and he leaves.
Or the Aegeus Bowl.
Yep.
Bowl. Utility Bowl. Utilitas Bowl. What's it called now?
I've lost count. Bass in. This is straighter. And that's pushed into the offside. No run.
Utility Bowl didn't even get a snigger from DT. I mean, honestly. That's how slow this game's been.
Yeah, Bass in again. Another block from Holman. Edward Harlan says, JD, please inform your knowledgeable co-commentator that his suppositions will probably be washed out. Bill Foggett.
Yeah, there's that as well. This is left alone outside the off stump from... Oh, it's your over, isn't it? Sorry, Holman.
Yeah. So we're expecting some rain tomorrow by the sound of things, which is... It might bring a merciful release to proceedings here as Holman pushes another one out into the offside, and Luxton does the fielding. Still two slips and silly bit off as Yorkshire try their bestest to get another wicket. Holman turning one into the leg side to complete the over. 7 officially remaining in the day, but we still have 44 minutes of play to complete.
I'll tell you what, if they got a wicket now, and they were close, weren't they? Both of these since tea. But if they did, they'd all of a sudden be racing between the overs, wouldn't they? Try and get as many in tonight, put the pressure on this evening. Still 39 to avoid the follow-on. Am I reading that right? It says 188 it does, doesn't it? Yes. Oh, Ryan Higgins has just gone past 1,000 for the season. He started the innings on 908. Thank you to Ollie Thorpe, studiously in the office, going through it. DT's doing his stats as well over there, but being delayed by adverts. 1,000 runs for Higgins. Remember when they used to target 1,000 runs before the end of May? North East, 335 in the first innings of the season. Would get 1,000 before the end of the first fortnight with a couple of Kookaburra rounds. .413 for 5. Higgins 94. And 2 covers crouched down, so to a slip and forward goes. Higgins pushing back into the offside, no run. Somebody's off downstairs. See you tomorrow. Bring your umbrella. Oh, your umbrella. Yes. Moriarty to Higgins. Eased to extra cover. Dot ball. What time did the flights go on to? Overhead.
midnight, something like that, I'm not sure.
Another bit of flight, and forward goes Higgins, pushing back to mid-off, quick single.
Not a massive percentage chance of rain tomorrow from forecast I'm just looking at.
This ball slammed down the ground by Higgins, and that is his century. 5th of the season for Ryan Higgins, 419 for 5 Middlesex. And they crashed towards, well, there was some doubt by the looks of it as to whether it was or wasn't. Off the bat, I wasn't given that a chance. It was anything other than 6, but the umpire, I think, was waiting for confirmation from the mid-off and mid-on, who went back to collect it. So slightly delayed response down below, but there it is, 100 for Higgins.
Oh, now
Sweet
then.
pickup, and 185 balls, 13 fours and 1 6.
And Don Bess is saying that was... He was signalling, no 6, that's a 4.
Well, they put their hands up originally and said 6. Then the umpire turned and signalled. I saw one of them certainly put their hands up to say 6, so no, 6 it is. 100 for Higgins, 419 for 5, 182 Middlesex trail by now. And this has been brilliant from Higgins. Robson outstanding at the top. Higgins similarly now, 2 short covers crouched down again. Moriarty bowls and Higgins tickles a little single through square leg. 420 for 5, Higgins 101.
Yeah, certainly played well. Good pitch. And you just need to get yourself in. It's a booking for bed and breakfast job where you get yourself properly in. And he's done just that, and exactly what his team needed here. And almost got Middlesex over the line in a follow-on situation sense.
Forward goes Holman, little inside tickle. Falls away to fielder at the 45, and it's 420 for 5, end of the over. Higgins 101, Holman 16, there goes the confirmation at the end of the over from Howard. 13 fours and 1 6, as we said, and yeah, just the 32 now to avoid the follow-on for Middlesex. And what have we got? 49 minutes. No, 39 minutes left tonight.
Yeah, about, I think, 11 minutes short of 4 hours, Ryan Higgins. So, another study of concentration.
Oh, is it time for me to go again? What?
Oh, you can do the last 10 minutes.
Oh, we're being instructed by the director, DT.
Don Bass having a chinwag with Luke Holman at the non-striking end. As he receives the ball, he's going to continue from the Kirkstall lane, and then 4 for 164 for Bess. 58 overs, 10 of them maidens. Wide on the crease, ball in his off spin over the wicket. First ball short, cracked away through mid-wicket by Higgins, fielded by the sweeping Jordan Thompson, and they get a single. Welcome back, old boy.
Thank you, old chap. Yeah, I was just thinking Howard Saturday afternoon. Wouldn't it be great if Howard Ferguson did the football scores?
Yeah.
Take him over from.
Press in, driven by the left-handed Holman, but straight to Luxton. Cover no run.
Alexander Gordon, or whatever his name was.
Leeds United.
0. Swindon Town 2.
Don Bess in, and that's pushed into the offside to Luxton again. No run. Fantasising again, RCDT.
Do you know that Leeds United helped Swindon set a record at the time? In the 1 year in the Premiership.
Bess in, solidly defended by Holman. No.
It was. They became the first team to concede 100 goals, and they did so by losing 5-0 in the final game of the season at home to Leeds United.
Good that we could assist with that as Holman pushes to Luxton again. No run.
A record that I thought would never be beaten, but Sheffield United cruised past it last year.
Here's Bess again, floats one up, ooh, past the outside edge of Holman. Hands on heads again in anguish from the Yorkshire fielding contingent, but it doesn't bring a wicket. 421 for 5.
Yeah, I think the scores are too close together, only 180 runs at the moment. I think you were mentioning earlier that even if somehow Middlesex didn't avoid the follow-on, then you would have a situation where Yorkshire would simply bat again. Oh dear, where's up? Close the windows.
Yeah, if they batted again, it's just the state of the pitch is so unbreakable, as it were, at this moment in time, that if they did bat again, they'd have to bat for so long to ensure that they didn't give Middlesex a sniff.
Yeah.
But it would still kill it.
So it's going to be Moriarty for wheeled away tirelessly. Balls to Higgins, and Higgins got his century. He'll be digging in there, looking for a big one. Oh, I don't want my glasses over there. Perhaps Kev will just hand me my bins. Do that with that. Oh, there we go. Moriarty again. Bowls and driven firmly up to deepish mid-on, but struck so well they got no chance of getting through for a single. Got that nice sort of early evening light now, that autumn sort of lovely early evening gloaming, is that what it's called? It's nice. That ball struck back with a point. What are we saying about the weather tomorrow, George? Is it going to be? It's going to rain a lot, do you think?
Yeah, there's only a 30% chance on the Met Office for around about the sort of lunchtime mark. So it's a desperately poor forecast.
It's Moriarty just drifting onto leg stump, but Higgins pushing him to one of the two short fielders who are still waiting for a mistimed drive.
If it is going to rain, and hopefully it'll be for the entire day in a complete washout.
Say that. Moriarty, and then Higgins swings that down and just over the head of deepish mid-on and away to the boundary for 4. A despairing leap down there in the distance, probably for show, as it was Don Bess, but ball probably passed about 10 feet above him. Jordan Thompson goes to complete the fielding, which is rather good of him because he knows Bess has done a lot of work today, and the seam attack haven't. Moriarty, as we were saying, he's bowled a ridiculous number of overs. This is in fact his 50th, so 2 more deliveries and he'll have bowled a total of 300 without success. Bess has bowled more. Bess is this innings. Bess has bowled 59 overs. The next delivery for Moriarty is defended into the offside, and well, but bowlers must wonder how they're going to get a wicket through here.
A person, possibly male, maybe female, called The Void has emailed.
The Void is an old Middlesex regular.
Okay. Saying hello all, despite the hashtag Kookaburra, the county championship's bubbling up to yet another cracking finale, isn't it? Brackets in the all-important Division 2, comma, at least, close brackets. Why do people pretend that all that other stuff is worth bothering about?
This little sly dig at the county from the other side of the Thames, though. I think you seem to be winning everything. Bifters has tweeted me, indeed 47 minutes ago, when we were trying to, I was teasing Kevin to which player he knew had actually hit a ball over the old football stand. We got a break in play here as the umpires have been given the ball and asked if they could kindly change it You're only going to get another Kookaburra, lads. And of course it was James Franklin who sent one over playing for Notts, and Biff says James Franklin with a question mark, and you're right, sir. So that's not going to get a change of ball. I don't think the umpires have looked at it and said, no, get on with it. You haven't got too much longer to go till you can get another new one anyway, another 18 overs. Get your skates on, you could get 8 of those in tonight. But probably will do actually without skates on. In fact, with skates on, they'd probably be. Actually, wouldn't get so many overs in because they'd be bowling a lot of no balls, wouldn't they?
And moving on.
400.
Don Bess from the Kirkstall Lane end. Ooh, cut and a miss, but not by so much by Luke Holman. To the first ball of the 143rd over. Bess in again, this is flatter. And he gets full bat on this, pushing it to Luxton in the covers. Sri Lanka have lost a second wicket now, 53 for 2. 430 behind in that match. Bad light appears to have stopped proceedings down at Lords as Holman pushes one to Wharton.
No chance of that happening here.
No, excellent conditions in that respect, as that's pushed into the offside by Holman and there's no run.
I'm not working tomorrow, Doidgy.
You're not? No, we got James Carr along for the day, former Women's Regional Director of Cricket here. As Holman pushes another one up to mid-off, Code does the fielding.
Rare it is that I welcome a day off, but I'll pop in and cheer you up.
Bess in, open face push by Holman out to point. Draws no runs. End of the over. Quickly through that for another maiden Bess. 60 overs, 11 maidens, 4 for 165. Yeah, well, I guess you'll be wanting some lunch, so you will make your work for your supper.
Thinking I might go down to the West End House for some bit of Sunday lunch that they do down there. You know that on the what is it, A65?
Yeah, that's straight down the bottom of Kirkstall Hill here. Yeah.
So my bus pass seems to work up here.
We did go in there, didn't we, with Messrs Newton and Davies when Essex were up here for a championship game some seasons ago.
Adam
Lyth into the attack. Yeah, it's a good little pub, some reasonable food. I was in there a few weeks ago having their Sunday roast that you have to book for. Or squeeze one in somewhere though, can't they? Pubs. Is Adam Lyth coming off his long run? What's going on here? No, surely not. He's setting his field meticulously. Forward short legs, slip. Shortish mid-wicket. Long on out. Deep square leg out. Man at backward square leg. Deepish mid-off, extra cover and a sweeper backward point. And Higgins plays that very carefully. 425 for 5. Lyth bowls, and that's more one of his round arm, quicker ones. Turn into the onside for a signal. For a single. Okay, how can you be dyslexic in your pronunciation? It's impossible, isn't it? Yeah.
Pronunciation.
Pronunciation.
You just said pronunciation.
Did I? Oh, I was going to say pronouncing and then sort of got halfway through the word and changed my mind. 3 close fielders again for Luke Holman, who's not looking particularly impressed. Bit of chat going on out there. There's a Lyth bowls outside the off stump. I might have said this before, but the way he sort of carries himself at the crease, Luke Holman, he does remind me a lot of Jim Love back in the day. He's got a sort of similar posture and physique. And that's pushed to silly mid-off. Lithe runs towards us, bowls, and very carefully push square of the wicket. Again, no runs, so a tidy enough over from Lithe, who's got through a bit of work today, hasn't he? One delivery left in this, which is his 11th over. Off spinner bowls, and that's hit firmly into the offside. Doesn't bring a run.
Well fielded by Will Luxton.
Great diving stop, diving low to his right. I was hesitating to say that because I thought the ball might have gone past him. The end of the over, 426 now for 5, so 75, 175 behind. 5 wickets in hand.
Bess just preparing to take the next over. Drinks runner has come on to assist the 2 Middlesex batters in that regard. 25 minutes of play remaining on day 3. And another day where we're still waiting for the cricket to really break out. 4 wickets in the entire day.
Yeah, well, that's nearly as many as we had on the first day. Only 2 yesterday.
Still haven't yet avoided the follow-on, Middlesex. Or avoided the possibility of being asked to follow on. 175 runs. Let's try and wring out every last possible moment while we can, as Bess is in and Higgins drops that one at the feet of James Wharton, whose shins, I dare say, are fairly sweaty, and his head today because he's had the pads on and the helmet for much of the day on a warm end of August day. That's turned square, backward of square by Higgins for a single.
Nice soft light out there now, though, isn't it? Just that early evening glow to it.
Yeah. Still the haze in the distance. As you look to the right from where we are of the Howard stand, Holman dropping that one into the offside, no run. I was trying to identify those buildings over there in the distance. There's Bess. That one's pushed out to Luxton, and there is no run.
Which buildings are those then?
Try and get an ID on them.
Would that be sort of Pudsey way?
No.
No?
Next ball, another dot. You're going to be looking at probably Armley in that direction.
Oh, right.
So you're in the right general area, west side of Leeds.
Pudsey will be a bit more up this way.
A dot ball to finish that over. Let's have a closer
Isn't there a prison at Armley?
Yes. Can't quite see that from here. There's a tower sticking up, which could be a church or maybe an industrial building.
A bit of discussion going on down at the far end now. There's only 1 over remaining to be bowled in the day, so we'll be getting some extra overs in.
Yeah, I'm going to take a pot shot at probably Armley over that general direction. Elland Road will be obscured by the stands here, so you won't be able to see quite as far as Leeds United, but probably to the left of the pitch they're playing on. As we look at it from the the pavilion here, Coastal Lane End.
Lithe bowls, and that ball is pushed to mid-wicket by Higgins, who's got no intention of giving anything away, even though he's got to 180. He's just going to plod on. Batted excellently today, given very few sort of half, even quarter chances or opportunities, openings. Lithe bowls, and that's turned past Wharton, who, well, he doesn't actually go past Wharton. He manages to save that forward short leg, and Higgins hadn't really left his crease. Spectators staying to the end. Well, why wouldn't you, I suppose? Nice evening. Flannelled fools in the middle to keep you entertained. Ish. Next delivery. Struck through the offside, timed beautifully. No chance of the sweeper cutting that one off. Pops up over the ropes. That deep cover for another boundary for Higgins. So, don't know who you're going to interview tonight, Doige.
Nobody.
Oh. Saturday night. Lithe bowls, and that's turned to mid-wicket.
To be honest with you,
No
even
run.
if I was, there's not a great deal to.
Well, I was just wondering who
We're ready to talk about.
you'd actually try and get
Might
something
be-
out of Don Best, perhaps.
Might get something out of Richard Robinson, maybe.
Next delivery is clipped again to mid-wicket. No run there.
Incidentally, Richard Robinson, groundsman, said, asked about the boundaries hours ago, and I forgot to mention it. 65 metres either side, and then 62 and 63 straight. So it's almost a square with the corners roped off in slightly.
We know what you mean. There's a name for that shape.
Is there?
Yeah, I have no idea what it is. Final ball of Lithe's over is turned to backward square leg, where it's Moriarty doing the fielding. Surely he's not going to bowl another over, Moriarty, as you have ever. He's past 60 overs, isn't he?
96
No,
overs complete in the day.
He's just turned 50, whereas Bess has got 61 overs in the day. Well, he hasn't bowled them in the day, obviously.
No, 96 overs have been bowled in the day. We're into time territory now.
So we will finish at 6 o'clock. I think we have. Was it the Void who was describing it as the Kookaburra ball? Got it to thank for finish on time anyway.
Now what's going on here? Now Adam Lithe looks like there might be an injury issue. He's holding under his right armpit or maybe bicep, something like that. Peck, Yorkshire physio Ed is making his way partially across the ground. Yeah, it looks like it's under his armpit that he's holding, so that's probably him done for the day. And they'll be sending out Ben Cliff, who right on cue appears from beneath us. Yorkshire lad said he's just settling down with a Gibson cocktail in back garden. Have I missed anything today at Headingley? Well, only a bit of an opportunity to suntan, I would say. P.S. A Gibson cocktail is a gin and dry vermouth garnished with a pickled onion.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. That's my sort of drink, probably minus the gin and the dry vermouth. Do like a pickled onion, Doige.
Here's the Bess, and that on the back foot is punched away by Holman for Luxton to get round and field to some fairly significant applause for some reason. No run.
62nd over.
Yeah. Bess again, wide on the crease. There is turn away from the left-handed Holman, but he covered the stumps with the front foot and withdrew the bat from playing at it. Still two slips and a silly mid off. Bess in again. Pushed into the offside. Luxton round once more to field. Middlesex resumed this morning on 141 for 1. So I make that adding 290 in the full day's play. And I've lost 4 wickets in the process. Good delivery by Bess, which has Holman falling over after he'd pushed it and missed. Just losing his balance. Dallas'll whipped off the bails just because he can. Two left in the over. Besson floating another one up straight. Push back to him. Got a few more keepy uppies before he catches.
That previous delivery is the one that he's been taking wickets with, isn't it? When he's landed it properly, he gives it a real rip, and if he just gets it in the right spot, it's very difficult.
Yeah. Steps back this time, Holman, to a shorter ball. Cuts it out to cover. Thompson fields, and they get 1. 4:32 for 5 come the end of the over. Higgins 112, Holman 17. And 16 minutes of play remaining on day 3.
And the TV director showing us a picture of one of the floodlights that highlight that obviously used for evening games here. It certainly won't be needing them tonight. It's a lovely evening. Lovely evening. Sort of evening for sitting outside a pub, Doidgy, with a nice glass of something cold.
Yep, Rawdon Cricket Club.
Is that where you're off to?
At some point this evening, no doubt.
How are they going?
Maybe.
You haven't mentioned them of late.
Good question.
Was it not good news?
Haven't had a score update for a while.
Oh, you don't follow them on anything particular?
No, I just usually get mum app or son app or brother app sending me messages.
Yeah, fair enough. Taking time before the start of this next over. I see who's coming on. It's not Finley Bean, is it? Who's coming on?
Dan Moriarty, I think.
Oh, not again. Poor old Dan. Over 50 overs without a wicket. That's not going to do his strike rate a lot of good, is it? Yep, it is. I thought for a minute they might try do something a bit mad. Moriarty, left arm over, bowls forward defensively. Comes Holman.
Our strike rate, it's not been impressive, has it, in this match?
Whose strike rate?
Ours, 11 wickets between 3 of us. We've not all 3 been on. Each time there's been a wicket fallen. How many have you taken?
Ooh, good question. Next delivery is just eased through the offside. No cover on the boundary there out front of the east stand, so that's another 4 for Holman. He moves to 21, 112 to Higgins. Middlesex 438 for 5. Yes, I've not taken too many either. Had a tweet from Andy Walker, one of our regular contributors. We still call them tweets, posts, X's. This next ball is turned into the onside. He won't get a single there. Andy says, thank you so much for your sterling work today. The combination of the Kookaburra and the hybrid pitch is absurd, especially in such an important match for both sides. However, you're still managing to make it a very good listen. Oh, well, thank you very much, Andy, one of our loyal listeners. Moriarty bowls and defended by Holman. I would suggest it's probably our only loyal listener. It's only our loyal listeners who are left at this stage, George. The casual listeners would have gone, oh, okay, what is going on? 11 wickets in however long it is.
I think a few people might have been applying to St. Peter today.
Yeah. Moriarty bowls, that's defended. Well, It hasn't been good. Moriarty bowls again. Holman defends. It'd be nice if he could just take one wicket, wouldn't it, after what? What's he into now? He's 52nd over. He's 52 overs. That's 312 deliveries. With no wickets.
Frustrating, I think, is an understatement. Derbyshire 108 for 2 against Sussex in the second innings there. They're back out and playing at Hove, 209 behind. So a heck of a lot of batting for them to do between now and the end of tomorrow if they're going to have any chance of avoiding defeat. It's looking highly unlikely, unless the pitch is turning particularly benign in the closing stages there.
312 deliveries without taking a wicket. Can you ever imagine that happening to F.S. Truman? Wouldn't he? Doubt if he ever went more than 4 or 5 overs without taking a wicket. Back in the day, but then again didn't bowl with a kookaburra. I think even he just struggled to take wickets.
You're joking. As Higgins drives one up to Finley Bean at mid-off. They get one. Bean fields and is quick to run back in for whatever reason that may be, and fire the ball back to Bess. Having slowed the game down at stages, Yorkshire may want to speed things back up and just go through that thing of mentally making Middlesex play 6 more balls at the end of the day than they really want to. In comes Bess, and that's pushed out into the offside by Holman and Luxton fields, although judging by what went on last night, Middlesex certainly gardened well enough in the final over.
Yeah, well, I'll take my leave of you, Doidgy, and pop in and see you tomorrow. Thanks for everybody for listening and all your comments.
Thanks, DT. Yeah, I thought fancied Middlesex had signed up Alan Titchmarsh for that final over last night, as Holman drops one into the offside, and there is no run. 178 for 3, Rawdon, with 15 overs left. Overseas player Tom Wrigglesworth, 75 not out apparently. Bess is in again, that's pushed out into the offside by Holman. And fielded again by Luxton. And there is no run. Hadn't realised, but talking about the Headingley and Wharfdale League fixtures, 1 or 2 of them today, and I mentioned Harry Brook and Burley in Wharfdale where he learned his cricket. Apparently now league president, as a full-length delivery from Bess is turned out into the offside and fielded by George Hill. No run. So if that is true, I haven't seen any confirmation, but it's been mentioned to me today. And congrats to Brookie. A very good servant to that league, and of course this county, as final ball of the over is a dot. 437 for 5. 14 runs between Middlesex and avoiding the follow-on. Could there be, will there be, an astonishing collapse in the last 8 minutes here? Kevin Hand, handing to you now.
No. 437 for 5. And Graham Hardcastle and I won. Well, nearly. Another 43 runs. 3-2 UDT, and Chris Waters had it that Middlesex wouldn't make 480. Hardcastle and I put down the vote. This is all off air as well this morning. Yeah, Middlesex will get to 480. It'll be all eyes on the skies tomorrow, because I can't believe Middlesex will just bat and not go. Hey, there we are. 2 hands up. That's the number of people that voted for Middlesex getting to 480 this morning. You were wrong, DT. He was going to have T-shirts made up at one point saying, "You're right, DT," because the amount of time people said it to him, he said. A long time ago that was, wasn't it?
We could get him a T-shirt made up with big on the front and an even bigger 3 letters on the back saying ego.
Moriarty bowls. This is punched away by Higgins. Oh, it's a long old chase for long off. Oh, Code retrieves the ball down there. That was and then he holds his right hamstring. He's all right though. I think it's just a little twitch rather than anything else. Late evening chase, maybe a bit of cramp. Moriarty bowls again. Oh, look at that go. That's ripped. Turn and bounce through to the gloves of the keeper. Goodness me, that's one of the balls of the match. Middle and leg. Would you say that pitched on Doidge? We're going to see it again now. Let's have a look. Goodness me, that's pitched leg and beaten outside off stump.
Ripper.
Ripper indeed. Oh. What more do I have to do, says Moriarty, who's none for 143 from, 51.1. Here he comes. Bowls, and that one takes the edge, but I think there was a little bit of deliberate running of the ball by Higgins. Will come back for 2. 160 Middlesex trail by 11 to avoid the follow-on. 4-4-1 for 5. Partnerships 50. Little tap of the bat from Holman at the non-striker's end, applauding his colleague. Holman has 21 of them. That kind of turn, Doidge. Still not. I just don't see why Middlesex wouldn't go and hammer it in the morning and say, go on, hammer a whole load, whatever we get with those 5 wickets we get, and just see where the game goes from there. Why would you not do that? As Moriarty comes in, he bowls. He's got a slip now for Higgins after those last 2 deliveries. It's driven away to extra cover and there's no run. And that, the last 2 balls prior to this one, surely Holman standing at the non-striker's end saying, go on, give us one more go. Moriarty again, bowls, and Higgins over the top of it. As what was the t-shirt again? Freaky or fabulous as it may be, the reward is huge. I mean, that's barring a collapse of 5 for 10 and they are forced to follow on. But if they get these 11 runs now...
That's not going to happen, you just said.
If they get these 11 runs now, then why would you not? Why would you not absolutely tonk the ball to all parts in the morning? Because if something did go awry for Yorkshire tomorrow, the reward for Middlesex is massive. Moriarty, slipping a short leg, bowls, and this ball's played off the back foot into the offside, and there's run. And I'm not saying that it's in any way going to become interesting tomorrow, but why would you not at least try and make it? Surely if the roles are reversed, Yorkshire would be thinking the same. Right, get your 10 runs and then absolutely hammer it. You've got Roland Jones, Brooks, Helm, all capable. Cornwall, as well as we mentioned, cleared the grandstand at Lord's, and these 2.
Yeah, I'm not saying I disagree. Not
Sorry,
sure what else you want me to say. You've made your point several times.
I'm feeling like I'm talking to DT, who's just basically run it down all day long. As said, get to stumps at parity, follow on, which was pretty much what we were saying yesterday, wasn't it? If they get to this point, then the game could just get a little bit interesting for Yorkshire in return. That ball that turned there for Holman has surely got to, for Moriarty, from leg to beat the bat, to beat outside off stump, has surely got to interest Middlesex.
We've had 150 overs in this Middlesex innings. Yorkshire have basically struck a wicket every 30 overs, every 180 deliveries. That is their strike rate as a team here.
The only reason not to do it is just to keep overs in the bowler's legs.
Bess. Holman defends. Now 2 slips in a silly mid on rather than silly mid off. And this could end up being the final over before where you pull up stumps for day 3. Certainly Middlesex are again trying to make it that way because Alan Titchmarsh has walked on once again. Monty Don now at the non-striking end.
Oh, helmet's going on for somebody. I'm not sure there isn't a little bit of chatter behind the stumps in Middlesex's defence, Doidge, which is just making... Because look, all the field's changing now. I think that's why Holman's walked down to say, look, you can chat away all you want. I'm going to go and play with the pitch instead because they're still orchestrating the field.
Yeah. Yorkshire bringing in Charlie Dimmock themselves. So 2 minutes to go. In the greater scheme of things, I don't think it'll make a huge amount of difference. Pass in, it's wide of off stump, and Holman leaves one that does turn.
Yeah, you got that a little bit straighter. Then Holman's got something to think about. Higgins is going to go and do some gardening now.
I just plant a few flags here, nice sweeping pathway, bit of green.
Well, the ball's not back with the bowler yet, so I do think there's a lot of chatter out there, which is why Middlesex are doing this. Because the bowler's only just received the ball now.
4 to come, 2 minutes on the clock. I think we can write any more cricket off after this over. As that is dropped to Silimidoff's feet. And, Holman, having played it, will just have a wander and do a bit of gardening 2 strips away. Ryan Higgins. He's just ambled a third of the way down the pitch and
he's laughing now.
Tapped away the pitch again. A minute to go, 3 balls remaining, and that one almost slid its way through from Bess. Holman jabbing down on it at the last moment. Now Jordan Thompson being brought in off the cover boundary. Ultimate delivery of the day, straight on with the arm.
No, it was a good leave, wasn't it, that? They're all hands on heads, very good leave by Holman. There's only 2 types of leave, isn't there, of course.
And so, Bess for the final time today floats one up and Holman defends, and 151 overs into their first innings. And at precisely 6 o'clock on day 3, Middlesex can walk off at 441 for 5. Ryan Higgins 117, Luke Holman on 21. A partnership so far worth 50. Middlesex still officially to avoid the follow-on, 160 behind, and they'll do that tomorrow morning. I suspect, just sticking my neck out there.
Yeah.
I know.
You suspect it might be a draw?
I suspect it could end up.
Shaking hands at 450.
Just don't say it too loud. It could end up in a draw, this one.
Or we might not be able to shake hands at 450 though, because could it be the 3rd innings, won't it? So a few waves to the crowd around the ground. The cricket club or somebody in over there, because there's a whole load of them waving to them. But Ryan Higgins is applauded off for his 117 marathon innings from him, and Holman follows him off as well. Good effort. 50-run partnership. Bess 4 for 168. Hard toil for the bowlers and the fielders. Hard toil for everybody, really, in this one, apart from the batters. It's been a tough old 3 days, but slowed up a bit this evening, haven't they, Middlesex, just to get through to the close. It all slowed down, didn't it? You would have thought they'd been on course to be past the follow-on tonight, but they've just ensured that they're through to the close. They're still a bit behind, 160, aren't they? So, yeah, it's all unlikely, but I can't see why you wouldn't just get 10 runs in the morning and open up just to see what happens. The only reason not to would be save the bowlers' legs for the next game, but they've got a week off next week, haven't they? Because it's finals day and all the like.
Yeah.
So there's a week's rest between this and the following, so we'll see.
We shall. Thanks, Kev. Thanks, DT. Thanks, folks, for grinding that out with us, if you have done throughout the day. It's been attritional in the commentary box, let alone out there in the middle. And we'll have more of the same, if that is your thing, tomorrow from around about 5 to 11. Good night.